Hello. How are we doing? How are we feeling? How is everyone bopping along today? Hope you're all doing good. We're going to be kicking off with the double tournament action today in just a few moments. We're going to start off with the RongYI Cup Qualifier, followed by the WardiTV Winter Cup Group A, which is pretty stacked. Classic, Rogue, ByuN, and Percival. Is going to make for a pretty awesome selection of games, I'm pretty sure. So we're kind of in for, like I said, kind of a pretty cool kind of couple of matches, kind of back-to-back here. It should be a great day. Absolutely looking forward to it, obviously. And we're going to be starting off in the very near future as well. So we're just getting everything set and ready to rumble. Mostly waiting on our admin to actually start the qualifier off. So yeah, we'll take a couple moments, and hopefully this doesn't take too long. We get this figured out. So yeah, hopefully just a few moments get this sorted, and we can be on our way into some action. We'll take a look at the player signups in a moment or two. The bracket, I'm not sure is finalized yet. Obviously, it's still like, well, the check-in period's closed, but they're still probably finalizing and seeding and stuff. So don't want to kind of get too presumptuous with all of that too quickly or anything. So we'll just take a couple moments and get fully set up. But yeah, just make sure we're all set. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Like I say, double action today from the RongYI Cup qualifier into the WardiTV Winter Cup later on as well. So yeah, double tourney action. Not really much else to say other than hopefully the admin is here and they start us off in a couple of moments, because otherwise that's going to be a very slow going start of the day. And obviously I've got my event kind of planned based on the fact that this should last a certain amount of time as well. So we will see. Is it all best of 3? Yes, all matches best of 3, even qualifying matches it seems. So that should be all cool. And we just wait a couple of moments to get ready to go. You see the Scarlet Young matches now, Scarlet Nice. Yeah, I mean, they might not even have done check-ins yet. It's until the tournament literally says this tournament has started at the top of the challenge page. Never presume. But you can even still sign up for this event right now, so the bracket 100% can change. So yeah, hopefully we get some info soon though. No one said anything just yet. And yeah, what's up, Zergberger? First, hello, and a 9-month resub on the YouTube. Appreciate it, mate. How you doing? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for subbing it up, or membering it up, as they do say on the YouTubes. Lovely. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. What is RongYI Cup? Will it be offline? The Grand Finals is offline. So it's kind of a big tournament, but it's all played online apart from one best of 7 final, which is played offline. I don't know. Don't ask me. That's obviously a very weird way for things to kind of be set up and stuff, and for things to go, but that's how it is. So yeah, it'll be offline in the finals, but everything else will be online. Yeah, bracket is still changing. I think they have done check-ins now at least, though, so that is a bit of progress, if nothing else. Very fun. But yeah, this is a tournament from the Chinese guys. Honestly, when it's the Chinese tournaments, I don't really know where they come from, apart from, like, I know the rough guys who are in charge, but I don't know which sponsor they talk to or why it came around or anything like that. This got announced, like, less than a week ago, and here we are in the qualifiers. Obviously, they kind of scuppered some of our plans, because I basically ran the WardiTV Winter Cup planning for... There was like 5 empty days in January or something that I needed to stream on. So I planned the WardiTV Winter Cup around that, and then this event showed up, and all of a sudden that means that we have to, you know, reschedule some of our events. I mean, we pretty much just pushed everything later. It also clashes with some of our Monday Cups. We had to push some of our Monday Cups to start later. So, for example, tomorrow, WardiTV Mondays will start 2 hours late, because we'll already be here 1 hour early casting another one of these qualifiers. So, yeah, it's a little bit, it's a little annoying, but you can't really complain at, you know, more StarCraft 2, just, it would have been nice if they announced this 2 weeks ago. And then I could have made some different plans. But that's all good. Like I say, we're happy to just see more StarCraft in general. The bracket is still changing, so I don't think we're ready to go just yet, but maybe we will be soon. Bracket's looking pretty good. I'll just run through the list of players I see signed up at the moment then, and obviously, I'll just run through what is currently the bracket, although this may change. So we've got Cure, Shameless and Milky Cow, Rex vs Aussie, Cyan versus a Laser, Creator, Nice and Art, Yakov, Percival and Bunny, Rogue, Honmono, Mana, Nicoract and Skillless, Gumiho, Lemon and Scarlet, RongYI and Trigger are the very noteworthy names in amongst the player list right now. And I do believe they've sorted the check-ins. We just don't have an admin telling us anything in the chat channel, but I'm sure we'll get some info kind of soon to allow us to get started, guys. So, like I say, should just be a little bit of time. Scarlet, Lemon into Gumiho. That would be my plan if no one else, if the bracket doesn't change again. So, yeah, we'll basically, we're waiting to double check if the bracket is going to finalize or not, basically. Obviously, we hope that it does, because I like that section, and that would be a cool set of games, and that would just give us a very easy kind of way to follow through and things to cast, basically, right off the bat. So, yeah, that would be a nice way to do this, but we will see very soon. So, yeah, we'll just take it a couple moments, guys, and thank you for a bit of patience, because, like I say, I don't know what's going on with the tournament actually starting or not. So we will just give it a couple of moments. Couple moments. Chill, wait. Patience is key. Did the bracket just change again? No, the bracket stayed the same. So the bracket does feel like it's staying the same right now, at least, which is progress in the grand scheme of things. But still no confirmation as to whether we should be starting or not. So the players are still in the dark as to whether things should actually get going or so here in the next few moments. So, like I say, we are very much so playing the waiting game, and everyone is in the same boat of just not actually knowing whether to begin or not just yet. So, bear with me, guys. Bear with me, and we can hopefully figure this out. Gonna try and get some info. Ask in the Discord, see if anyone can tell us anything. But yeah, just kind of chilling, guys. Waiting for this to start off. I don't want to show the bracket on screen per se, unless we have it finalized, because if we show it on screen, people may be like, wait, didn't you show us that match was going to happen, and now it's this match? So I'm trying to stay away from any confusion there, at least. Trigger just dropped a lobby link and everyone's like, wait, we can start? And so, apparently they can put in the scores, which kind of feels like the bracket is live. So, yeah, maybe we are going to be good to go. A couple of moments. Hope we figure something out, because obviously it'd be nice to know what's going on. But we don't, we still don't have any actual confirmation just yet, so. Admin is coming, apparently. Perfect. Alright, admin's here. Admin is here. Perfect. Alright, we actually are going to get some information going, guys. How many hours are you going to be able to enjoy some WardiTV today? I'm going to be here pretty much all day, guys. Yeah. I'm going to be here for this qualifier, and then in 3 hours we have 6 best of 3s. So, like, let's say 6 hours worst case, and then maybe 7 hours best case is what we're going to be live for today, give or take. a little bit here or there. So yeah, it's a pretty good day of StarCraft, to be honest. It's a pretty gosh darn good day of StarCraft. Alright, we'll ask Scarlet for an invite whenever she's ready to go, and we'll get ready to rumble. Perfecto, guys. I'm just going to close my StarCraft 2 on that screen as well, just because I'm not going to need it today. May as well not have it open. Yeah, apparently they started the bracket, but none of the players realized that the bracket officially said that they could start, and usually someone in the admin is, some admin is in the chat telling them to start, but no one was here, so a little bit of confusion, but all good, guys, not going to be a big issue. As we get ready to go, we'll go Scarlet versus Lemon, and then the winner of that plays Gumiho, so it's just a fun little section of the bracket just in general. We might even be in this section of the bracket the entire day. Top 3 do qualify, and yeah, we will have a quick peek at the bracket here. I don't want it to be too long just in case I miss my invite, but to run you through the bracket, it is what I said before, but Hero waits for the winner of Shameless and Milky Cow. Rex will be a favorite to play Scion or Laser. Creator will play Nice or Art. Yakov will play Percival or Bunny. Rogue will play Honmono or Nylon. Mana will play Nicoract or Skillus. Gumiho will play Lemon or Scarlet. And then we have RongYI going to play, very likely, Trigger in that next round as well. So that's our bracket. Like I said, I don't want to spend too long because I just want to make sure we don't miss our game or an invite or anything. That would be truly disastrous, so just trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. And otherwise, we are pretty much set to go into some more games here. Or into some actual games here, I should say, because we've not had any yet, but we will get some, like I say, very, very soon. So, a couple moments, and we will be fully on the way. And we'll kick this off. Like I say, we'll go Scarlet versus Lemon. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys want to see. I do see Bunny Percival being asked for a little bit in the chat as well. Yeah, we'll go Scarlet Lemon winner versus Gumiho. Honestly, Bunny Percival winner versus Yakov is also just a good section. I mean, just in general, I think hard to go wrong in terms of picking games here because we just have some good ones. So we'll just go. I think Scarlet's always fun to watch, and we haven't got to see Scarlet as much lately until recently she started playing a bit again. So always fun to get some Scarlet games. And I see Scarlet and Lemon both online and in the chat and stuff as well. They're going to play on NA. Perfect. Okay, then even better. We can hop on over there. I guess because they weren't going to play Singapore would be my prediction, so... Or maybe they just play at NA West, actually. Yeah, maybe that does actually make sense too, if we got Scarlet's actually in NA. Cool. Yeah, we're on the override server for these guys at least, so we'll just be a couple moments, guys. Just get that video's done, and we'll kick this off. So yeah, StarCraft is almost ready to go. Almost ready to go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool. Yeah, this is fun. Oh, again, top 3 qualify today, so that should make this pretty reasonable too in terms of entertainment value. Expecting some fun stuff in that regard. Beautiful. How's everyone's weekends going? Well, it's Sunday, isn't it? Yes, it is the weekend. Ask you guys what you've been up to, and then everyone's like, nothing, Wardy, and I'm like, ah! That's not the answer I need, and Looking for things to talk about here. Scarlet just told me soon. Huge. That is huge news. Oh, I can put these balloons away as well until next year. Where's the tree? Yeah, tree's gone. They cut it down. Turns out that once again the tree was actually just a scam to get people to subscribe rather than being a sign of love. You went to live on a farm. Even worse, it's actually just in the cupboard under the stairs. It legitimately is just, it just got shoved in there. Even worse, I ripped all of your names off of it. I ripped them all up. I was like, this is brilliant, you know? Feeling it feels good. Ah, the people that support me, what I do for a living. Ah, you know? Take this Twitch chat, rip, rip, rip. Yeah, it was fun. What can I say? Threw in the trash. Not. You know what? Not even. I threw you all in a Riftbound box, which is basically like League of Legends. So even worse, I put you guys in a League of Legends box, and now you're not even in the bin yet. You're just sitting downstairs. Couldn't really make this worse, could we? The disrespect. The disrespect. That's disrespectful. Yeah, it is a bit disrespectful, isn't it? My bad, guys. Sorry. I got a bit carried away. We are going to get into Tourmaline for our opening map of this series, though. So Scarlet and Lemon are going to host up, and we're going to get this ready to rumble here in just a couple of moments. I don't know if anyone else is joining us. Looks like Saber will be joining us, so Saber will jump in here, but otherwise we are pretty much ready to go. Just waiting for Lemon to join the lobby, and we'll be able to kick this off and into play. Beautiful. Alright guys, we'll take a moment or two. As we'll be into this momentarily. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Appreciate you guys. Is this the cup where we'll be an MMA show match? No, that's next weekend. That's the Hangzhou Thunderbird Festival or something. I can't remember what it's called. It's the Thunderfire SE2 All-Star, and that is next weekend. I am very looking forward to the... okay, they actually improved it slightly. Oh, no. No. It's still a 4 AM start, yeah. The 4 AM start for me, oof. It's gonna be a little bit brutal. I am gonna be setting my alarm for 4 AM, and we are going to, yeah, I'm going to be setting my alarm for 4 AM. We're going to be getting up and casting some StarCraft, guys. Going to get some early nights in and some early starts. Alright, we are on the loading screen, so Scarlet and Lemon will be good to go here in just a moment, guys. Thank you for all your patience, and thank you for listening to me yabber on. 20 minutes to get into a game. Sometimes it happens. I got this ready to go. How's the weather in UK? Well, we just had snow last week, and it's just snowed again today, but not as much as it snowed last week, so it's alright. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's the UK. Like, I mean, the weather's pretty mid here most of the time, so yeah. TLDR. TLDR, weather usually sucks, and it's still sucking, so nothing really new. In the top right-hand corner of the map, we actually get to start this off with the red Zerg player. This is going to be Scarlet, and she takes on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map. We have Lemon. Any prediction up? You guys want predictions? I could give you guys predictions. Just remind me to change them in the middle of the series. Oh, I'll change them after this series, okay? There you go. Go wild. Go wild. And I will throw us onto someone else's camera because I can. Because other people are in this lobby and I'm going to take advantage of it. I've got a 7-hour day, so I'm going to try and observe as little as possible. How's everyone doing? Again, thanks for your patience as we start up. Scarlet bringing this drone across the map, looking for the hatchery into this natural in the next few moments, more than likely. Seems to be the idea right here, so we get that all started and ready to go. And there is the hatchery going straight down, so the hatchery drops into place. and get that started up for the early few moments. This has become a very common lately. It's not that Zergs kind of go in and out of fashion of doing this, but they do seem to be liking it a lot lately, and there's been a few different ways of kind of going about it. Lemon not pulling probes early, so not a major response, honestly, to this kind of happening to begin with, which I kind of find a little intriguing, that we don't do something a little bit more kind of seriously kind of committed against it. So I'm interested, as I mean, just the Zealot, it means the hatchery will finish, and that means we maybe have a chance to get a queen out, which could be kind of interesting as well, perhaps. So we'll kind of see how, like, I guess we'll kind of see how that goes and how that plays out. Just going to see that Zealot still swiping for a couple moments and just getting things underway with that damage output. So like I say, this hatchery will finish. It's just a question of can you get a queen out in time. There's going to be a second Zealot, which means that we are going to have a couple units here already to utilize initially. Those two Zealots and that probe together are going to start swinging onto this hatch, and that will get a cancel in the end. So hatchery ends up cancelled. A couple of Zealots end up chasing the drone away for just a few moments too. So again, we push out on that. Again, the Stargate and the Adept and the Warp Gate will continue to build up at the same time here as well currently. So we get all of that coming into play. The link speed coming online as well, going to be a factor for this. Scarlet, yeah, just cancels, reset a little bit right now when we get back onto track in these next few moments. As yeah, in the end, Lemon just throws his next down on the normal location as well, so he's going to be pretty okay with this. He's definitely going to be feeling as though things are going the way he kind of wants them to. Like, you know, Scarlet committed to trying to put a bit of pressure on. He's dealt with it well. Now two Zealots come across the map, and Adept can go one way, and these Zealots can hit the third, and that means we can actually apply a good amount of pressure in these next couple of moments, and I like it. Again, some damage done to start us off in this one. So, yeah, this is the benefit of kind of having built those two Zealots, is you can apply pressure with them, and Scarlet's just not ready to deal with this at all right now. So her third hatchery will end up being delayed on the back of this counter pressure from Lemon. And, yeah, she really just can't do anything about it until link speed, at least I'd imagine, which means she's going to have to play off of two bases for the foreseeable future. Admittedly, yes, the expansion of the Protoss is obviously delayed too, so you can kind of make up for this a little bit through that alone. It's still not exactly the way that you want this to go overall. So, yeah, we'll see what happens as that link speed continues through. We just have ourselves a couple queens of Twilight Council, and so all continue to come up for the moment. Let's get this all up and running. Just going to be having the Twilight Council coming through, those couple of gateways coming by, the Warp Gate coming through as well, so we continue to get that just put into play for the moment here. The Oracle will make a move to the upper right, so now we're going to have more harassment from Lemon in these early stages. Lemon, someone who we've obviously seen a good amount of in recent time, and kind of disappears every now and again, but every time he comes back, I always feel like Lemon is still very freaking good, you know? Always someone that's very fun to end up watching a bunch, so always enjoyable to watch him, and we're going to see Glaives on the follow-up as well. It's been a weird game, and if Scarlet can't get a third hatchery up, she has to cancel it again here, this time against the Oracles. The Adept Glaives are going to hit, and they're going to hit hard in the game where Scarlet may be trying to still, you know, set up, or try to potentially, you know, just get anything on the go at all, quite frankly. Like, that's the position we're kind of in right now, where this is obviously not a pretty position, this is really not a good starting point, and we got to try and figure this out, because otherwise it's going to go very wrong very quickly if we're not careful. So yeah, we got to try and get this sorted and back on track. We're going to go melee upgrade. I mean, these Lings are going to see a couple of the Adepts. The Oracle's low energy, but we're not going to commit there. Can Scarlet get the info she needs as to what this is? Because right now, just pure Lings against these Adepts are not going to cut it. Now, if she sees more Adepts warping in, she might start to get the idea of like, oh, okay, you're doing something here. We know we're committing to a little bit of Adept play. And that information may be actually kind of critical in the long run, so we'll see. She drops the Baneling Nest down now. Will the Banes be in time? The problem is you've got to get a Bane Nest finished, then you have to morph Banelings, and Glaives is done very soon. However, Lemon is not shading onto the map for Glaives completing. He's shading onto the map now as Glaives finishes. So Lemon gets onto the map, but potentially in a bit of a later setup than we maybe thought he could have done. Like, he could already be across the map, admittedly with probably less Adepts though, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the reason why we don't try for anything extra here at the moment. Those Adepts do continue to make their way across. A couple Queens put some damage onto the Oracles right off the bat, and we are going to be seeing this Stasis Ward attempt. Okay, that's nasty. Going to send the couple Lings in. One Queen gets caught in amongst that as well. Honestly, not so bad. We just need to try and buy some more time, though. We are not ready at all just yet, so Yeah, we need a few more moments, to be honest. 9 drones already going down. Scarlet in trouble as these Glaive Adepts are going to town and getting to work, putting some serious damage in early. And it's going very, very well thus far, without a doubt. So, yeah, not much else to say on this one. This is just a successful start from Lemon on the aggression. And, yeah, these Banes are coming in now. It's actually a pretty good Bane Link connection, but it's probably still not going to be enough overall as these Adepts still go up in the main. We might clean this up, but obviously the damage is already done. So we don't really need to be yapping on about this or that. Realistically, this is a case right now of, you know, Scarlet took a ton of damage. This opening of the game was a bit weird. Lemon responded to it well, and the Adepts was just something we're not prepared for at all. Trying to get a Hydra Den up, 36 to 58 drones. I mean, what, we're going to be able to afford a handful of Hydras, but not really much else from there, unfortunately. And that's going to keep us in some trouble. Well, again, just going to have that Hydra Den finishing up, but I just don't see where we go. We build a bunch of drones, so yes, you can try and get back into it. You can try and do the things that you know, would do if you want to have a chance, but Blink is already on the way up, so the army composition is improving as well, so that's going to be a factor on top of everything else that's going on right now. It's just hard to say that there's really much going in your favor right here. Like, yeah, really difficult to say anything else than that. Let's just have... Again, the Ling's just going to gather back together again, so they're just going to rejoin for a few moments. I mean, Scarlet's going to retake a supply lead, but, you know, retaking a supply lead is a long way from being a truly successful statement at this point in time. You know, you're still down on workers, your army supply is just about ahead, and realistically a Zerg army that's just a little bit ahead of the Protoss, it's probably not going to end too well, you know, at the end of the day. So, a couple of Oracles even going to get the Queen, so just an extra little kind of punch in the face for Scarlet, who is struggling along after the Adept damage has obviously done plenty early. And at this point, we kind of need magic to happen. Lemon starts Storm, which is obviously even worse for Scarlet, because then there's actual splash damage to deal with the Lingbane Hydra that she's building into. I mean, she's redroned beautifully up to 74. Like, her economy is finally on track. That, like, her setup is actually... Oh, okay, take a moment here. Like, it's actually weird that her setup doesn't look worse. Like, don't get me wrong, she probably wants more army supply over her opponent, but, like, the fact that Storm isn't done, like, almost makes me believe a little bit. If, like, she was to attack right now, there might be half a chance. I don't think you can attack right now because I just don't think there's enough. So you're not going to get punished for this Storm not being ready yet as a Lemon. And then we get Storm ready and then it's going to be difficult. But, I mean, at least Scarlet is trending towards being able to take maxed out fights. The problem is that Lingbane Hydra doesn't always want to take maxed out fights. A lot of the time what Lingbane Hydra wants to do is to kind of take a fight, rebuild, go again, and just try and keep that Protoss army from ever fully building up, from ever fully being settled in the game. That's not going to happen in this case because Scarlet just can't put the pressure on early enough. So she just has to play a kind of a longer situation, in which case maybe it's better for her if she already starts looking at that future, which is probably not going to be purely Lingbane Hydra, but instead looking toward a Lurker Den, adding on an Infestation Pit, heading on into Hive, right? Just get that next phase of the game up and running because, like I say, I'm not sure Lingbane Hydra is going to necessarily be able to get the job done here. It's a nice catch on a handful of Zealots out in the center. Will morph all of the Banelings, so she is definitely going to try and make the aggressive commitment work, and it is up to us to see whether or not that will be the case now. As that first storm comes down, it's very much so a warning storm out over there. It does not really hit too much of anything. As a couple of High Templars continue to warp in, bringing those straight up and online there for a couple seconds. Again, the extra Banes, the Lings, all coming through and getting settled here. +2 melee going to be a part of this as well. It's going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade building on the other side, and here we go. Lingbane Hydra from 2 directions, attacking straight through. Storm comes into position. Storm all over this army. Big stasis ward as well. However, the Banelings do crash toward the High Templar, forcing them to become the Archons. Now, they're not going to be readied up straight away. Honestly, Scarlet, if she wasn't caught in such a heavy stasis, she might have a bit of an overwhelming kind of power here. As it stands, it's not going to be that overwhelming, but as these units come out of stasis, maybe there'll be half a chance again. Maybe there actually will be a bit of an opportunity. We Storm as these units pop out, these Banes figure out where they want to go. It's going to turn into whatever they can. The Archon and the Immortal going down as well. Scarlet still pressuring in at the front. Going to see Zealots starting to show up and no Banes ready to deal with them, so the last few Hydras are going to try and step themselves out of here, which realistically is going to be difficult. And we do get them away. The creep spread fantastic, as it always is in a Scarlet game. Creep is absolutely one of her biggest strengths, and that will be showing here on Tourmaline. So creep looking good. The Hive, the drones, the additional Hydras all coming up. Scarlet continuing to produce through with as much of that as she can get on the go right now. So bringing a lot of that up. Immortal and the +2 attack upgrade going to be part of this, as well as 2 more High Templar are also building through. The Archon on the way now from Lemon. The Observer building out. You have the couple of batteries also producing at the moment. +2 missiles, Overseers, Lings, the Hive, now the Lurker Den as well, all continue to build for the moment. So again, we get a lot of that up and rolling right now. Bring that through, get that underway. And Scarlet is going to have ourselves the follow-up, but also the supply at this point to realistically make a play in this. I will not lie, it kind of felt like Lemon took a lead and then just never actually had the lead which he had. Like, Scarlet built out of all of that adept damage and everything, and was just like, okay, well, this is fine. I'm like, no, it's not fine. This is anything but fine. Are we crazy? And the answer is no. Apparently we're not crazy, but maybe I'm the one that's crazy. Storm comes down on a few of those Lings and Banes, trying to find a little bit of value. I see a couple of units moving across. Just going to be seeing the army attacking in. Scarlet maxed out. She's obviously got an army elsewhere as well. On the left-hand side, she's pressuring too, so she's looking to knock down multiple bases here, applying multiple pressure on multiple different fronts, allowing you to more or less just kind of limit Lemon. We do knock the 5th base attempt down, so it's just going to be kept as a 4-base Protoss at this point in time. Following Hydra decides to back on out of there. +2 missiles, Adrenal Glands, all continue to come through too. Got that +3 attack upgrade also building as the additional High Templar are not going to stop coming out. The army on the right side settling. Storm comes into play already. I'm just going to see that Adrenal Glands and +2 missiles very much so continue to build for a moment. Alright, a couple extra Lurkers, the Spine Crawler coming up. Just going to be seeing Adrenal Glands and the Lurker Spines. As Scarlet, like I say, does not need to stay aggressive at this stage necessarily in this ZVP, because she is going to have the tech up as well. Now, it is going to be tech up from Lemon. He's going to get the Mothership online in the next few moments. So we'll have some additional units to work with, and is closing in on being maxed out. So Lemon is also going to give himself a shot here. Scott doing a good job of limiting Lemon to the 4 bases. That's going to be a big step in the right direction of making all of this work properly. It's going to be seeing a couple of Storms continue to come through straight away, so they're going to move over. Hydras, Lings, Lurkers, all morphing and getting settled for a couple more moments. Storm comes down, a little bit of Ling Bane, going to get caught in that right off the bat. So we begin with that, and now just going to be seeing these units still trying to press through. Lurkers, morphing are going to get caught, and a bunch of those get cancelled. Scarlet going to get surrounded in from 2 sides, needs to win at least something here. The Storms at least are not going to do much of anything, so that part will not exactly end well. Just going to be seeing the couple of cannon shots going through. The Overseer taking a few more hits. Lings and Hydras are plenty coming out right now, so again, a little extra coming through just for the moment. Just going to see Archon and Mortal gathering back to the bottom side. Lemon took a much better fight there. Scarlet does have the money to rebuild. I mean, the biggest issue here for Scarlet was truly just the fact that she was set up in a position where she was not really, she was more or less just set up in a position where she wasn't fully ready to go. You know, the Lurkers were still morphing, and so she wasn't completely set to take the fight. I feel a lot better about a kind of situation from here out, although the Scribble Lings and Hydras are getting caught and going down, and that does not really achieve much of anything. It kind of thought that whatever fight we saw next was going to be, like I say, be a lot more Lurker focused. We only have 4 on the map, and now we're going to get the Lurkers burrowed up defensively at least, which is definitely something that we need. So you can understand our concerns as things are maybe not looking as hot as we want them to. Mothership going to be here to add some additional spellcasting to all of this as well. Just going to make life even more complicated right now. A couple of Storms coming down. The Archons and the Immortals are going to be swinging. I just lunge forward to try and capitalize here. Scarlet already lost that topside base. She has base in the bottom right, so that's maybe not the end of the world. I will say there's not a lot of splash damage, which means that these Hydras actually have a lot of potential. The Mothership is going to be in trouble as Scarlet surges forward, charging into that Mothership. Going to surge in again, another lunge here. High Templar's getting picked off on the tail end. We're going to have to go off creep, but we will get the High Templar, we will get the Mothership, and Scarlet can continue to push on through for the moment. The Lurkers are going to burrow up once again. Just going to burrow that in right now. Storm getting set as well. The Overlord speed building. Hydras and Lurkers coming online. My goodness, this is turning into quite the game to start the day off. What a fantastic starting point for us. We've seen the Lurker will just put some damage onto this Nexus on that left-hand side. The Archons, the Immortals, are going to regather. We do see another 10 Zealots warping in right now. Next in the Stargate still building up. The Zealots are going to get through for the Lurker. As those Lurkers coming across. Couple Extractors coming down. Bringing a lot of the rest of this through as the Lurkers will continue to hit. A couple of Immortals taking damage right away. And now we have the Lurkers in an aggressive position. Lemon has to figure this out. Just re-kill the base in the top left corner of the map. But like I say, Scarlet has other locations she can work with. That is not the only position she has to be concerned with, right? Like, she has the bottom right now. There are Zealots heading over there, but if she can at least get a defense here, which there are a few Hydras nearby, then at least she's keeping one base alive. And one base alive is pretty much, you know, one base in the corner right now is all we really need to kind of keep enough mining going to stay in this game. The Tempest getting rid of the Hydras though, and as the Hydras go down, that means the Lurkers are going to be able to get jumped on. That's exactly what we do, jumping straight into those Lurkers right away here. Bam, and away we go as the Archons and the Zealots, Mortals continue to chase forward on top of everything else. Everything in the front from Scarlet will go down, but Lemon also loses a bunch. And now we're going to have a Nidus in the main base. There's nothing inside of it to pop out. Finally, a couple Lings pop through, but man, this could have been even more effective. This could have been even more damage on the board right now. You do see a couple of Zerglings are going to show up. They're going to nibble at some of these Zealots as well, so they're also looking for some damage to be dealt for the next couple of moments. My goodness, what an absolutely crazy little situation we're getting out of almost everything that's going on right now. Like, this is getting absolutely wild. +3 melee, additional Lurkers building up. The Hydras and the Nidus still continue through as well. I'm just going to be seeing these Lings and just a couple Hydras on this right-hand side, and they're going to start putting pressure on, as they also have the Lurkers back in the front. So again, damage looking to go nigh on everywhere right here. Spire coming through, the Hydras and the +3 melee upgrade still coming about. The Lings and the Hydras keep pushing at the front. The Mothership is going to be taking some more damage. Hydras trying to step through and jump onto said Mothership, but not quite going to be able to do too much just yet. The Nexus will indeed fall, and Lemon is not able to save this position for himself just yet. So Tempest at least will fire. I mean, the Spire on the way from Scarlet feels like a necessity, something that can fight back against these Tempests a little bit more reliably. Feels like an absolute need at this point in time. Lurkers do have to unburrow and just run away from this. The few Hydras are going to get in after Zealots on the top of the map. And again, Lemon is able to once again clean up in the center. Now, he loses this forward base, but he did get the left base up over the course of the last few minutes. So he's still going to be kind of like a 4-base Protoss. And honestly, I feel like Lemon is still kind of alright overall. Like, this game is not done yet, because Lemon's army is proving very difficult for Scarlet to kill. She's getting in positions where she can take some value and get something out of the position she gets into, but she's not finding a way to follow up on and to close out on those positions, and that may be the bigger issue in the grand scheme of things, as Tempests and Archons here gather together. The Mothership nearby. Going to see that Nidus network going down. And the Archons are going to swing once more straight into that hatchery. The rest of this army settling down for a couple of seconds. What an absolutely chaotic game. I mean, as we push across on one side from Lemon, Scarlet comes the other way. Scarlet has a ton of money. She's going to build Hydras. So I think she was thinking, do I want to build Corruptors or do I want to build more Hydras? In the end, she chooses Hydras. Just then, Lemon then recalls to protect this base. At the same time, in the middle of the map, though, we actually have some of the Tempest left behind. We try and capitalize and jump on them. Maybe we're at a point where, honestly, maybe a couple Vipers would go a long way. I feel like we're at the stage where a couple Vipers could just do so much. There's a lot of situations where I feel like just 1 or 2 Abducts could maybe just nab a couple of those units. We don't have enough firepower as Lemon to maybe fully stop it. It's just a wild game full stop, I think, is what we're getting into. Just going to see those Zealots still try and make their way over to the sides. And yeah, Nidus coming through. Hydras and the Lurkers coming about. Carapace upgrade will be a part of this. This army of Lemon pushing across the map's an issue. Like, Scarlet has 40 workers advantage, which means that she's got a lot more economy. She does not have a comparable army. 86 to 115 army supply, and I think Lemon is actually going to be on the verge of closing out this game 1 as we go the other side. I mean, unless Scarlet can make something happen on the base trade, her current army does not clean up this army of the Protoss. It's just full attack units, and after what's been a crazy game, Scarlet's biggest issue throughout has just been the army has maybe never really been cleaned out that often, especially since she went into Lurkers. And I think that's going to be what kind of bites her in the butt in the end. And Scarlet trying to survive in any way possible. We do see, like I say, the counterattack is getting some damage done, and Nexus goes down. She surges to the other side, but all of this is too late if she just can't... If you can't ever get rid of this Protoss army, what does it matter? Surely we don't fully base trade the entirety of the game, right? Like, surely we can't win just purely off of base trade. Although, to be fair, okay, Scarlet actually has a lot of real estate, so she has a lot of bases. And that means that in a base trade, she does have that advantage where Lemon has to spend a very long time clearing up all of these different positions. Scarlet does not have to spend that same amount of time at all. And that actually could be the game changer in the end where... Yeah, at this point, I think we've got to dive onto that Nexus and make sure we don't have to recall everything back. Because if we don't let everything recall back, I feel like this game stays a lot more open in terms of possibility for Scarlet. Yeah, army is coming in from the top side, so just started to return home. These units have a Nidus to escape, and so Scarlet can just say, okay, I get out of here for now. She's already rebuilding the Lurk, then she's already rebuilding her other bits and pieces. I love the Burrow, just something that could become very annoying here in the later stages of this game. She loses a lot. She goes down to 40 army supply against the 70. She morphs 13 Lurkers. But what are we going to... That's the only unit she's going to have on the map, 13 Lurkers. But what are we going to do about the Tempests? Well, there's one Oracle in the game, but she has nothing to deal with the Oracle. If she could get rid of the one Oracle, the Lurkers can never die. And this is wild because Lemon does not have any workers. So those that bottom left base is the only base, and as you step away from it, Scarlet could just make a play onto it. And if you successfully just make a play onto that, then this game is done. The Lurkers are going to move through. The Oracle's not here. Overseer going to see what's up. Drops a Changeling down. Scarlet has more Lings than Hydra's building. She may not need to rush into something. If she re-expands to the top left, it's possible her opponent doesn't manage to get enough done. She's going to dive on an Archon or two right now. No detection available currently for the Lurkers. The Revelation comes down, doesn't hit all of the Lurkers either. Scarlet dive on this army on the right side. She'll get rid of a lot of stuff on the ground now. There's going to be the Tempest still up in the sky. In the end, she cancels some of the Lurkers, by the way, which is where some of the extra Hydras come from. She's now going into Corruptors, recognizing the situation. With that Oracle is the only thing that remains to detect, but it will get a Revelation down. So, Revelation comes through. Now 30 army supply to 39, the few Corruptors on the way. If we can just get rid of that Oracle, then everything else doesn't matter, right? The Lurkers will just win the game if the Oracle goes down, but first we have to kill the Oracle. Maybe that is just what we can dive on, potentially. Maybe, possibly. I mean, this is continuing to be an absolutely ridiculous scenario. You just see the Tempest going straight onto the lead here. It's going to push through that. The Nidus being used once again to evacuate and reposition around the map at any single moment. Trying to make the absolute most of this scenario. And Lemon's going to say GG. Okay, so Lemon's just going to say I don't actually have an answer as Scarlet gets the final couple moves to make it happen because, yeah, I mean, he just has a base. He's trying to kill a hatchery. I'm surprised he says GG, but I actually do think Scarlet's on the way to winning. Like, didn't miss anything, right? It is just, he just thinks it's GG. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, like I said, I don't really disagree. I'm surprised in the state of the game he didn't play it out. But I do kind of agree that the game is over. But like I say, I just, you know, it was a weird and wild game, so I kind of thought we might see like him just stick around a couple more moments. What a game to start us off, guys. Lemon and Scarlet, game of the day. And it's game number 1. And Scarlet does get the 1-0 lead. This game started off with Scarlet in terrible position, remember, guys, right? She took so much damage early on. It was absolutely horrible for her. Everything went absolutely incorrectly compared to where it should have gone. Just a horrible, horrible state of the game, and Scarlet was able to pull it back and make it happen in the end anyway. So, credit to her. Makes it happen, makes it work, and gets the job done in the end, which is not easily done, honestly, a lot of the time. It's not easily done at all. Alright, we'll take a moment or two and resume on in to our next one, guys. We're going to kick this off and get this going. in just a couple of moments. We're in the lobby. Players may be taking a moment or two. No issues there. That would make perfect sense, honestly, all things considered. Like I say, it was a pretty hectic little situation that we just saw playing out, so no shame in taking a moment or two to figure things out here and everything else. Cool. We're just waiting for Lemon to rejoin the lobby, and should be then good to go, guys. So a couple of moments, get Lemon here. We'll kick this off after a hell of an opening game, like I say. Pretty crazy business. Start us off. Lemon says ready. And we get set to go, man. Such a frustrating one to lose because it was so close. And you got to feel at some point like your army was good enough. The difference in the end really was because Scarlet kept Lemon so contained on the map, and she had so much of the map. When it came to base trading, she had that inherent advantage of, even though her army supply sucked in comparison, Lemon just was going to take forever to clean everything out, and Scarlet multiple times over was just able to say, cool, take this base, cool, take that position, I'm not going to fight you here, it's okay. And that repeatedly happening is what basically gave her the gap to, you know, actually come back in the end. Actually, a very wild opening game of the day as we start off to the top right corner of the map with the red Zerg player representing the Shopify Rebellion. It is going to be Scarlet. I've got my Rebellion hoodie on today as well. Oh my god, the biased caster. We knew it. Unbelievable. Alright, Scarlet in the upper right and Lemon in the bottom left as we kick off into game number 2 of this best of 3 to see where things are gonna go. Very exciting. Alright, Old Republic, I probe across the map as we start off here in the first couple of moments and see just where things will head early on. And a couple of drones coming through, similar in the gateway, coming by. And getting the assimilator just all building up. We just take a few moments to get going here on Old Republic, so we get that all underway. It's all about settle ourselves into map 2 of this best of 3. And just take a moment to calm down and chill. We had to wait a long time for things to start today, but it was worth it for the game we got, and we'll give it a couple of moments now to, like I say, early game going to be standard. Obviously, a little hatchery forced over to the third base, but no proxy hatch or anything even. So yeah, compared to how the last game started, even things really do look a whole lot more normal in the very first few minutes. What's up, Fish One? How you doing? Morning to you. Hello, hello. Obviously, we started an hour earlier than usual today, guys, and in a couple of hours' time, we also have the WardiTV Winter Cup Group A that's going to be taking place. Well, obviously, I don't know how this bracket's currently progressing, but we're going to hope to more or less be done with this by then, and we can just switch straight on through. What we can also possibly do is, if this is still going and there's good matchups, we can finish this off, and I will let the Winter Cup game start playing, and I will just cast whatever we miss on the Winter Cup from replays at the end instead. That is also a possibility. So we can basically, TLDR, we can wiggle things around a little bit to just make it a comfortable scenario for the players and just make everyone happy. And TLDR, we shouldn't really miss anything all day long, so... I'll lose a caster here as Saber taps out. We just have ourselves Link Speed Queen on the way through. Stargate, the Adept, and the Warp Gate all building by, so we take a couple of moments to get that underway as well for just a moment or two. But yeah, the Adept and that Warp Gate are going to continue into play for the next couple of seconds as well, so we bring all of that up and about just for the moment. See where things are going to continue to as the Stargate is about to finish, and the wall off over here as well. Just going to get that in position, continue through, and away we go. Arc and Warp Gate both building by. Just gonna have ourselves a couple of drones we'll produce. A couple of Adepts get into the main. There's Lings and a Queen here to try and fight it. It's gonna force the drone pull more than anything else. I'm not sure if we'll get any drones at the end. Lings have link speed to catch up a little faster. Now we only have one adept. It's going to be a lot easier to kind of clean this up and make this not be as much of a thing. So, going to handle this pretty well overall as Scarlet. Like I say, just a much more peaceful, kind of slow-going, kind of setup game than what we had last time around. So, just enjoying that for the moment and seeing where it's all going to take us as this Oracle activates in for a drone or 2. And actually with this adept as well, it's going to be 5 drones dead in the left-hand side kind of kill screen. So, it's going to be kind of a lot of workers, to be honest, that go down the end as that is some lag. I mean, that could be anyone. That would be very weird if it was us because it is me. Okay. Alright, what's going on? It's not affecting the players, otherwise they would have paused. So I'm just going to wait to see if it passes over. But this is the NA server, so I'm kind of shocked to see it kind of dying on our side. Like I said, the players would have paused if this is affecting them, but it's not affecting my stream. My stream's up and running. I was going to give it 30 seconds or so, guys, and I'm going to hope that this kind of fixes up because... yeah, I don't know. You guys can hear me fine, right? Like, I know the screen is obviously, like, going to be stuttering, but I presume you guys can hear me okay. My ping just is absolutely spiking on the NA server. It's going down a little bit there. It's coming down. I think we're fixing. Yep, I think we're fixed. Yeah, you guys hear me fine? Yep, cool. Yep, just the NA server, guys. StarCraft in 2026, unfortunately. Cool, yeah. This was just StarCraft. Like... literally nothing else. It's so weird though because it didn't even lag the... I don't know what it is when this happens because this is what happens on the Korean server a lot, right? Where we see the lag, we see the frame rate disappear, but the players don't feel it. And usually if you properly lag, so it's something to do with the connection to the server, and the server is not sending you the information that you need properly. Whereas it's not overall lagging the game, like your connection's still there, it's just an issue with... I don't really know what it is. I don't know how to really explain it better than that, but TLDR, we didn't lag anybody else, which is what usually happens in StarCraft 2, which is what makes it so weird. That's why I didn't jump out, because if the players were seeing that, they would have just paused, right? So we just sit through it, and we come out the other side okay, but yeah. Alright, sorry guys, Glaive to Depths are here, and they're going to show up, and they're going to start firing, so some damage being done, a bunch of workers begin to go down, so a few shots right off the bat. And 7 drones go down. This is not looking pretty for Scarlet. Second game in a row where Adepts are going to make the start of her game pretty miserable, to be honest. We're just going to be seeing the Adepts continue to come through onto the hatchery and now turn onto the Queens a couple of moments. It's going to see the Lings wrapping around. The Adepts going to get cleaned up. And that is going to be a shutdown in the end. Actually was... I mean, beyond the initial workers, they went better than I expected, to be honest. As a spectator, I probably run on a different server, like a secondary player as a viewer, and that's probably what's lagging. And yet it's so weird because most of the time when spectators lag, the game lags as well. So, like, that's what doesn't make sense. Usually in StarCraft 2, if an observer lags, the entire game lags, and everyone feels it, and we pause and stuff, and you see someone drop, etc. But this issue, or whatever this is purely on, like, our way of receiving information from the game or something, because... our frame rate is what disappears, but it's not affecting the players. So, like, our connection to the server is still good, whereas the server connection to us is bad. Like, it's very weird. So, yeah, it's kind of strange. As we do see 9 more drones going down. Doesn't matter. TLDR. We waited it out, and we are good now. Let's just see 13 drones going down. So, Scarlet taking a beating. Supply is still okay for her. She's heading into the Spire, so I actually will believe a little bit, because as long as she's heading something like Mutas, I think there's a good chance Scarlet can make this game a little bit hectic, crazy, and busy, and make it very difficult for the opposition to really stand up strong against it. So we'll see exactly how this plays. We have a couple of Depths on the top side, going to try and be annoying as well. It is frustrating though for Scarlet having to deal with this every few moments, just another few Adepts showing up and damage trying to be done, but she's doing a good job of making sure she's not taking too much more additional damage from it all. So that definitely helps. A couple of the drones are going to drop and get to resume this one. Couple more meters still on the way. The Queen and the +2 melee upgrade coming up, +1 flyer attack, and the Baneling speed all producing by. Just going to be seeing those meters still very much so coming into play as the robo facilities double up and continue through as well. Just going to be seeing the Zealots peel over to the side, grabbing a Zergling for a couple of moments. Like I say, the mutas coming out are going to be a big part of this game, going to dictate a lot of what happens over these next few moments. So let's see how these mutas play out, see what they can do, see what exactly is going to happen over the next couple of moments on this one. Probes just transfer over, the Lings are still nearby, and they're going to back up and back around, just going to see if they can get anywhere special or particular, or just make things happen. Answer so far is no, not really being allowed to do much just yet. Being pretty heavily denied in that regard. Two more mutas, 4 Banelings coming through, that Bane speed continues in. The mutas force a couple more Archons to morph, so it gets rid of the potential Storm there. And these mutas feel as though they have enough to get at least rid of one Archon. I think they should back away now, though. So we got the Banelings against the Zealots, which are actually going to be connecting pretty well, to be honest, to begin with. That was not a bad starting point of connection. That part definitely was not bad at all. Oh, weird little situation. I mean, we've got a push coming up, and Scarlet has to deal with this, but I mean, she doesn't necessarily have enough to run into those Archons. The Archons are the issue. Like, the Archons are just very powerful right here, and they're able to do a lot to kind of shut you down and to stop this from looking to be kind of good at all, just full stop right now. So, yeah, things definitely looking a little bit funky for these next couple of moments. We do see in the end we didn't push in as Lemon tries to go back the other way. Now Scarlet can maybe use those Mutalisks to her advantage aggressively, so we'll likely start to see those coming about and starting up as well. Get that underway and see how things will head off here. There's the couple of Stalkers over here already getting chased. There's no blink in the game, so Stalkers are not the most amazing thing just yet. High Tempo that can get picked off as well is going to be a nice easy pick, so we get rid of that. And like I say, the mutas are definitely going to be able to do something. It's just a question of how much can they achieve, and we're going to keep building more mutas. I believe, honestly. I kind of believe in the situation. I kind of believe in the state of the game. Guess we'll see what exactly ends up happening. There's a little bit more Zealot Stalker Immortal gathering up as well, just for now. +2 and Blink both building through. Just going to have ourselves the +2 Flyer attack upgrades coming up as well. The Queen and the Overlords continue to come into play. Just going to see the mutas and Lings will combine to just get rid of a couple of units down that bottom side. The mutas going to get C1 Archon going down as well. I mean, we're just going to dive this mineral line. And Lings are into the natural as well. Okay, that's a bigger issue. The fact that we're going to have Chaos over there. Have to Storm a bit of a weird corner. And Storm is actually decent, though. It does hit quite a lot. Rest of the Zealot Stalker still moving through just for now. Continue through with this as the Stalkers, Archons all gathering up. These Lings there are going to grab another Archon now. The mutas in the main base are just going to go huge. 37 probes die over the course of this. And that is going to mean that Scarlet comes out with the W. 2-0 and Scarlet advances through. Gets the win in the end. Was quite the effort, but we got there. And Scarlet does advance to play against Gumiho, and the winner of that will play Trigger. So we just have a great section of the bracket we can follow through on. Let's have a look at the bracket, because we'll obviously just follow Scarlet, but let's just show you guys what else is going on, because we had a long first series, so there's a lot of updates. So, Shameless will play Cure, after beating out Milky Cow, and then we have Rex against Cyan, we have Creator against Nice, we have Yakov against Percival, we have Rogue against Honmono. He won out and went 2-1 against Honmono. Honmono getting a map school there. He'll play either Skilless or Mana. We now know Scarlet will play Gumiho, and the winner of that plays Trigger. So we're just probably going to follow Scarlet Gumiho, winner versus Trigger, to be honest, guys, is more or less where I'm aiming at, if I'm going to be honest with you guys. So I think that's just going to be our goal, and that's going to be what we aim to jump into in the near future. Cool, cool, cool. Let's do that. Let me just move this back over here, and we'll just go Scarlet versus Gumiho. I presume Scarlet's just hopping over to get Gumiho. But I'd imagine they're going to end up back over on this NA server, so we'll jump into that in a few moments. Don't forget new prediction, absolutely. Let me get on that right now, in fact. Thank you for reminding me. Like I say, we'll just wait for Scarlet and Gumiho. They will have to come back to NA. There's no way they play on Korea, right? So, pretty sure. This will be, yeah, Scarlet just hopped back over, so... Yeah, we'll go Scarlet versus Gumiho in the next couple moments, guys, and we'll get this ready to rumble. Rogue and Percival doing 2 tourneys in one day. Yeah, some of these guys are gamers, what can I say? Some of them don't stop. Some of them just don't stop. I'm glad that they were okay with playing today, to be honest, because I was going to probably have to... It was not looking great going into yesterday in terms of being able to get a group together for the Winter Cup for today, but we made it happen, so... Yeah. Made it happen, which is the important part. And that's very exciting, as we will... I think Scarlet's hopping around trying to find Gumiho. All good, all good. We'll just give it a few moments and hopefully get started soon. This next series. Hell yeah. Alright, Gumiho just hopped onto NA, so it shouldn't be too long. Should be able to get this going, guys. Like I say, just a little bit of back and forth to get things going, but we should be able to kick this off and get this started on up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh. Who was the last invite? I don't know. That's a good question. Who is the last invite? Maybe we should be asking you. No, I don't know. It's probably not. If it's not on the Wikipedia, then they've not accepted. So there's no point in sharing just yet. This is funny because I feel like now Gumiho hopped to NA to find Scarlet, but Scarlet hopped back to Korea to find Gumiho. I feel like everyone is everywhere they're not meant to be. What's going on? What's happening? Ah. I feel like everyone is hopping servers around each other right now. A little bit awkward, guys. A little bit awkward. No, Gumiho's also not in Korea. I have no idea what's going on. Now I feel like I just hopped server for no reason as well. Everyone just keeps disappearing. Alright, alright, alright. Hopefully we can get this sorted. Oh, okay, we got everyone in the right server at the right time. Perfect! Yes! We did it. I probably was looking at the wrong chat channel as well. Cool. It's like the Scooby-Doo thing where everyone runs through doors. Oh god, I completely forgot about that. A classic. If only there was some way to coordinate such things. Might be a lot of thinking and processing though, wouldn't it? Too much thought almost put into it. Alright, we are going to have Scarlet Gumiho then, guys. They should be vetoing, and we should be into that in a couple of minutes. Should be able to get going into our next match of this RongYI Cup qualifier. I don't know why, but this name is really difficult for me to say. RongYI Cup. RongYI. I feel like I want to keep saying Ryung Cup. Because my brain just keeps rearranging the letters into something that's like RongYI, Ryungyi, Ryung? For some reason my brain keeps doing that, so... Do we know why Reynolds doesn't participate in the event? Is he not already invited into the main portion? Oh, no. He might just not want to fly to Korea for a fly to China for a best of 7, to be honest. It's a pretty terrible format. Offline final, like a single best of 7 offline, like if you're basically making like a full travel day, like you're making like a 15+ hour travel day out of playing a best of 7, and then you have to go back the other way, you know? So some people just don't want to do that. It's a lot of money. I mean, it is a lot of money, but it's also a lot of traveling. And that's also going to be in between. Oh, it's going to be just after Home Story Cup as well, and a lot of the guys are already going to China already for the other event. And it's kind of weird, sometimes you don't get a multi-entry visa, so if you get a single-entry visa, for example, for China, and then you go and you come back, and then you have to get another single-entry visa for the next time you go, that can be very difficult because you're trying to go back in such a short period of time while also going somewhere else in between it. It's very strange. The format just being a single best of 7 offline, but like I said, I don't know what the tournament is trying to achieve or do or whatever, etc. So yeah, we don't really know what the dealio is. So yeah, not the end of the world. Just it's not super crazy or anything either. Just yeah, just kind of it's just a bit weird compared to the usual expectation of things, you know, and how things usually play out and everything else. So a little strange, but all good as we kick off into this next game. It is going to be Scarlet in the upper left and Gumiho in the bottom right as we kick off into this one. We get this ready to go, go, go. So, Scarlet and Gumiho, game number 1 of a best of 3 series in the next round of this qualifier process. Again, top 3 players will qualify today, so that should be fun. We have quite a few games left to go on this cup already, so there's one thing for us to think on just early on. As you see the couple drones and the hatchery all coming through and getting set up to rumble for a few moments as well. So just bringing a lot of this up and online. It's going to see that Overlord stretching across is going to go through past the hatchery and just obviously have that hatchery coming up as well. In general, is going to be a nice little something as well. So a few different little small benefits early to begin with. Figuring out what we're going to make things in the next few moments. Reactor on the way from Gumiho plays Reactor first instead of a Reaper first, so it's going to be a little bit greedy. It's something which really backfired on him yesterday, Nelly. Now he lost a game in a big, what would have been a massive upset. Didn't happen in the end, but yeah, Gumiho's been a little bit greedy on the scouting and stuff recently, so it's just something for us to look at and think on in general here. Just one thing to kind of keep in mind. You see the couple queens, the marines, the factory, and so all coming up as well, so we just bring a lot of that into play. So yeah, those couple of queens coming about, the Overlord still coming through, Hatch and so on the way out as well. Bringing just a lot of this into action over these next couple of moments, so you got a amount of that coming straight through for now, and we wait to see what really happens. I mean, it's ZVT, and sometimes in ZVT, if no one has super aggressive intentions initially, then not a lot really happens for the early stages, and that is kind of the way of things for the moment, at least. As a couple of those marines are going to continue out. That factory's going to lift off and move over to the reactor, it would seem. We can get some Hellions out after this 6 marine opening, so Gumiho will have those marines initially into the Hellions, so it's going to be a lot of units that could maybe poke forward and maybe try and do something as well early on, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that in terms of potential for further damage to be done. Definitely feels like a possibility to maybe make a few things take place here. As that starport continues by, the couple Hellions both coming up, that link speed is going to continue in as well, so we just bring all of that through for the moment. The Marine's going to get underneath, and that Overlord is already taking some damage. Overlord goes down, so Scarlet going to get supply blocked from these few Marines poking forward, and there's a little bit of a shove, which doesn't really feel like it should be able to do too much of anything. So it's going to start being pretty successful early on as we see the few Marines will continue by and try and play cleanup, but now the Hellions are going to run into the natural because the Queens are busy on their left-hand side. So that's going to give the Hellions some opportunity to get damage done as well. And as you can see, this is obviously becoming a pretty hectic little scenario very quickly. things getting a little out of hand even in these early stages, and not exactly looking ideal. How many rounds will be streamed today? Everything in this cup will be streamed today. It's a qualifier. It's one day. We go all the way to the top 3. Top 3 players advance and are qualified. And then we have WardiTV Winter Cup action after, which is 6 more best of 3. So whenever we finish this qualifier, we have 6 best of 3s after this as well. So we have a lot of StarCraft to do today for you guys. It's going to be a long stream. It's going to be a long stream. Factory lifts off, moves over to the reactor. We have ourselves the couple engineering base still building up. That command center building through Stimpack on the way in as well. So again, building or bringing a few different bits and pieces into action just for the moment here as we get set into place. One upgrades, obviously starting from Gumiho 2. He is going to be playing some bio here, which is not something he does 100% of the time. We did see him playing some mech yesterday, for example, so that's something else we can kind of think on for a few moments. And just see that queen production continuing and just coming across for a couple of moments to continue to get that set up just for now. And the 1-1 and that Stimpack continue to build through on that, so bringing a lot of the rest of this into action just for the moment. And seeing where we go. The Overseer pulls away. Off to the side. Bayonet still coming over as well. Banshee will be back over here as well to play a bit of defense. Just one Banshee. And don't hate that. We're just going to keep this back for a moment or so. Alright, well, we have the Zerglings going to run across. There's a couple of Marines here we can jump on and get rid of, but Scott decides it's just not worth losing the Lings for. Because the Banshee will get a few Lings overhead while we go for it, so just decides that that is not a worthwhile commitment, so does not send it. And yeah, Bane speed coming up, just going to be seeing the 1-1 upgrades, combat shield again, a lot of that continues to come through just for now. Still going to have the extra Marines all just building out, that factory still building up the siege tank as well, Reactor still on the way in, 1-1 on the combat shield, all building, and the infestation pit coming through from Scarlet as well, so much of that just on its way out, as the armory is going to finish very shortly. But 5 bases. Scarlet looking pretty cozy, honestly, early game. Is going to be behind on the melee upgrades, but is already working on an infestation pit, so her general tech is really heading in the correct direction for now, putting herself into a very good position to open up with, at least. We'll see where exactly we go from there with everything else. Those melee upgrades continue through, the Bane speed still coming up. 2-2 attack and armor upgrades, the combat shield coming by as well, so again, some of the extra little bits and pieces of this all just coming by for a few moments as we set this into play. The Hive continues to move through, Lings in production, Infestors coming out, and a few different little bits and pieces just on the way through in general right now, so, and a lot of this up, big push from Gumiho around that right-hand side. This is going to be where we see, does Scarlet have enough? She may be behind on upgrades, but she might have Infestors out, which could obviously drop some Fungals to try and aid you, and a couple of Infestor Fungals combined with some Banelings that have their speed already. Well, that can be deadly if Gumiho gets caught in the wrong position. However, he will have the tank sieging up that will look to try and protect this as well. So, across the board, there's kind of a couple different ways you can look at this. Scarlet, maybe she could give up this 5th base as well if she feels as though she doesn't need it just yet. Like, it's not something you have to hang on to right now. Like, there is potential success beyond this as well anyway, so yeah, maybe that's something we can look at here as the few Marines and the Queens go back and forth for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Banes trying to crash through. So far, Gumiho's position is good, and those 1-1 upgrades definitely helping you to trade well in this scenario as well, right? So, it's another little bonus to this just for now, as we have a continuation of this all continuing through for the moment. Brings the medevacs, move back around, 2-2 upgrades, and the adrenal glands coming online. Again, the concussive shells and everything else coming up as well. So again, we just bring a lot of the rest of this into play for the moment. This little Fungal going to grab a few of those Marines, going to grab a couple of these medevacs as well. We're actually going to see the medevacs in the end are going to get pushed back to Scarlet. At the end of this is making a bit more of a defense. Would have been nice just to get rid of that medevac. To truly have pushed that away would have been amazing. Obviously doesn't turn out to happen like that in the end, but I like that we gave it a go at least. I like that we gave it a try. As you see, the 2-2 still coming about, and on both sides it will be much faster from Gumiho. Scarlet, though, getting into a more comfortable position, obviously getting Vipers out, Adrenal Glands. These are other upgrades she gains access to, whereas the main army of Gumiho doesn't get other upgrades outside of the attack and armor upgrades that we're already heading towards. So just going to see the Zerglings en masse will run around. We have the Fungal that's going to be able to drop as well, and a few of those Marines getting caught straight in it. So they get caught up. Going to run to a corner. I love that little just dive into the mineral line there as Gumiho just saying, yep, look, I can just hide over here. I'm going to be absolutely fine in that position. Just going to see the couple Queens going to be good to get the Banshee, and now the other Marines continue to push forward. The Queens going to have to pull back and be a little cautious here for a couple seconds. The Banes trying to fire through once again. Scarlet going to get jumped on this left side base. She's re-expanding to the 5th base she already lost before, but obviously it would be nice if she could just keep one of these bases up and actually have it up for the future instead of having to scramble to get it back online again and again, which is seemingly so far the case of how things are going here. Investors are kind of low on energy as well, so that doesn't exactly bode well at this point in time. Doesn't feel as though that's going to be a major benefit to you, as you do see some Lings continue to run through looking for the surround. A lot of the SCVs are going to get grabbed as well, so we see a lot of those getting joined up on. I mean, it's a nice run by, and that's the sort of thing Scarlet needs right now, because the army kind of phase of this is not exactly going great for her, but if she can maybe win with some run bys, then maybe there's some potential. The problem is she's going to be reduced down to essentially 3 bases. She is going to get that right base up. That can now be a 4th. And she completely wipes the 3rd base of Gumiho, so she's good there. It's just a 40 army supply difference, and quite frankly right now, this army of Gumiho doesn't respect that at all. If we got to some Ultras from Scarlet, that could be amazing. She starts up the first one, but how much time can we really buy? In a world where Gumiho knows he kind of needs to just go, 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 is there ever a scenario where Scarlet buys enough time for Ultras to truly come up on the map and play cleanup here? She is reaching to them as we speak. She wants to get to them. She knows the importance of these Ultras. But like I say, can we truly get to these Ultras? Can we truly make something happen with them? It's going to be very difficult, to say the least, right now. I do not hold my hopes super high as the Bio comes back into the center again. Just going to come back through once more. Those 3-3 upgrades going to finish soon from the turn play as well. These Lings need to back away. Scarlet! That was not a commitment we actually wanted to take. That was not a fight we actually wanted to be part of. Unfortunately, that's going to be another situation where things are just not quite going the way that you want them to. Ultra's going to be there, chomping on some of this Bio. A little bit more being done once again, so we just get a little extra out of this. Ling Bane going to end up running straight through here as well. It's just going to come straight across. Just trying to dive in onto the rest of this army, and Scarlet with the Ultras out is going to be able to start pushing through. I didn't love the Lings fine, but I do love the Ultras fine, and she did what she needed to, which is survive through to the Ultras. It's good enough. It's going to be GG, and we are actually going to close this game out as Scarlet. What a ridiculous game. Scarlet's just playing ridiculous games in general today, as Gumiho just didn't have an answer to the Ultras in the end. Scarlet counterattacks and waits and just gives up everything she can give up to eventually get the W there. Can't really criticize that. That was, like I say, pretty much the exact play she needed to have a chance, given the state of the game when she was getting sieged up there and everything. Again, super reliant on her counterattacks. Super reliant on just trying to get things done out and around the map. And in the end, it works out as we get ready for Game 2 of this best of 3. Just waiting for Gumiho to join the lobby, and we'll be able to go into this in the next couple of seconds. So, a few moments, get this underway. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Scarlet leading 1-0 in this matchup. Ready and go, says Gumiho. Take a couple seconds, but we are going to be back into it. Any other results on the bracket? Yakov beat Percival. Okay, so Yakov getting to advance through there. He's going to play Coretta, who just beat Nice. One sec, guys. We just beat Nice, and then Rogue is going to be playing Skillis. That's a result we didn't know before. Skillis beating Mana. And yeah, the winner of this still going to play Trigger, so that's where everything's at. Let's jump in game, and let's get back to this right now as we kick this one into play. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Zerg. This is going to be Scarlet. She is up a game in the best of 3, taking on Gumiho. Game 2 of our series can Gumiho bounce back? Felt like he had so much of the opportunity that he needed in that last one, but just wasn't able to get through in the end. Falling a little shy of the mark at the end of it all. Now we get into this game 2 and see what's going to happen next. So, two. Old Republic. Scarlet with that 1-0 lead. Match Gas and Pool all building up here for a few moments. So nice to see Scarlet back playing frequently again. Like, it's just so nice to have like an extra Zerg in the in the player pool. Really nice to see a lot of these extra Zerg games taking place. So Scarlet's so fun to watch as well. I mean, right now she's in that kind of very fun place where it's like she's very scrappy in how she's playing. But that actually creates some very fun games, and yeah, I'm sure everyone would like to have, you know, be able to watch Scarlet maybe not have to just scrap it out in base trades and whatever else to see success, but like, it is very fun StarCraft to watch, and that much is definitely very noteworthy thus far. Let's just have a couple queens, a couple lings, the drone on the way through, so we get a lot of that coming up. Command center building into place, as you can currently see already. A couple of marines in the command center building as well, so all these little bits and pieces continue by just for now. Is this 2014 again? Gumiho's, I mean, yeah, Gumiho's a real old school player as well. It really is a fun little match, this one. Like I say, when it plays Trigger in the next round, Trigger's been playing great lately, just won his first ever WardiTV Monday last week, which was very exciting. We'll see if he can repeat that tomorrow if he participates. Did Cero retire? Nope. Just not any bigger tournaments he's going to play. And he's actually going to be in China this weekend, playing the All-Star event, so he will be... You'll see some Cero games over the course of Saturday and Sunday. Just to let you guys know that that will be taking place. Couple lings setting up. SCV in the depot setting around. Just going to be seeing a couple Hellions coming back through again. And a couple Hellions will get after the Zergling. Pick that off straight away. Nice, quick, easy pick off there. Marines will go. Overlord gonna take some damage. Just going to try and get across on that. The Hellions and the Banshee will be there for a couple of seconds, so a little bit more coming through. Alright, Stim going about, just going to be seeing the Marine on the way. Just going to be seeing the Fuelings and the lag continue to come through. A couple of Creep Teamers coming by. Things will just gather on that bottom side. Hatch are going to be put in place for the next couple of moments as well. Sorry guys, so funnily enough, someone's asking me an admin question. Now, you might think, Wardy, this is not your tournament. Why would they ask you an admin question? Apparently, I just run enough tournaments that they always ask me no matter what, so just trying to let them know that I don't know, / then I actually found a way to maybe help them out, but then realized I didn't, so sorry, me just getting distracted for a moment or two. Being given jobs when I don't even have, I'm not even meant to have jobs, you know? Unbelievable. Alright, 1-1 upgrades, Stim coming by. Those 3 additional barracks coming up on the side of Gumiho, Orbital Command, couple of SCVs, the Marine. coming up and getting running as well, so a lot of that continues by. As the extra drones will come through, hatching, a couple extractors will be coming up, the group spread continuing into play, and Scarlet gets into some nice fast melee upgrades this game, so we'll still be trailing the upgrades of her opponent, but not going to be by as much as it was last time. That said, we are already on the lair as well, so we'll see what we do with that in the next few moments. Just to know the tech, it's going to be the infestation bit, so I'm going to go into this kind of infester Ling style for the moment, see how this plays out. As we just see the Banshee going to get a few shots off on the hatchery, the Queens are going to step over there, chase that Banshee away for a couple of moments. Yeah, we just have the armory building up from Gumiho ready for 2-2 upgrades, so that's also should not really come as too much of a surprise or anything at this current point. I wonder if Gumiho is going to get out on the map and start to get aggressive or anything anytime soon, or if he wants to try and make something happen at some point. Right now, pretty laid-back kind of situation as we just see those melee upgrades continuing by, and again the 1-1 and the combat shield coming up as well, so we just kind of wait. I mean, Scarlet's going to get into her Bane Nest, and now the Hive as well. A few Marines will continue onto the Overseer. The Ling Infest that Scarlet was using is something we've seen Raynor do a lot, especially during like the 2025 Championship, and just last month in general, Raynor was a big fan of this kind of style of play, and used it to a lot of success against players such as Clem, for example. I know you might look at this and be like, how can we get away with no Baneling Nest for so long? But if you just have enough Lings and if they have good upgrades, especially with the threat of the Infestors, you can do a lot, because the Infestors, if they fungal, do good damage to the Lings, finish them up. If the Infestors force a split, the Lings get a better surround, and then they capitalize on that as well. So you really can just do a lot in those sort of scenarios. So a lot of situations that can go well for you as the Marines keep on pushing through. The Cryptumas going down and continue to head on up with this attack. I mean, this bottom base seems to be in trouble. I'm not sure if Scarlet is really going to be able to do much about that. So the 5th hatchery goes down. As the Infestor's showing up, she fungals on the bottom side of this. She actually has a good jump on the top side. The Hellbats are going to be a problem. Just the remnants of those Hellions from the early game still around and still able to do a lot. They actually clean up more Lings than anything else. The fungals on the Marines are great, and dealing with the kind of the bottom side drop part of that was much better. Marines and those Hellbats continue to come around just for a couple more seconds. Just going to be seeing the 2-2, plus 1 vehicle plating. Drilling claws all coming about. Marine Hellbat siege tank continues to come through as well, so we get a lot of this into play. It's going to be seeing the bio getting down the bottom side. Hatchery going to get picked off, and we are going to lag again. Because apparently the NA server just does not like us today. Again, unless if the players don't unpause right now, I'm just going to stay in and wait it out, guys. Obviously had this happen just before as well, but it's so weird for the NA server to do this to this extent as well. Like, this is super crazy, but like the players obviously don't see this, otherwise they would just pause, and hence we will sit through it and just try and get out the other side, I guess. How long did it last time? Like 30-60 seconds or so? It looks like it's starting to go down a little bit again now already, so maybe stabilizing. Oh, I DC'd. Okay. the moment I have a DC screen, we get out of there. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, the moment we see a DC screen, we're not gonna stick around. So it does. Obviously, if they felt the lag, they would have paused already. But the moment we start to have a DC screen, then they actually do see it, and we jump out. So I can't do anything about that, guys. That's just the Battle.net servers not being our friend. Like, the stream is fine, the rest of my internet's fine. The internet just doesn't want me to be on, or Battle.net just does not want me to currently be on the NA server. It's kind of dumb. Can't do anything about it. So yeah, sorry in that regard, guys. Can't really do much else there. Just thinking what we maybe do jump into, though. I guess we just wait for them to come out of game and we can just try and go back in. I mean, it should just fix. I tell you what, I'll restart my StarCraft in case that helps as well, but this is one of those scenarios where, like, it's just RNG and it should just not happen, and hopefully it just fixes and the NA server gets its doo-doos together, because yeah, it shouldn't be doing this TLDR. So oh, Crank was streaming. Can I maybe go on Crank stream? Oh, I don't even know if I have Crank stream for YouTube. Just thinking maybe I can show the rest of this game with on Crank's. Oh, freaking hell, that was loud. Oh, maybe Crank doesn't stream on YouTube. Maybe he streams on the Korean platform. I can't find it. I don't think I have a way to find another stream, guys, to jump on. That's unlucky. That is unlucky. Alright, we'll just wait for the game then, guys. Like I said, I don't think there's another way for us to really do anything about this. Maybe this stream. Nope, they're on Shameless vs. Cure. TKL's not in game. Rex is not in game. Yeah. Just gonna have to wait. Sorry, guys. I can't really do anything about that. That's just very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Sad. Especially after such a cool game 1. I felt like that game 2 was heading in a fun direction as well. Alright, in that case, guys, I'll run some ads because we literally have nothing to do until next game comes up. And we can go from there. Creator versus Yakov. I guess I can show you guys the bracket for a couple of moments. So we got Creator versus Yakov. And then we also have Rogue versus Skiller. So these have already started. Cyan beat Rex. He will play the winner of Cure Shameless, which is 1-1 right now. Shameless beat Cure the other day in the WardiTV Winter Cup qualifier. So that was a fun result as well. And then we're obviously going to have, after Gumiho Scarlet, the winner versus Trigger will be next up for us. We'll jump into that as well. So that's where things are at. Again, top 3 qualify today. So yeah, we're getting towards qualifying matches soon. Blizzard needs to get an intern on the server issue. Yeah, it's kind of it's honestly crazy that it's just a thing in general, to be honest. Like, it's just so wild. When it's so annoying because it's like, it's not like I just have bad internet, right? It's not like I'm just on a bad connection or something. Like, I'm literally streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm watching my own stream on both of these platforms at the same time. Like, my internet's great, you know? It's just the NA server decides, hey, we don't like you, and specifically me. Is the funny thing, because like, it just happens to different people at different points. Sometimes it's just like certain areas of Europe and stuff. So yeah, we just can't really do much else about it. I don't know what. I'm lucky that we had the moment that we lagged out, because I didn't want to stay in at that point. But I do feel like it was actually on its way to fixing. It just lagged out one time. I didn't want to. The rest of the players being annoyed at me. Trying to figure out where. Frank streams. I'm wondering if I can still find him somewhere. I just. Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't live stream on his. Oh, maybe it's here. It's lagging a bit, but maybe we can watch generally where this game is at. Alright, so I found Crank's stream, but it's on Chiswick, which is not loving my... Let's try go down to 720, because it just keeps buffering. Okay, it's still buffering. No, this place doesn't like us either. God damn it. Well, we can watch this in stutter step mode, guys. We can watch this in stutter step mode, but that's really about all we can do. Jeez. What is going on? Hey, what's up, Roddy? It's the 111-month resub. Every playoffs weekend. Can't believe the Bears game, mate. Can't believe the Ram Panther game, to be honest. Like, Panthers actually just rolled over and died after Nelly doing it. Actually kind of crazy. Turn-based strategy. Yeah, this is the best thing I've got, though, guys. I don't really have any other way to do this right now. Cause yeah, we don't have any other feed, and I can't really make this feed any better, because it wasn't affected by the quality or anything, so I think this platform just doesn't like us, I'm gonna guess. But yeah, we're just gonna have to watch from here, because yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna try and commentate over the buffering stream, but yeah, we can at least try and watch and see if something fun comes of anything, or or anything like that. We can just keep an eye on the supply, and we can roughly know where we're at, but yeah, I'm not gonna try and commentate over the stuttering, lagging thingy, so we'll just chat for a little bit. I don't know what I could possibly do to make this better either, to be honest. Like, I don't know what vivid screen means. Oh, I made it brighter. Does it still lag on 480, I wonder? Yeah, it just buffers all the time. It's just buffering absolutely non-stop. So we may as well watch the slideshow in HD. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, lowering the quality makes no difference. It's just the platform doesn't like us. I know, it's weird, but alas, such is life right now. TLDR, at this point in time, life doesn't like us. The NA server didn't like us. The Korean streaming platform doesn't like us. And it's turned into a pretty wild game as well. It's actually turned into a pretty wild game overall. There's ultras on the way up. Scarlet really ultra heavy. I mean, Gumiho having that bottom right base, I think, is going to be an issue for Scarlet long term. She needs to probably get rid of that. That hatchery probably dies as well. I mean, there's a way, but her army is obviously struggling right now, which is an issue in and of itself, right? So, I guess we'll see where we go. Ultra's going to move around. It's going to keep lagging. Do you reckon it would be any better on a different browser? I might try it. What mine's are nice. They soften those ultras up just that little bit, and it's one of those frustrating things that is actually pretty effective. You see the rest of Bio moving around. Taking a couple moments, the ultras diving through. The Bio going to step back a little bit. Was Gumiho in the army or something? You didn't see him in tournaments for a long time. Yeah, he was, but that was a long time ago as well. Gumiho's been back from the military for years. It looks like Gumiho is going to be powerful enough to push through and to win this one out, no? The fungal's good. If we get another fungal in and maybe the ultras keep on chomping, maybe Scarlet does turn it around. One more fungal! The last few units actually doing a lot of work. These ultras, I don't know how healthy they are, but they're surviving. Scarlet actually turns that around. That's massive. She needs to get, I really feel like she needs to send 2 ultras to the bottom right. If she can deny that bottom right base, that would be so big for her right now. Obviously unable to just yet. Hmm. This base at least gets denied. Like I say, the far bottom right base is the main base that I'll be mining for Gumiho right now, so if Scarlet can get there, that's great, but getting there ain't going to be easy. Ling and Festa continue to come through, the couple hatches coming about, scanning toward that bottom left corner as well. Marine Marauder, Medivac, all coming through. How long do they have to be in the army in South Korea? It's like in a year and a half, I think, nowadays. You're so impressed I can tell what's going on. The lag makes it so hard for you to tell. I mean, honestly, like, I can't cast this properly. I'm basically just saying the bottom right base needed to die, which Scarlet made it happen. I don't really know what's going on either, to be honest. It's so difficult to just like the reason I'm not going to try and cast properly is because trying to cast when there's no continuity and then you're like halfway through waiting for something to happen, then you're waiting for the buffer, like it just doesn't work. So alas, it's a little bit of a miserable situation, but I can't really do much else. So we'll just sit here. No game sound, yes, because we're watching a stream. As you might be able to tell by the fact that it is buffering every 4 seconds. Lagged out the game. The only stream that we can watch is lagging. was a bad game to lag out of. Like usually we have other people who are cast on Twitch and stuff, but yeah, this platform does not like us at all. I'll have game sounds back after this game. Just I'm gonna try different browser maybe. Do I even have a different browser installed? The only thing I have is Edge. I'm gonna try it. Maybe it just randomly works better for some reason. It does not. It does not. Okay. In that case, we sit here and we wait to see what happens. I mean, Scarlet's maxed out again. So, I mean, Scarlet's maxed out. She has a good amount of bases around this left side of the map. And realistically, I feel like... that's a great fungal. Unfortunately, she lost the Infestor that had a lot of energy left. She's going to lose every Infestor on the top side. She does have a couple Infestors in the center still. Mine is going to be a factor too. The Ultra's trying to dive down the ramp. It's a lot of hurt bio, but it's also a lot of hurt Ultras. Another fungal comes out of nowhere. It's actually going to be massive. No! No! What? No, the stream now just stopped lagging and just caught up. Oh my god, did she win? I think she won. Okay, Scarlet won apparently 2-0. Okay, Scarlet won 2-0. Cool. Alright, guys. Try 720p. Guys, I appreciate the advice, but if you think I didn't try lowering the quality when we've literally been watching the thing lag for 10 minutes, I'm going to be a bit insulted because you must think I'm an absolute idiot. Like, come on. I even tried to change the quality on stream like 3 times. Let's be a little bit real here. Alright, so Scarlet Trigger going to be coming up. We'll get into this in a couple moments. Get this ready to go. I gained 400 viewers in the lag period. My viewership has stayed exactly the same since we lagged, so I don't know if that's true. Unless I thought I had more viewers than I had. GG, I guess. Yeah, that's very sad we didn't get to watch that because that was actually a really cool second game as well. All right. Sorry, just chatting with players. I'm just trying to confirm that the lag wasn't there initially. Cool. All right. I gained 1 viewer after the lag period. I don't know. I'm sure some people showed up. I'm just saying my viewership. We didn't actually gain 400 viewers. I was like 900-ish before we lagged out. It's nice that we didn't lose viewers. I mean that's a bonus. Do 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 do. Is Scarlet Gumiho over? Yes. Scarlet Gumiho went to Scarlet 2-0, so it's going to be Scarlet Trigger up next, which is what we're going to try and get back into, and we're going to hope this time that it doesn't lag as much. No Terran left in the tournament? No, no Terran left today. Are you surprised? You know, I think low key we're having a phase of StarCraft 2 where Terrans are actually becoming an endangered race. There's only a few of them, and they all get auto-invited, and you notice it in these qualifiers, right? Because there's only so many, so that a lot of them already get invited, and then there's no other Terrans signed up, although, I mean, Kua losing to Shameless is a surprise, right? So, yeah. What server if it's Russia versus China? Probably West, Central West? Alright, they're figuring out some stuff. I'm trying to help people, but no one's listening. Everyone's furious because they're using EPT rules for the servers, and everyone's just like, "You hacking what? You want me to play on what sort of latency?" Oh, yeah. All right, we're gonna try and get into Scarlet Trigger here, and hopefully we don't have as many issues, guys. Hopefully we have a little bit of a smoother time here, and get this rolling without any issues. So we get this on the way and kick off into Old Republic. We're in the lobby, so it should just be a couple moments, and we'll get this going into some action. Do you have any prediction availables? We could. Hey, what's up, Taka Stuff? Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's try and not lag out of the game this time. Operation attempting to not lag out is a go-go. Old Republic coming through. Get this set up. Get this on the way and kick this off. Thank you for a bit of patience, guys. And again, sorry for the issues. Hopefully, getting resolved here. Hopefully we just don't see any more of it. It happened early for like a minute, then it went away for a while at least, so hopefully it's just going to stay away for a while. As we have on the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player, this is going to be Trigger. Against the red Zerg. On the bottom left, it is Scarlet. Some ZVP then. I mean, Scarlet's earlier ZVP was a lot of fun, so let's see if we can repeat that. I do think Trigger's going to be a bit of a tougher opponent, but we'll see. Over the next moment or two, as the hatchery comes down, just going to get that gateway on the way up as well. Enable in-game sound. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize I had that muted. Alright, if probes going to nibble up at the hatch, so it's going to take a moment or so to pressure through. I forgot I muted it to you guys when I was trying to find the stream because I didn't want you guys to get deafened by random YouTube videos. Alright, I could still hear it is the thing. Obviously you didn't miss out on the last game because we were watching the stream anyway. So you maybe missed out on some of my own StarCraft background music, but that's about it. So not too crazy. As those probies get to business, obviously picking their way through this hatchery, and that's going to be a different defense to what we saw Lemon going for earlier. It's going to be a no Zealot defense out of Trigger, who will have to deal with the Evo Chamber as well now. We'll just go directly move into an Adept at this point instead, so head into the Adept, no Zealot production to get things underway. Those 6 probes just keep on zapping their way through. Chamber cancels in the end. I'm just going to make sure that that drone doesn't do too much else. It actually becomes an extractor, which is a mild annoyance, but too much else. Nexus, Adept, all continuing through as well. It's just going to bring that up. Just going to see that one probe nibbling at the hatchery already, so a bit of damage being done. Continue to get this rolling as the extractor comes down into place. So like I said, just going to try and deal with that at the same time as everything else that's going on here for the moment. Get this all settled into play. Probe keeps nibbling. Hatchery taking some damage to Adepts. Going to come shading across for a moment or so as well. I'm just going to be seeing... Again, next to Stargate all coming through, that warp gate building up. Link speed is on its way by as well, so again we get a lot of that into play over the next couple of moments here. And see where things will end up. Just gonna have ourselves the Lings and the Queens gathering together. I paused my own stream, and it's annoying me that it's not moving because it keeps making me think there's something wrong, or that I haven't put the correct overlay on. Alright. So, a couple of devs going to fire through. Got a Spore Crawler here taking some damage already. The couple of drones and queens still building up. We do have the Warp Gate and Oracle also built into play right now as well, so we bring a lot of that into action just for the moment. Need to get that on the go just here and see where things will go. The Oracle still flying about overhead. The few Zerglings going to move around for a few moments as well. Queens in production. Oracle and the Warp Gate all building through. The Zerglings do begin to take a step down to the bottom left side of the map, so they're going to journey over in that direction already. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate just continuing through. The Oracle going to activate in for one single drone already. The Oracle very nearly going down. Not quite going to be enough in the end. We'll just see, again, they're building. Adept and the Warp Gate all building up. Let me take a few moments to move on from here. Nexus. It's going to drop onto the third base. Feeling setting up, the Adepts moving around. And we take ourselves a couple moments here. The Oracle's going to activate through for the immediate drone kill. It's just picking off that already. And the rest of the Lings go back over the right-hand side, so they're going to see what they can do as well. They just take a little bit of time. Twilight Council and Forge, Nexus all continuing up. A couple of probes coming by that lair, building through. A couple of Overlords and that Eva Chamber again, still just on the way. Not really too much sign of what we're going to see overall here just yet, right? I mean, lair roach. I mean, I guess we're probably more likely to see roaches at this stage, and roach speed will start. I guess when I say there's not much sign of what we're doing, it's more so a case of there's just not much sign of anything going on, which generally then means it would make sense if we head in towards the kind of roaches, because that's what we already have somewhat set up for. So I guess we did kind of know what was coming in the TLDR of it all. A couple oracles into the main, going to try and find a drone or two. Just going to get a campfire. A kill right there is actually kind of neat as well, so a little bit more damage coming out on that. Again, +1 blink coming through, that roach speed building, Temple Archives on the way by as well, just for now. Let's just bring a lot of this up and into play. Oracle's going to activate. The feelings is going to get onto some rocks for a couple of seconds as well, so again, trying to find a little bit more action just where we can. I mean, again, 3 drones going down, Scarlet taking some damage early. Temple Archive still coming through. We need a couple of gateways coming by. Storm is obviously going to be nice, but it's not going to be as effective against the roaches as it would be against other compositions, but in this case we're not really being picky. We're just trying to try and make something work wherever we can. Oracle's activating for a creep team or so. And a little bit more damage out. Still got the +1 missiles and that Overlord speed building as well. Continue to bring that online as well. So again, a lot of this continue to come straight through for the moment. Flings roaches, the Ravager's morphing into, so again, everything gathering here will at least take a moment or so to get set. The Drop Lord is building from Scarlet, so she is getting ready to send it. The Drop Lord's the aggression. 70 drones, but obviously wants to kind of be all over the map and trying to break trigger down quickly is going to be the game plan at the moment. So getting ready for that. Again, the Stalkers gathering together, that +1 and the Blink both coming through. It's going to be seen again, the Fieldings now loading up into the Drop Lords and already starting to make some progress forward. Rest of the Roach Ravager coming by as well. Getting all that set. Stalker's going to shoot. The damage being dealt. A couple of Adepts going to shade around. He's going to drop a couple more Crypt Humors into place. And you have our Link still pressing forward. Roach Ravager Queen all going to be there. Now Drop Lords into the natural expansion. So Skull moves up the left-hand side. The Drop Lords into the main bit, into the natural. Have potential. There's a lot of Ravagers on the left. The Lings are going to fully unload here. There's an Immortal that's immediately in trouble. The Oracles show up. These Lings need to decide where they want to go and what they want to do. Like I say, the Ravagers just going to take advantage of the split to the best of their ability. Try and do as much as they can. In these next couple moments, those Lings are going to pop out of stasis. Another little corrosive vial coming down already. Scarlet loses a lot of her supply. She only kills 4 workers. She obviously causes some lost mining time on that natural as well, but I just wouldn't say that that's really all that impactful, and I don't see these Ravagers really getting very far forward as well right now either, so it feels like we're really hitting a little bit of a brick wall here in terms of damage that we're able to do, and I'm not sure if this is going to be enough, especially as Trigger blinks forward and the Ravagers begin to go down. This starts to look obviously pretty ugly and pretty brutal, and I think that that's going to more or less just seal the deal on this one, as you do see Scarlet unable to really hang on in there. Trigger able to defend and get across the map now. Will chase straight over the other side and should look good while doing so to take a game 1 of this best of 3. GG to Scarlet, and Trigger goes up by 1 at the start of the series. So Trigger will take a 1-0 lead. We'll head ourselves into a game 2 in a couple of moments. See if Scarlet can bounce back or not. So you're already up for that, guys. Well, it's gone. So the winner of this plays Rogue, and then we have Creator, Shameless, and Cyan still alive on the top portion of the bracket. So that's also taking place. So we're probably just going to follow through as the TLDR, right? We do the winner of this versus Rogue, and then we probably just see where we're at. We might even just be in WardiTV Winter Cup time at that point and switching over there. So we've got a couple things to keep track of that, but yeah, that's roughly what is happening as we wait for our next players to, well, the same players, to be ready. It's been a fun section of the bracket to follow. Outside of the couple of technical issues, it's been some great games, and Trigger definitely making this one look a little bit easier. Scarlet not able to kind of scrap this game into some of the scrappiness that she's had in the previous games, right? So definitely a factor as we load in for game 2 on 10,000 feet in just a couple of moments. Hopefully all our server issues are truly behind us as well. I'm done with these things. I just want us to watch some StarCraft, man. I don't want to see the lag and all of this and that. So let's hope we're done with that, like I say, for now at least. Just waiting for Scarlet to join the lobby, and then we'll be able to swap players around and go to this game number 2. And Go called, 10,000 feet coming up, and Trigger looking to move into what would be a qualifying matchup. Again, if you win this, you get 2 chances to qualify, because top 3 qualify today, so if you're in the semi-finals, you get a second opportunity. So that would be nice, because obviously if you lose the first semi-final, you have the 3rd place match as well. Alright, heading into 10,000 feet. Just a couple of moments. Oh, we are stuck on the loading screen. Nice. Ay. We're getting there slowly. There we go. We made it. This is a long load screen. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player who does find themselves up 1-0 in this series. It is going to be Trigger. In the bottom right-hand side, the red Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion is Scarlet as we get into game number 2 and see if Scarlet can bounce back. Over to the natural location, just going to set up over here and see if there's anything in particular it can get up to for a moment or so. Just going to see the hatch coming through, the couple of drones coming by. Take a few moments and get settled for now, as you just have the rest of this coming through as well. Hatch got some pool coming up, so there's a lot of that coming into play right now. A lot of this getting ready. And yeah, we'll see exactly where we take things next moment or so as we set this all out and into action. Over the next moment too, really just gonna sat here chilling, guys. Hatch coming up. Similarly coming down as we get settled here for now. Just gonna see a couple of the probes doing a little bit of scouting as well, so a little bit of scouting coming through. Again, Cybercore and the Nexus continue to come about as well. Yeah, next in the Stargate building through. Links be coming up. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming about. It's just going to take a couple of moments here. Get all of that moving. No! Am I just straight up lagging this time? This might not be me. I was going to say, this one... This didn't feel like me because it just came out of nowhere. So, yeah, that's a straight up DC from Saber. No Clem. Clem is not in the qualifier because he's in the main portion of this tournament already. He's invited. Hey, not me. It's not good though, because I think they're having similar issues to what we are having. So it's not great that their issue just got worse, to be honest. It doesn't bode well for me, to put it simply, honestly. It doesn't bode well for me at all. Yeah, trouble abound. Trouble abound. Say we're going to drop. It's going to get this back on track, guys, so hopefully we can resume, but yeah, not exactly a great situation here to be kicking off with at the moment. Step shading by. Queen just going to move over for a couple of seconds. Do you have the link speed? And so, all coming up, so we get that ready. And Voidray and the Warp Gate building up as well. So, got a lot of that coming through right off the bat here. And a couple of Adepts will try and make their way forward to get some damage done as well. So, just going to go strain with this. Look for some work. Gonna be able to get rid of 2 drones pretty quickly, but the Lings and Queens are there. So, it'll be 2 drones, a Ling. And then that should be about it. And do we lose both Adepts, or do we just lose the one? We're going to lose both, so... kind of fine on both sides. Like, Trigger gets the damage done he wants to do. Scarlet cleans it up pretty quickly without too much issue. I think across the board, you kind of look at this and say, yeah, this was kind of alright. I don't think anyone's super sad about it. I don't think anyone's overly joyous about it. It's a very kind of neutral experience. With the Adept... we'll shade back into safety there. The Feeling shouldn't do too much, and the Void Ray does allow us to go Overlord hunting, which already begins. First Overlord going down very quickly there, and a couple extra Overlords already in production as well, so bringing those straight up as the Fleet Beacon and the Gateway continue to come by as well. So again, we get a lot of that extra coming through for now, and Stargate, Fleet Beacon all building by, bringing a lot of that, say, into play immediately. I'm actually going to go with the second Stargate, and the Fleet Beacon really obviously allows us into that kind of different style of play than what we might have been expecting at first, so it's going to definitely make this kind of fun as well, as we'll see how that pans out in these next few moments. What do we actually build off the second Stargate? Like, is this a rush to Tempest? Are we maybe going to go carriers? Tempest is definitely the more common route for this as of late, but yeah, I'm not going to say I'm completely convinced. Let's see what Trigger does. It's just going to be Tempest. Definitely, I mean, they build faster. You could argue maybe the Tempests don't do as much as carriers, but carriers are definitely taking just a backseat in general in PvZ lately. Like, we see them every now and again, but they're not this kind of major unit that they once were, right? So, yeah, definitely an interesting state in that regard. Void Ray gets there. Hatchery goes down. A couple Queens still stepping through. Roaches and the Roach speed continue to build up as well just for now, so get that all set up. And those Tempests still building by as well, so we're bring those straight into play with this settling. And I imagine I'm going to start putting some pressure on. The Tempest going to settle in the middle of the map and attack here on this base, and that's likely why we go for this build in this scenario, because it actually gives you a chance to really do damage quickly and to, yeah, actually make things happen, basically. Which is not always the case otherwise. Let's see, the Tempest still gathering about, so again they're going to move over for a couple of seconds. I see the Tempest firing, the Queen's still taking some damage. The Roach speed finishing shortly, Spire coming up in a moment or two. Again, Hatch drones, the Queens, all that building by. As you have our Void Ray going to activate it. Help against these Roaches. The counterattack from Scarlet. I mean, we get Lings into the natural. That might be the bigger factor. Lings into the natural and main may be able to cause some chaos. I mean, Tempest get pushed back, but only after they did a bunch of damage themselves already. So that part definitely went fine. The Lings are going to get cleaned up, so the main base attack is not going to do much. I thought that access was going to, like I say, maybe mean trouble, but really has not been too bad in the end, as now the Tempest is still getting pushed away by the Queens. We're about to have the Spire, so Scarlet will have access to Corruptors now. A more reliable way to shove these Tempests out of here and to push them back again. Expecting that to be a continuation from this point on, as that Spore Crawl will take a few more hits. The Queens are going to take some shots as well. A little bit extra being done already. Attempts to get rid of another queen, looking for another one again. Again, Spore Crawler's getting zapped so far. What's up, Corner76? 28-month resub, year's not a month old, and already Cubs is going to be a great year for SC2. Hell yeah. The prize pool for this tournament is $20,000, guys, and talking about why Cyril isn't playing is probably because the finals are offline in China. So he probably doesn't fancy having to fly to China for a second time to play a single best of 7. I'd imagine that's quite off-putting, so that would be my guess as to why he doesn't participate in the RongYI Cup. And there's the Cryptors. I'm going to get in after the Void Ray. Just going to be seeing how the Cryptors trying to get in the Tempest, but this is just not going well. The Stalkers are going unanswered. The Corruptor's all going down, and I think Scarlet is just dying here as Trigger. Looks as though he will get the chance to play the qualifying matchup against Rogue in the near future, as those Stalkers and those Tempests continue to push on through. And this really does just feel like Trigger has had a very solid series. Scarlet really scrapped together some results in this qualifier today, but just fallen a little bit short of the mark in the end. Well, a little bit short, I mean, would have had to go through Rogue after this, but just didn't quite get enough momentum in against Trigger's build in Game 1 or Game 2, really. That's going to round us out, and Trigger is going to take the 2-0 to take us to the next matchup, which will be Trigger versus Rogue, which should be on the Korean server, which should mean we get away from any potential lag, because the Korean server, well, actually, I guess I haven't watched on the Korean server today, so maybe the Korean server's not behaving either. But the American server hasn't been behaving, so maybe switching to the Korean server is at the very least going to do us no more harm. So I guess we can kind of take that into mind or so. Yeah, I guess we'll see. All right, we'll take a moment or two, guys. We'll get ready to go and resume very shortly. More action coming up in just a couple, as you have more SC2 on your way in the form of this qualifier, and then in about 45 minutes' time, we have the WardiTV Winter Cup action beginning. So we'll be able to jump into that in about 45 minutes as well with ByuN, Percival, Rogue, and Classic. So we should be able to get this started. It's going to be Rogue and Trigger, so I guess we hop on over to Korea. We get that ready to start. Perfecto. Perfecto, perfecto, perfecto. Let's do it. I'm gonna BRB a moment, guys, while we wait for this Rogue Trigger game. Cool. I'll BRB a couple of moments, guys. It's Rogue Trigger when we come back in a qualifying match. See you guys in a moment. BRB. Alrighty guys, welcome back, how we doing? It's going to be Rogue Trigger when they are ready, which I imagine is going to happen fairly soon. Just give it a couple of moments and get this up and running, guys. Thanks for your patience. I guess they'll get this going in a couple of seconds. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Alright, yes, so yeah, we're just waiting for them to veto, and we should be able to go into this PvP, my friends. Thank you for joining us today. Like I say, after this, we have the WardiTV, Winter Cup coming up, so we've got 6 more best of 3s. Whenever we get done with this first round of action, guys, so with this first qualifier, we've got 6 more best of 3s coming up. It's very likely, so I actually think what we'll probably do is we might just finish this series of Rogue versus Trigger, and then we might just not do the rest of this qualifier, because if Rogue wins especially, it's going to become a bunch of PvP, but we might just be pretty much on time to just move in towards the Wardy tournament, and then we just move into the Wardy tournament, and that just kind of makes sense as well, right? So we're probably going to do Rogue Trigger and then go into the Wardy Cup. We might not do this exactly the next few days, we might change it up a little bit, but I think that's generally a pretty reasonable kind of plan of action right now, so I think we're going to go for that. I'm presuming they're allowed to start because I don't think we're waiting on anything else, but maybe we are. I'm not 100% sure just yet, to be honest, so I guess we'll find out shortly. Get this set up and ready to go. No information just yet, though, so give it a couple of moments and figure this out. Oh, there we go. Title Citadel lobby coming up. Perfecto. Perfecto. Let's started and underway. And get this into action. Alright, so as you can hear, the countdown is ongoing. And we have Trigger versus Rogue coming at you guys for some PvZ. Let's jump into our game and we get this ready to go. In my head, do I call all of my tournaments Wardy Cups? No, in my head I have... It depends what tournament it is, but I have names for every tournament, right? Like, I guess it's not too far off the beaten path, but like, I don't ever call anything Wardy Cup because I already know if I'm thinking of it, that's my tournament. So I just say, like, in my head, I guess, for example, like when we do the European League, I just say European League. I don't say, like, in my head, I just say European League. When I talk to Helen, I say European League. I don't say WardiTV European League, you know? And like, I just call the Monday Cup because I'm usually referring to my own stuff, right, when I talk about these things. So, and if I'd not told my own stuff, I guess I'd specify it differently, I guess. So yeah, there you go. I don't call any of them Wardy Cups, I guess. Isn't that very unexciting in the grand scheme of things? Alright. So we're going to get this underway. We're going to start off a drone moving about. And we get moving for a couple of moments early. And get this up and running. And see where things are going to go. Hatchery coming down, the gateway and the probe coming up. If your drones continue through, you take a couple seconds to get settled down. And the hatchery and the drones will build into place. As the early stages is not going to be anything super wild just yet. No overload on the move. Excited to see what Rogue does. Rogue, a player that can absolutely mix things up and be aggressive and be a very fun player to kind of watch in general. So, kind of excited to see what he's going to come out with on this one. I do think it's going to be fun to see what sort of style he brings across the course of this best of 3. Trigger Already playing a couple of fun things himself against Scarlet in that previous match as well, so also someone we can look forward to some fun and games with here. Bracket seems messed up for the RongYI bracket. In what regard? Is it just not updated? Yeah, I think Scarlet, the Scarlet results just didn't get updated or so. But this is the semi-final between Rogue and Trigger. Yeah, I have no control over it, so I can't really change anything. Usually the challenge is the most up-to-date thing, but in this case it's just a little bit behind because players didn't report their results, but everyone knows what's going on, so then no one has tried to report further results and so on. It's a thing, it happens sometimes. But yeah, that's all it is. So yeah, this is the semi-final between Trigger and Rogue. Qualifying match, as I mentioned as well. Qualifying match. Exciting stuff, guys. Exciting stuff as we get set up to rumble here and see where we go. Warpgate coming through, that link speed coming up as well, so bringing a lot of that up and online already. It's just bringing a lot of this into play right from the starting point. Get this going. And yeah, looking pretty cozy for the first few moments. Yeah, that link speed still continuing through as well. Just going to be seeing the Adept and the Warpgate building through then. The hatchery is on its way. And we get the few Zerglings coming up as we speak as well. Just bringing that straight into action. The Void Ray going to be a fun part of this, I'd imagine. Yeah, Void Ray is something which is being used more and more and isn't really that kind of a weird quirk anymore in this matchup where it used to be before. It's just becoming such a normal way to kind of go about things now, so... And Void Ray on the way up, bringing that straight into play and getting that going the next few moments. Again, the Warpgate and the Void Ray all building by. Just going to be seeing the link speed, the Queen, the drones coming through, the hatch and the spores will build alongside the rest of this as well. Queen just going to throw another inject down onto this hatcher on the natural, and we can set up and continue on through for the moment. Order activates, a couple lings get turned the other way. Again, the Oracle and the Warpgate still building. 8 more drones coming down, 3 hatcheries set up currently. Good across the board at the moment, as we just have, again, the Twilight Council going to start off, the Gateway and the Nexus both building into play. The drones and the Queen and the Spore coming online as well, so again, all these little bits and pieces just coming through for now, as we get ourselves fully set here. For the next little bit of time, again, Lair on the way up from Rogue. Trigger just heading into the Twilight Council and Forge, which is very standard at this point as well. We just get this ready to go. New prediction. Oh, hang on. I can put a 2-minute prediction up. So get ready to predict away. Boom. There you go. Go wild. Go wild. Go forth and bet your channel points like degenerates. Alright, charge on the +1 upgrade will continue by, so we get those upgrades still just moving along nicely. So we are going to see what Trigger wants to do, which is charge. So, like, kind of gives you some earlier kind of aggression. This is up against someone who does have a Rotron and is actually going to build a missile upgrade too, so Rogue should not be caught off guard by the charge. It's not like he's only going to have Lings. I think go Hydra Den, but essentially just going to play Roach Hydra. That's kind of fine for now. A couple drones went down across the course of this harassment here so far, but nothing overly serious just yet. For now, we continue through. +1 charge still building. Again, the +1 missile upgrade coming by as well. So again, we get a lot of that just on the way already. For the moment, keep building this into play as the Lings actually get a good catch on a few of these Adepts. So Rogue is going to be able to capitalize here. Getting rid of a couple of Adepts very quickly. The Void Ray now activates and a couple of those Zerglings begin to go down. And even more Zealots warp in over on the left-hand side. So see those extra Zealots warping in. Again, charging +1, both building through. The additional probes coming up. Assimilator on the way by. Again, 8 more Roaches building at this point with +1 missiles and Roach speed as a part of it all. This Void Ray going to activate, and we're going to chase straight down onto the Overseers. The Overseer in the top left going to fall. Again, 10 more Roaches coming about. All the upgrades coming through. The couple Lings just going to go pick their way through a few probes here as well. So just going to get 3 or 4 of them. Void still activating. Again, the Ling's just going to be there. A couple probes coming back the other way. So it's trying to run into the bottom left-hand side. Queen Roach there defensively, and so Trigger will not make much progress. Love what Rogue's doing so far. Good damage being done. Good pressure being applied. I feel like he's putting himself in a good solid position to start this off so far. This really does feel like a good way for things to have gone up until now at least. So yeah, it does feel like it's been a pretty positive experience up until this stage. For our Zerg player. Now Trigger is going to keep on teching up during all of this as well. It's just going to be seeing the additional bit of tech that's coming about there for now. It's just getting a lot of that online for the moment. Just going to be seeing the last couple lings up in this main base still running around rampant as well, being annoying. Voidra activating, Overlord going to take some shots right away. A little bit more coming through that. And Roaches will continue to shove across for the moment. These Roaches actually going to catch a lot of these Zells just on their own, which is not great, because that's meant to be your frontline kind of defense for everything else to deal damage. But if you're losing those Zealots already, they're not going to be the frontline for very long, right? As the Oracle going to stay active there, a couple of Roaches taking damage. Oracle still activating, Voidra coming through. Just going to see the Zealots still chasing across and continuing to fight as the Roach Hydra gets across there. The Oracle and the Archon getting turned around as well. Hydras in the back going to add the damage output now as well, and I just don't feel like this gets any better for you here as Trigger, unfortunately. We'll see. I mean, Storm's about to finish, and maybe that gives you a little bit of life that I'm not really seeing us kind of get otherwise right now. So maybe there's a little bit of something there, but yeah, Storm drops down. Those Hydras are going to take a big chunk of damage off of that as well. It's not exactly going to be ideal to say the least, and I think it's fair to say that this one is still looking rough for Trigger. Like, he can morph in that Archon. That one Archon in the front is super low. It's fortunate to be alive. Rogue is going to have to back away for a second, and if you keep holding on long enough, maybe this does go to another stage. Rogue begins to prep with the Lurgan dance. So, you know, maybe we are indeed onto something here. Maybe we're not completely crazy. And maybe Trigger does have a chance to kind of play this through. So the defense for now, I suppose what I'm saying, is good enough for now at the very least. Voidra head there. Just going to activate a couple seconds. Still going to see the extra Hydras, the Overload speed, the +2 missile upgrade coming through as well. So a lot of that just coming up already. The Oracle will activate onto a few of these Lings, and they will just find a little bit of extra damage as well. So just extra little bits coming through for the moment. The extra Hydras producing by, the Overload speed coming up. +2 missile upgrade will continue to come through just for the moment. Keep that, bring that into play. Getting that going is Hydra Roach. Comes back over for now. Those are just going to charge straight through and just jump onto a few of these Roaches as well. So straight into action over here. Get that started. Just bring that through a little bit as well. The Overseer is still scouting around into the base, so again, trying to see what else is going on. Yeah, +3 attack building, halfway done for the moment. Prism still coming through. The couple extra Zealots coming about. Lurkers will burrow on that right-hand side. We'll see a little Revelation coming down. And again, the Roach Hydra force going to have to take a second. Decides to back away from that. Storm coming through once again. Now everything else moving across. A couple more Storms coming straight into play here. Roach Hydra still taking damage. 7 more Hydras coming through, the drones in production. And those couple of Zealots still swinging their way at the Spine Crawler for the moment. As the rest of these Lurkers blow up, and Rogue's still maxed out. But Trigger's army now on its way to being maxed out, and a lot of the tech involved as well is going to be making this feel pretty darn good for the moment at least. Again, the Seismic Spine's coming up, +2 missiles on the way. A lot of that still coming into play at the moment, so all those upgrades, the Hydra's going to have to slip backward against those Storms as well, pulling away from this. It's a lot of Storms, and Rogue supply does actually kind of plummet initially. Figuring out what he wants to go into next, perhaps figuring out what exactly the next stage of this exactly looks like for him. Or maybe he just dies. Trigger just keeps pushing through, man. The Storms are powerful. His entire army is basically tech units, right? So everything he's kind of coming forward with is powerful and packing an absolute punch, and Rogue just cannot stop losing supply at this point in time. Like, he just can't stop going downhill, and Trigger just going to shove in for the win. Wow. What a crazy counterplay from Trigger, just going straight across the map, running into his opponent, just saying, I got you, dead to rights, and he was not wrong about it either. That was actually crazy. I guess the main takeaway is that just Trigger preserved a lot of units initially, and when he was preserving a lot of those units, his army ended up being this very tech-heavy force. So his army's actually in a very good place against a rogue who was getting to lurkers, right, and was not fully upgraded and so on. Like, it was definitely ending up in a bit of an interesting place overall. I'm going to go Old Republic here for map 2 in a couple of moments. So we'll set this up and get this underway. Just a moment or so. Get this started and see where things are going to go. Alright guys, get into in a second. And head into the second map with Trigger leading by 1. Any results on the top portion of the bracket? That part was being updated probably, right? Okay, Cyan beats Shameless 2-1, and so Cyan plays Creator in the qualifying matchup here. We're about 25-ish minutes away from the WardiTV Winter Cup, guys. We will, I think, just go into that when it's ready. If Rogue loses, we might swap a WardiTV Winter Cup match around a little bit, just... I don't think it'll be necessary. I think we're honestly going to be okay unless Creator and Cyan play a super long PvP and then Rogue also ends up in a super long ZVP. I think it's going to be fine though, to be honest. So yeah. Trigger must be feeling good right now. Yeah, man, Trigger's been good lately as well, just in general. I mean, he won the Monday Cup last week. It's funny, like, you know, you think a weekly cup does not really kind of hold that much stead, but I actually really do think it does, because how often do you see someone winning the Monday Cup and then suddenly they're like hot stuff for the next week or two, you know? I actually really feel as though the Monday Cups, the weekly cups are such a good telltale sign of where players are at. Like, when Solo was peaking, guess what? He finally started winning some Monday Cups, you know? It's so funny how those weekly cups are giving us the kind of the ins and outs of the world, as we have got. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player. This is going to be Trigger. Taking on the other side of the map, the blue Zerg, we've got ourselves Rogue. Alright, so we get this underway and started up. And see where this game number 2 takes us. Trigger leads by the 1 point, as we've already discussed. I wonder if the other semi-final is going to wait, actually. It might be. Because, everyone else just joined this game, so it might be a possibility. Or they just preferred this game, maybe. Of going into more PvP, I don't know. Hatch, gas on the way, spawning pool to follow. Bam, there it is. Spawning pool coming up, no surprises just yet. Getting a few drones on the way by. And hatch, gas, and pool all coming in. Drones are going to be building. Get ourselves settled in for this right here as just follow a probe around, nothing much to really say early. We'll wait for the tech choices to come online from Trigger. Will obviously give us a little bit more of an idea of where things are at and how things are going to be going in the near future. Cyber core halfway done. Next is still coming up, being about halfway done. And that hatcher on the natural finished very soon. And yeah, we just see the assembler still coming about as well, so just little bits and pieces for the moment, guys. As we have a couple queens going through too, just bringing all of that up. I'm hoping this isn't me, and it's not. Saber's really just not having a good day. The StarCraft servers really do hate him. So, yeah. I'm sorry, Saber. It's not kind of crazy that it's even on the Korean server. It's even not being his friend. Like usually we go to Korea and then the guys that have connection issues elsewhere at least kind of, you know, get by and it's whatever again. But like the fact that it's even happening on Korea is Maybe it's just his internet at this point, honestly. But then, like, I don't think he would be rejoining the games if it was just his internet. Like, if it was just his internet, he probably wouldn't be still trying to stream. So I think it's just the StarCraft server is just absolutely hating him. It's rough. Couplings continue to play a little bit of a chase onto the probe for a couple of seconds. Not too much going on. Honestly, still just kind of waiting for the next bit of excitement here and to see what things will look like. Movement speed just coming up. I'm trying to catch that probe, but not quite able to in the end, so unfortunately not able to get enough out of that. Just yet either. Still gonna have the hatch and the drones coming through as well. That probe just pulls across, puts a little pylon down. You hear me eating? Good. Let it be known that if I have to cast over lunch, I still need to eat. Caster rights, you know? We need more people to know this. The passion. Yeah, exactly. And that's all it is. Plain pure passion. And Oracles. Some damage out. Doing pretty okay for themselves for a moment or two there. You know, I wouldn't usually eat so much, like, right away. I have tater tots, and I A, love tater tots, B, they're absolutely best warm. It's okay, I'm on my last one, so now you guys can have me actually talk about the drones dying and stuff. Report me for not following the streamer's codex? Oh no. Streamer shall not eat during the stream. You know what's funny is that obviously most of the time, all the other streamers get to eat on stream no problem. It's just my job is to talk non-stop. So it's a bit more notable when I stop to eat, you know? Cold tots and fries are the worst. Exactly, like, this is like, the rest of my food can wait, but like, I'm not leaving these tots to get cold. Like, I never get tots. This is like such a treat to me. And I'm just like, I'm eating these right now. You have our Stalkers just going to poke the Oracle. Yeah, the State Sword behind this as well, so you can have a nice little bit of backup to this whole scenario. You can see the Stalkers putting some damage out. You can see the Queen's taking some damage initially as well. Two shots coming through initially. Stalker's going to fire a few more shots off as well. Getting a little bit extra done here for now. As we see 7 Hydras being added on, so getting a good amount of units up from Rogue, but like he's already in some trouble, so he's already ended in a little bit of a difficult place here. He's Stalker's now going after the queens because the stasis ward's landed on all of those lings, so you're going to finish the hatchery, kill the queens. More Stalkers showing up, and Trigger might be about to move into a 2-0 over Rogue to qualify for the RongYI Cup. That will knock Rogue down to the third place matchup. Hydra's finally showing up. I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a better pushback against this at least, so something a little bit better going, but otherwise this is obviously pretty disastrous for Rogue. And at this point, Storm comes up, Trigger builds a 4th base, and he's going to be in the driver's seat of this game number 2. And push that back in the corner, but I mean, look, an infestation pit. We're attacking up here as Rogue. I just really feel like Trigger's going to have a push here, which is going to be extremely powerful and difficult to stop, to be honest. I don't like this fight without Storm, but it is in the back, so just have to pull back to it. What is a tater tot? It's kind of like a hash brown, but like smaller. Yeah, it's kind of like a smaller hash brown, and they'll usually look like crispier and crunchier. I'd show you, but they're gone. Just like Rogue is gone in this game. GG's. And Trigger is going to knock Rogue down to the 3rd place match, which will be another qualifying chance for Rogue. But Trigger will be the one qualified here. Trigger qualifies. The other matchup is Cyan Creator. I guess they didn't start, so I guess we'll do Cyan Creator at least a game, and then we'll move into the WardiTV. Because what might happen is if we do the WardiTV Winter Cup too soon, is that Rogue is going to have to wait to play his 3rd place match. And then if Percival ByuN is short, we're going to end up waiting for this tournament anyway, so I'm going to make this a bit awkward. Anyways, we'll go Cyan Creator also in a second, guys, and keep the games rolling for you. I'm going to throw the break screen up and finish my lunch. I'll be right back, and we'll go into more StarCraft. Alrighty, guys. We're going game. Get this ready to start up. In the top left, Cyan. Bottom right, Creator. What's up around then, Bam, for the 10-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to throw on a player screen for a moment, guys, and I'm going to be RP. I'm just going to finish my food. I'm going to be like a minute or two. And we'll talk some PvP. I'm impressed. We went like 2 minutes and nobody asked why the cast is muted. Tater tots is what an American child eats for 80% of their vegetables. Tater tots are great, man. There's something which I probably didn't eat for like 20 years. And I had them somewhere. I feel like tater tots are becoming like trendy at like burger places and stuff nowadays, actually. They're like the trendy form of potato. as stupid as that sounds. They're like the trendy way of eating potato at the moment. They're fun. Next on the natural, I'm going to see the probe and the stalker there. Going to get to nibbling, so start to pick away the pylon. What we're going to do, guys, is... And if we end up having to wait for Rogue for his match in the WardiTV Winter Cup, then we'll just have to wait for Rogue. I think it's just going to come down to that. They're the new loaded fries. Loaded tater tots are great. I just love tater tots, I'm not gonna lie. There's not really much else to say. Okay, coming up, Robo Facility Twilight coming through for a moment or two. With both players having expanded, as you see that tech coming online, the Robo Facility on the side of Cyan, Creator going into the Blink. Just getting a lot of that going initially here. Couple more stalkers warp in, Prism. Gonna go for the setup and Cyan gonna attack. No blink of Creator, and he's out of position as well, so has to recall into the fight, which isn't fun. good force fields, going to keep a lot of units away as well. Obviously, a lot of probes pulled into this. Once those probes are down, this is going to become a disaster. Personality goes down. If we can keep that alive, though, that would be huge because A, it's micro potential, and B, there's a lot of warping in potential there you can do as well. This is looking like it's done. Creator lost so much in this attack. 5 workers down. He's down a ton of army supply coming out of this as well. Absolutely a very troubling position there for Creator, because Cyan just did a lot. Showed up with that Prism. Wham bam. I'm just going to back this into not quite a closing point because he loses the Prism. Now actually has to recall a few of the Stalkers to safety. Outside of that, it was going very well for him, though. And realistically, still should go well for him. A couple more shots coming about. Again, the Forge coming up. On both sides as well. And only Adepts all coming through. Cyan's gonna throw a Nexus down. Let's just gonna start with that. I mean, he's gonna be ahead of the expansion of, he's gonna be a bit behind the expansion of Creator, so Creator will get his own third base going. I mean, what's funny is that Cyan actually ends up in a weird position here where now he doesn't have Blink. His army is arguably maybe a bit worse, so losing out on that Prism kind of stopped that attack, and that might have stopped the timing window he had to really try and win this game in, so unfortunately that might be an expensive loss in the grand scheme of things. Got the Stalkers there, going to get rid of the Hallucination for a moment or two. It's just going to clear that out already. Lots of units here from Cyan just sitting down on the low ground for the moment and waiting for a decision whether they want to move up or not. Good force field catches a sentry, but that will be it as we lose a couple probes over in the natural at the same time to some Adepts. And we're just going to be firing back. See, the Stalkers trying to step through. I mean, Blink versus no Blink is a pretty hefty advantage to be having right now as Creator. Can we make enough of a fight out of this? I wouldn't be surprised if he blinks in after that Prism. He blinks in there, but he doesn't actually get after the Prism. So for now, Cyan is kind of still okay for a moment or two. So still looking to be alright here. Just for now, at least. Stalkers get in. The Adept is going to be taking a few more shots. It's going to be going down in a moment or two. Everything else gathering back together as well. So just rejoining for the moment. Plus to attack and charge all coming online. Can bring a lot of the rest of this up and running. The extra gates coming online too, so just bringing a lot of this into play. Get this all started. And we'll be ready to go. And you see the Immortals and the Stalkers gather up. And the +2 attack, the charge coming online. Extra gateways coming through. The charge and the +1 upgrade are part of this as well. It's just a lot of little bits and pieces coming by for now. I do have the couple of Adepts still joined together as well. And there are the 2 extra warp units just coming through as well. So again, some extra little bits and pieces coming up for the moment as Creator looks to try and make a defense. Cyan still has an army supply lead. Now has Blink of his own, so he's removed the one thing that I was kind of concerned about. So that should help push us into a bit of a better position here. The Immortals are going to come through. A little battery, going to get an energy recharge. Cyan trying to make the aggressive play forward. 8 probes are going to go down. But that might not be about enough. Let's just see again the charge coming through, the +2 attack still coming over. A couple of the Zealots just going to get in the front as well. Stalker still blinking through here. Creator losing about 10 workers, but can he clean up enough army? He's going to lose his own Immortal. Oh, he doesn't lose it because the Prism saved it, plus the barrier came off cooldown. I mean, it should probably still go down here in the end, but it actually did get batteried back up a little bit. Prism in the back still providing the warp-ins. In return, the Observer was nice for some high ground vision. We now lose that. That Immortal is so low, but we're still not quite able to commit onto it just yet. The Prism is not going to save the Immortal here. The Prism will go down. Cyan, 20 army supply to the 17 currently. weird little situation as we just see again the rest of the Stalkers coming about. They'll chase another few Stalkers down. For just a couple of moments, you do see some more Warpins coming by. Stalker Sentry coming about, the +2 attack starting up. Just seeing another gate or two continue to come into play for the moment. So bringing a lot of that online for now. The Nexus coming up. The Stalkers are going to gather together and another Zealot warping in. Cyan just rebuilds a Prism. Kreia is going to expand to a 4th base, so he's clearly feeling very okay about the current state of things. Like, he is loving this scenario, it would seem. Which is a little crazy, really, but that is the world we are in right now. As these Stalkers gather up together, so they're going to join through. And just going to blink off over to the side. A few Zealots and the Sentry gathering up. A few more units warping in once again. So again, a lot of this just coming by for the moment here. Again, a lot of this set up for the moment as we go. More shots. See those Stalkers already having to retreat away. Good little blink in to chase after. We'll start chase straight through there as the rest of the Zealots now charging up. It's going to come straight by. Again, Zealots taking a whole bunch of damage here initially. We're all going to get chased out of that for the moment. The rest of the Zealot, Stalker, Immortal still gathering through. Figuring out what we want to get done here. Extra Zealots warping in from Cyan. We're going to start fighting. Kreia taking some shots. Excuse me, guys, sorry. Just trying to clear my throat a little bit as Temple Archives will finish from Cyan in a moment or so. And he gets ready to fire through here again. Stalker's actually going to blink across and going to be able to make the move, so in we go. Extra Zealot's going to charge forward. Cyan with the supply lead. He also had +2 attack at the start of this fight in his favor. It's now going to equalize out. There we go. GG gets called, Kreia taps out, and Cyan is going to take game 1. Alright guys, what we're going to do is we're actually going to switch across into the WardiTV Winter Cup. Just think it sort of makes sense for us to swap over into the other tournament we've got going on, which is due to start around about now anyway. Cool. So we're going to go into that, guys. We're going to switch away. So, sorry, obviously, rest of this qualifier obviously is still going on, but we'll switch through into the WardiTV Winter Cup because I think that just makes sense, honestly. Because it's time for that to start, and we're watching some PvP and whatever. I think this is fine. So we're going to switch into the Winter Cup, guys, and we'll get ByuN versus Percival. We're ready to go in a couple of moments, so we'll get that set up. Ready to go into some TVT. Let me just update my stream title and so on. Cool. Cool. Sweet, so we'll get ByuN and Percival vetoed in, and we'll be able to kick this off into action, guys. And like I say, switch into our Winter Cup action here. Something a little different for you all. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Very exciting. Alright. Yeah, we'll wait for ByuN and Percival to start this off, and we'll be in game in just a few moments, guys. So we have got ourselves 6 more best of 3s coming up today. So it's going to be ByuN versus Percival, Percival versus Rogue, Percival versus Classic, ByuN versus Classic, ByuN versus Rogue, Rogue versus Classic. I believe in that exact order. I believe it's in that order. If my brain is behaving, so it should be the order of things. That should be how things goes. We'll get into this as soon as ByuN and Percival are vetoed up. So, like I say, going to switch tournaments here, guys. Thank you for understanding. Like I say, it's not always we jump out of something halfway through a series or so, but I think it does make sense for us to switch across toward the Winter Cup games. Like I say, don't get those started late. Get those started on time. Respect the players' time. And we can go from there. I also just realized I made Group C of the Winter Cup 2 hours later when it doesn't need to be, so I'm actually going to need to fix that because Wednesday is usually my day to go out, so I'm going to have to make sure I fix that at some point as well. Awkward. Very awkward. Yeah, I'll get that sorted out. I just need to make a note to double check the players are okay. I imagine the players will not mind starting a bit earlier, to be honest, so... Alright. Getting ByuN ready to veto here. Just gonna say hello, and the first map veto should be made. And get ready to kick this off in just a second, guys. Celestial Enclave, Mothership, White Rabbit, 10,000 feet, all gonna get vetoed right off the bat. Lean, Old Republic, getting vetoed up as well, so... And just a lot of these vetoes coming through nice and quickly here. And we should be able to get this hosted up in a couple of seconds. Beautiful. I guess I should go into the hosting page. We'll go into some winter madness to start us off. Cool. Alright, Percival. And ByuN are here and readying up. So we should be able to just do this, I think. Let's party into it. Players ready. TVT on the go right away. Thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. And like I say, switching over to the WardiTV Winter Cup games. Like I say, starting off with ByuN versus Percival, Terran versus Terran. Best of 3. I have a psychosomatic cough. What, a cough that just comes up because I feel like I need to? I think I probably have a cough because I spend at least 4 hours a day, if not more, every single day talking non-stop. Especially in the winter, it's kind of rough. You know, you talk a lot, plus the weather isn't kind to your throat and stuff outside of when you're talking. It's a brutal combo. Bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player here is Percival as we kick off this best of 3 series. ByuN is in the upper left-hand corner. And we get this up and ready to go, and we will jump on and see what happens as we switch into the WardiTV Winter Cup. So, just do some explaining. So the WardiTV Winter Cup is part of the WardiTV 2026 series. Obviously, we just had our WardiTV 2025 Championship last month. It was a cool, great ending to the year. And this is kind of the first stages of kind of getting that underway once again. So the Winter Cup is going to create an opportunity for players to qualify into the Winter Championship. And the Winter Championship is our first WardiTV major of the year that will also award seeding into the WardiTV 2026. So when you saw players like Shin and MaxPax and Classic and Clem and so on starting deeper in the 2025 WardiTV Championship bracket, the Winter Championship is something that will enable that to happen as well. So, only for 2026, obviously. So, the whole idea is that we're trying to just make everything a little bit more connected together. So, this Winter Cup will qualify some players into the Winter Championship. It's also a chance to earn WardiTV points. WardiTV points can also mean qualification and invites into tournaments as well. So, that is the general concept and idea. And TLDR, there's just lots of different tournaments, and they're just going to be a little bit more linked together. You know, like, for example, last year when we would have maybe had... in comparison, like the WardiTV January event is what this was going to be called, but instead we're making it the Winter Cup, qualifies to the Winter Championship, and so on and so forth. So hopefully you guys get the idea. TLDR, yeah, I mean really TLDR is that the TLDR is that it's just part of the system, and players will use this to start earning some points and qualifying and so on and so forth, and that Winter Championship will start up next month as well. So that's going to be that. And yeah, just want to give you guys a bit of an intro to it as we get underway here. today. A couple of Reapers going to go in after that SCV, so they're going to chase through, looking to try and get some damage done already, trying to find some value in the early stages. Honestly, not doing anything too crazy just yet. We do have the starport building through. Command Center, Hellion, and the Marine all building up as well, so a lot of that continuing to come online just for the moment here. Again, CC in the factory building as we speak, so yeah, we got some little bits and pieces on the way through to start us off. Excited to see where we will take this. Well, Reapers are going to try and move forward, and they're unable to really do too much straight away, so no real fortune for those guys in the early couple of moments. Barracks are going to float off over to the sides. It's going to land back down, reposition for a couple of seconds. As the factory going to switch off over to the tech lab instead. It's just going to move that over to SCV producing. We're just going to be seeing the two Reapers going to try and come in. Going to hit the Marines for a couple of moments. So a little bit of damage out there. Hellion going to shoot that Reaper, taking a few more shots. Obviously just getting pushed away for a few more moments as this gets cleaned up and we get set to resume on through. Spoiler, Terran wins? No! Guys, do not spoil the games. Don't be a naughty Twitch chat. Don't be a naughty Twitch chat, huh? Unbelievable, you guys. Thank you, MaxBax, for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. As we just have ourselves the Command Center coming through, the Raven coming up. I have the Cyclone coming on both sides of the map. Both players are going to give themselves mobility then. The Cyclones definitely do that. Gives us some map control early. Only ByuN with the Raven. Okay, now Percival goes Raven too. It's just he has the medevac early. So you'll have the medevac to drop a few Marines with, and that's going to enable him to have even more map control early. But it will be at the cost of slower Raven production. We'll see if he ends up going to the same amount of Ravens or not. That's kind of my next real big question here. Let's just have ourselves everything else set up and ready to go. Please ban anyone that's going to disclose the results. Well, the best part is no one can disclose any of the results because this is live, so cannot. If you see anyone with the results, then either they are psychic and you should probably try and do other things that they say is going to happen and take advantage of it, or you just you don't believe what they're saying because it's a lie. Oh, that Raven just about survives here, man. ByuN is having a hell of a cleanup. He's going to save that tank. He is going to save the tank. Extra SCV was needed. Oh, he didn't get the extra SCV there in time. I thought he was going to be okay. Not quite in the end. Still not a terrible situation. I mean, at the end of the day, we sit here. ByuN going to be losing, what, that single siege tank and killed pretty much everything else. The resources lost 463 to the 900. ByuN having a good start early in this TVT as we get set here in the first few moments. Reactor is going to be swapped for the starport. Going to get that. So we'll be able to get access to that for the next couple of moments. Yeah, engineering bay, 2 more barracks coming through, the SCVs and the stim all building through. The command center about to finish on the natural, and we do have the Vikings producing through a couple of them at a time. For the moment, 2 extra barracks, now 2 extra engineering bays from Percival, but ByuN is going to set up so quickly into so much of his kind of production here. Cyclone comes across, jumps on a Reaper for a moment or two. Again, a couple of tanks just going to siege, and we do have ourselves the Ravens sitting about overhead, so 2 Ravens each. And like I say, the going to turn the Vikings into liberated production as well, so we're going to really make a bid for air control here early on as Percival. So Percival looking to take some of that early air control, see if he can make some magic happen. If he removes that, if he takes that advantage in the game, and we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. At some point soon, the Cyclone going to get jumped on, the rest of the units coming back over. We'll be seeing the little bit of an army in the center. I mean, for the most part here, the most important thing to note is that the units of ByuN are going to end up kind of just knowing what's coming his way. So getting that scout information, knowing his opponent is approaching, that alone is already very important information that we can work with here, and that's what we begin to go for at the moment. Again, another good tank shot. Got a few more hits through here and there. Tank's going to siege. The Raven's going to gather together as well for a couple of seconds here. So we got a little bit more of everything else coming online. Again, 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield, the stim pack. I mean, everyone's just getting different upgrades, but the general consensus, the general idea is the same. It's just combat shield's a little bit faster from ByuN. Stim just finished from Percival. Should get combat shield as well now. There's going to be small timing windows where ByuN's going to have that edge or that advantage. We'll see if he can make the most of those or take advantage of them. It's going to be the question. As that Liberator sets up in the back of the natural. Single Marine going to go in after each other for a couple moments as well. SCV's going down, the 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield, all building through. Additional Marines still coming about as well. Flip coming over. Still got the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming up. I mean, combat shield's going to be that much faster from ByuN though, so he's definitely going to have a timing window here with the bio units, with those Marines, to have an advantage and to maybe make something of it. We'll see if anything does happen. He is on the map, so ByuN is set to try and make something happen here at some point shortly. More scans coming through, so that Marine tank army coming in, a couple of Vikings begin to get their shots off as well. And we'll just have... yeah, ByuN unable to pressure further forward, but still going to maintain an advantage. Look at that 2-2 start straight away from him. And we're still waiting for that to start from Percival, and every moment that ticks by, that is going to be something which obviously works against you right here, so a little bit less than ideal. Marines, tanks, the Vikings just gathering up. We take a couple more moments. ByuN just obviously trying to maintain map control, and the more he maintains the map control here, the better off he can be by the end of all of this. We just see the Marines just pulling back, and a little scan coming down, keeping an eye on everything there as well. Marines going to get a little bit more cleanup done. We've seen the units pushing through, and we again get to chase after a couple of forces. Going to drop the anti-armor missile plus the interference matrix. We did get the unsiege on the tank, which allows us to pull it back at least, while obviously matrixed. The Matrix doesn't stop it moving, it just stops it sieging or unsieging. So the fact we got the unsiege as the Matrix was traveling over means we can keep that tank safe. ByuN obviously applying good pressure on two sides. We're going to dive forwards here as Percival. I'm surprised. Simply because of, if nothing else, just the fact that, as you can see, his anti-armor missile running into this. I felt like he was going to take a ton of damage, but it was not a bad dive, and he is going to push back a lot of what his opponent was up to as well. So a bit of a pushback going on there. His tank's still coming through, still powering in. A little bit extra. CC flowing over, another scan comes out, trying to identify just what's going on currently. This 2 armor is about to finish on the side of ByuN, and he will have the 2-2 to the 1-1 upgrades for now, and maybe again continue to extend that into the 3-3 kind of stage of this game as well. So maybe, like I say, a little bit more to look at on that regard as well as everything else. Marine's going to stem across, just going to go in after those couple of structures, so heading straight by, looking to get something done. The siege tank going to start dropping as well. A few more Marines also going down. We continue to move about, just going to be seeing another tank shot onto the Marines. Now at the left-hand side, we're going to move in, and we are going to have ourselves going straight after some SCVs here. 4 workers going down, 5 workers going down, so Percival getting the chance to deal some damage and to put ByuN on the ropes a little bit. The tanks is going to siege, the 13 SCVs go down, the Marines are going to pull back over. Just going to see those Marines getting in. They actually get the medevac, which is a nice addition just at the tail end of this battle, so just a little something extra, a bonus for the road at this point in time. Still got a 3-3 coming about, 16 SCVs are dead. So ByuN took some damage. He's down 8 workers in total following this, so like I say, definitely feeling a little bit of the pain points on the follow-up here. I don't know, players use a Nidus Worm to expand bases. Imagine a Nidus Worm in every single base, and how much the sound would mess with your opponent. I mean, at some point the sound just becomes something you don't think of, right? If your opponent's clearly just putting them up in bases, then it's whatever. But you see people a lot of the time using Nidus networks to kind of evacuate from and to reinforce to kind of far off bases. It is used, it's awkward to use because obviously you've got to jump in and jump out of it. The process of loading and unloading takes a long time. So if you're moving a lot of units, a lot of the time you're actually just better running across the map anyway, actually. So yeah, a little bit of it's kind of in that regard. But yeah, it is something that gets used, just not to the extent you're suggesting. As that is going to be kind of a weird fight, because ByuN definitely got the better start of this fight, but he could just not break onto the tank. So in the end, actually ended up in a little bit of trouble and took some damage. So ByuN not able to break through that position. That's going to reset a little bit right here. And we are going to reset a little bit right here as well, as this game number 1 of this TVT starts to definitely go and show some good things. Again, the 3-3 upgrade still building up on the engineering base as well, so bringing that over. So you can see the couple of Ravens coming by as well, so continue to bring that to 3-2. We'll just drop a couple more missile turrets into place for the next couple of seconds. Marine's going to stem it right on up, straight on in, and just going to be seeing them continue through for a couple seconds. Just going to drop on top of a siege tank. ByuN and Percival both maxed out at this stage. Percival about to finish up his final upgrades here to finish this from being an issue or anything. And we have a couple of Ravens coming through. So Percival definitely entering the later stages of this game. Raven production, getting the extra libs on the way out as well currently. I'm going to take a second to open up some rocks. The start of this group definitely some fun back and forth. Just going to see these Marines underneath the command center. That's just going to go down immediately. Kind of a big game to set the tone of this group as well. I mean, do you feel like obviously Classic's going to be a big favorite in this, and then Rogue is going to be a tough opponent. So this TVT could determine, especially as you can see, they're obviously pretty evenly matched. This TVT could determine a lot of the success or failure that is to come over the course of this this group stage. So Marines and the medevacs going to gather about for a couple seconds. A couple of scans going in, trying to see more of what's going on. I think the Liberators just again able to be annoying. The air control in general from Percival is solid, but it's the sort of thing that ByuN doesn't oftentimes care about. Like, ByuN is this player who will say, oh, you took air control, that's okay, I don't mind. With anti-armor missile trying to strike through, and anti-armor on the left side going to hit a lot as well. Just going to be seeing these Marines still setting up, a couple of tank shots coming through, and we do have ourselves the couple of Ravens and the tanks, the +2 vehicle weapons. All building about as well here currently, so again, a lot of that currently on the way already. More shots coming over, just going to see the missile turret going to hit the medevac for a few moments as well, still trying to break through some of those other bases, and there's a whole lot of stuff to consider in contention of all of that that's going on. You see the Vikings, the Ravens going to be there again. Air control is going to show its power. The Vikings getting rid of some of the medevacs here, and ByuN losing that healing ability. As the medevacs get shot down, is definitely going to be a factor as well in these later stages. So that's going to become more of an issue. Double Matrix onto the tanks. Anti-armor missile into the Marines. As Vikings able to loop forward, they're just going to be able to get rid of a medevac as well. Anti-armor missile on the left-hand side, going to hit a few more of the Marines again. Tank's still firing up. Tank is going to drop already, so just going to see that going down too. Still pressing forward, just edging on closer. Another group of Matrixes go down. These tanks are going to get absolutely blocked out. And as we are now going to be able to stem through, and these Marines are able to do well. Anti-armor missile on the Marines, as there's one tank left on the far side. There's going to be the Marines on the left side that were trying to fight at the same time. It's just getting chaotic over here as we have more Marines gathering back up, and we have ourselves. So in general, I think this game, I mean, Percival takes the supply lead out of this. Both players are being forced to spend their money as it comes in. Both players are, you know, trading to the extent of having to just rebuild instantly. Multiple Ravens on the way up from ByuN. We still see most air control coming in from Percival. He's got 9 Ravens to the 4. He's already got the 7 Vikings. He's also adding on Liberators too, so he's expanding on that air control which we've already seen of him here. You see that one missile turret shock just going to go off on a medevac for a moment or two. The few missile turrets here will start to take some nips and take some extra damage too. Tanks then try and fire back across, so again doing what they can. For the next couple of moments, Matrix is coming down to hit the siege tanks as well, so just finding some extra value for a few moments. Here's Percival that's able to clean up a lot of those tanks on that left-hand side. What's the AoE effect from the Ravens? It's anti-armor missile, so it basically gives like -3 armor upgrade to anything that's hit by it. So you're just basically it means things are way squishier, and it's pretty impactful when you've got high damage output units that hit frequently, like a Marine. Because just in the same way, like basically when these units are hit by the anti-armor, you're basically playing as though you never upgraded an armor upgrade. And in Marine versus Marine fights, upgrades mean a lot because Marines fire quickly, so every single time you shoot, that armor change is going to be applied. I2, not 3? Sure. I2, not 3. Yes. What's, you know, what's the difference of 1? Well, quite a bit, actually. Yes, by -2 in this day and age. As that Liberator does get shot down by the missile turrets. Dive up, a Viking already going down. Now Marines coming in from two sides, but the Marines on the top can't come through. That tank siege is good. Position here in general from Percival is just good. And I don't think ByuN is going to break through this position at all in the end. So now, I mean, here's an issue as well, is that throughout this we've been talking about how ByuN has been hanging on in here with the sorry, he's been hanging on in here with the you know, at least the banks are being drained from both, but now the bank is building up from Percival, so he's going to be able to rebuild from any fight right now very quickly, because he's got a bank, and ByuN does not, so anything ByuN loses right now is going to be a struggle to replace. He's got to replace it with the current income he has, which is a fair bit still. There's obviously going to be pressured on, especially when Percival's across the map close to those bases. And we've seen a few Marines here trying to fight with that anti-armor missile. Auto turrets coming down as well. Matrix has to knock the tanks out of the equation as well. You know, we're going to be seeing Percival with enough to kind of chase up here and keep pushing ByuN back. Still has some tank siege on the other side, still knocking through those forward bases of ByuN and keeping that pressure up. As you see, this defense looking very good for Percival here, and absolutely looking as though it's going to be good enough. You see a bunch of Matrixes coming down on those tanks. The Ravens from ByuN trying to say something and trying to create a breakout here. I mean, this is ByuN's opportunity, but there's a lot of units further back. There's even more tanks further back. We need to get rid of these tanks right now, otherwise they're going to come out of Matrix, and then they're going to absolutely have a great time. We can re-Matrix a couple. We're going to auto turret as well, but ByuN's supply is down at 130. He's losing too many very real units that he really kind of needs. He's now going to lose every single Raven as well, and GG has to be called. It is going to be Percival to take the opening game of this best of 3. So Percival gets a 1-0 lead in the series, and we'll get off to a fantastic starting point in this group. We'll see if we can capitalize and close this out, as map 2 will be Ruby Rock. We'll head into Ruby Rock in just a couple of moments. Up our lobby link down. Our players already joining us. Get ready to go. Let's get a couple other casters that were in here with us already, and we'll be able to kick off into, like I say, game 2 of this TVT. ByuN ready? Percival ready? We are ready. Let's do this. Let's do this. Everyone ready? We're set. It's time to go. You hate playing TVT? TVT is such a headache. This is a matchup where you have to play so quick, but you have to be so well thought out in terms of what you're doing. It's definitely a little wild. In the top left side, our blue Terran player here is going to be Percival. He is up 1 game in this TVT best of 3 to kickstart our group. In the bottom right, our red Terran player here is going to be ByuN as we get into game 2 of this series. So does Clam. Yeah. And TVT is just such a weird matchup. So much of TVT goes against a lot of kind of what exists in StarCraft. I guess that's just mirror matchups in general. When you kind of get around into that, so... Game 2 here. As we kick this off and get this underway. You can see the factory dropping into place, so we just take a couple seconds here. Get this setting up for a few moments. Again, Reaper's coming by, factory's coming up, just getting settled in momentarily as we see what exactly Game 2 will have in store for us here, so we just get this underway. Trades coming out, again the factory coming about, and center building through. CC just coming in on both sides, so again we get that ready to roll pretty quickly here. And we just have those Reapers building up, so a lot of that coming straight into play. Where things will go. 2 Reapers on the way from ByuN, in fact, will be maybe one of the more interesting parts of this initially. It's just 1 Reaper on the way from Percival in comparison. Although he already has 3 Reapers to now the 3 Reapers, so basically ByuN just went for the reactor earlier, so a little difference in how they get set up. Kind of a benefit for ByuN overall, because now ByuN already had the reactor, so he will now build Marines, whereas opponent still has to get that reactor online, so amount of difference early, but that really is going to be about it, as ByuN diving up here, feels the opportunity to get something done. A couple of units from Percival, as you see, are going to show up late. They were split away from everything there, given the opportunity for ByuN to do so much initially. In the end, ByuN's going to win out by about a Hellion. As we will see. Sorry, Percival's going to win out by a Hellion and a good bit of micro as well to kind of pull that back. Resources lost 300 to 500. It's actually by 2 Hellions because he didn't lose the extra one that I thought he was going to. So yeah, that's actually going to be a little win in the end for Percival, as ByuN trying to be the aggressor does not pay off. He had a good start to it, but just not able to do too much else in the end. Well, 2 Hellions of the Cyclone continue to come about. Just going to see those Ravens still building in. Siege tanks setting up. SCVs on the way. Command center will be building as well. So again, we get that on the go here. 2 Hellions and the Cyclone still gathering up for the moment. Raven, interference, Matrix all coming through. Just going to see the factory moving across, going to drop down and build a reactor of its own. And see both players continuing to get set up and established here at the moment. So, got this establishment on the way. And Matrix coming by. The Raven's coming through. Stimpack on the way up. Let's get this still moving for now. We'll set up here momentarily. Seeing this couple of Ravens from Percival going to split across. They're going to try and make a move. they're going to come straight over here and try and go into the main base. They're looking for opportunity right off the bat. A couple of engineering bases still coming up as well. Continuing through there as well. Stimpack also still building, just for the moment. Two Hellions plus the Cyclone. Again, they move across right away, just to begin with. That's Stimpack's about to finish. Still got the 1-1 upgrades coming about. The extra Marines coming through. Orbital Command going to float to the front. That's going to be 3 bases apiece. And there's really not much to kind of split between the two right now. A bit more army supply available for Percival. Look at the unit count. It's just going to be a handful more Marines, a couple of Hellions from earlier in the game. Obviously, they're not as impactful as other things right now, but you know they still exist, and it's still part of the reason there is an advantage in this game currently. Marines pulling back. The tanks still settle down. A lot of Marine tank just moving over. Just going to see how Raven's going to be overhead there. The Medivacs are moving. The Cyclone would like to try and get involved as well. It's going to lock onto a Medivac, but we will break that lock on just by boosting away, and we will be able to get enough distance between us to make that a reality. So, escape from there. And we do have Percival just cruising around the map, looking to see if there's an opportunity for him right now to try and maybe make something happen. The 1-1 in the combat shield also building up. Two Marines step across. They're going to get a little grab. That armory still building into play as well, so again we get a lot of that coming straight through. Cyclone locking on, there's SCVs already taking damage, a couple SCVs going down pretty much immediately already, and now the Cyclone locking on again, going after even more SCVs. A Marine step forward, the Cyclone falls. 2-2 upgrades on the way from ByuN, so bringing those 2-2 upgrades out and about right now. The Marines still settling. Means Percival loses a few SCVs, down a bit of army supply currently. Go to the left side, gonna get another little grab just for a moment or two. Now we have Marines stepping down the right side. Again, 2-2 starting up on the side of ByuN. Viking Marine tank all building in. Marine's gonna start up on the rocks. Cyclone trying to fight back again. The Marines will get rid of the rocks here. Raven's still just overhead. The tanks will unsiege and we look to reposition a little bit. Still, again, just the 2-2 and everything coming about for the moment. Goodness, what? 166 to 158 supply. So yeah, we're pretty cozy just across the board. ByuN is going to be the one pushing those, so he's the one looking to make something happen. Obviously down a game in this series. It's a Matrix. I like that Matrix from Percival. Hits the full energy Raven there, so that Raven at least will not get spellcast off. Percival's missing a bunch of Marines. Them being away on the right-hand side just means they were not ready to fight and join into this, and now, if you try and fight, you're going to have to try and find a way to fight while your opponent's tanks are just set up and have nothing else to focus on. Percival just going to say that this one got away from him. GG. And we go game 3 between Percival and ByuN at the start of today's Winter Cup Group A action. Alright, third map here will be Taito Citadel. So let's host this straight up and keep it moving. I want to keep the players moving along here today, guys, because obviously it's a little bit of a later start than usual for the Koreans, so move along with that, and we'll get ready to resume in a second. Alrighty, get everyone in, and we'll be up and running. Do 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 do. Alright, looks like we are good for game 3. Both players had ready, right? Yes, they did. Perfect. Cool. Taito Citadel, guys. Let's kick this off. Let's get this going. Obviously, lots of StarCraft to come. Side our blue Terran player, Percival. And he is taking on the red Terran in the bottom right, ByuN, as we get tied up 1-1 in this series. And we look to see what will happen next. Very exciting to get this one up and running. Alright, full series to start off the Winter Cup action. Like I say, after this, we got Percival versus Rogue, then Percival versus Rogue, and then Percival versus Classic, and then the other guys will all play against each other following that as well. So that is what's coming your way. Just as an update on that previous qualifier we were covering, just to give you guys a slight update. Raider did 2-1, so he returned fire and got back at Cyan. So it ends up being Cyan Rogue in that third place qualifier match. So just to give you guys the information on the tournament we skipped out on, to come over to this. Kind of hoping that there'll not be any downtime between our matches, but we'll just see how it goes. If it's a bit of downtime, then it's a bit of downtime. Can't necessarily do much about that if that's the way it goes, so we'll just see what happens as we kick off here. With this game 3, like I say, getting set and rolling and seeing where we're going to go. What's up, HD Fox? Keep up the good work. Happy 2026 to you as well, mate. Thank you so much. I'll absolutely make sure to keep the StarCraft coming for y'all. Barracks building the Reaper, factory coming up. Got a lot of this on the way for a moment or two right now, so just going to get that set, ready to rumble. Reaper hops down to the low grounds, just going to move across there for a couple seconds, and yeah, Reaper in the factory. All coming through for the moment. The Reaper moving about for a couple of seconds. If we're going to trade, SCV will take a bit more damage. Just going to be seeing the fair bit of success there for the first couple moments. Nothing too crazy. Just see how Reapers continuing through and looking to chase each other down for a couple moments. So again, trying to get something done here early on. Man's under the Cyclone building up as well, so bringing a lot of that through. Gonna see those two Reapers chasing that Hellion will start to go down, so taking a few more shots. Again, Reaper and Hellion all building up just right off the bat here. Cyclone coming through, Starport still building up as well, so again a few extra bits and pieces on the way, but both these players pretty similarly matched in terms of what they are doing. The Hellions getting a good catch on those Reapers there. ByuN will not get in, and they will get caught trying to retreat. A couple of grenades will trade out. In the end, ByuN chases forwards, will not be able to get away completely. That is going to be the end of that attempt on the Reapers. Well, Cyclone and Marine still building up across the board, so we get that started, we get that underway. Reapers, Hellions still pressing through. Cyclone's going to fire back. A couple of those Hellions going down. 2 workers, 3 workers going down. So ByuN the one to take quite a bit of damage. These early units are first of all trading for some value. Considering we lost a couple of units from ByuN early, that's kind of the opening that you leave yourself vulnerable to. Unfortunately, that does end up being a little costly at the end of it all for the moment. We see that Raven just continuing through. It's going to be 1 Raven each. Percival's a little bit faster to Raven 2. We'll see if we go to 3. Ravens on each side, or if we're going to stop before that. And getting those matrices on the way through. The Ravens continue to come by as well, so a lot of that setting up just for the moment. Just going to see the 3 Marines. It's going to go onto the rocks. He's going to pick their way through this set of rocks at the same time. So again, just getting some damage done. Marines, Ravens, tanks stepping through for a few moments. Continue to go in toward these rocks and just opening up the space a little bit. ByuN is on the double starport, so he wants to open up this space because he wants to push and keep on pushing. He wants his reinforcements to have a short distance to move across. And the whole point of the double starport is you're going to get a Viking control very early on and basically take an air control. Something you can then maybe kind of get to kind of knock on forwards into more and more kind of benefit for you, basically. So that's the plan here from ByuN. We'll see how it plays out over these next few moments. Again, there's the Marine tank just pushing straight up for a moment or so here. ByuN definitely pretty committed here. Needs to make sure to try and find something from this commitment. Remember, he's not on a 3rd CC behind this either, right? So he's, like I say, committed and needs to make sure he finds value with his upcoming trades. A little bit of the Marine tank continues over. The other units moving around and still settling down on that bottom side. Again, the couple extra barracks coming through. The Vikings, the engineering base coming up as well. Stem back over, halfway done. Just going to be seeing the rest of this still continuing up just for now. And ByuN is still finding his way into position here. Try and make something happen. More scans coming about once again. The Cyclones locking on. Just going to be seeing the Ravens dropping some matrixes. There's a lot of auto turrets from ByuN. He doesn't have his tank siege. He lands the Vikings quite far back. The tanks are still siege here from Percival. That looks pretty good for Percival, if you ask me. The tank's going to unsiege, and now they're going to start stepping forward as they look to chase through and to chase this army away. And that is going to be a defense from Percival. And like I say, ByuN was looking for a significant amount more than this because he was committed. He's only just now starting his 3rd CC, so he's heavily behind on economy. And he did not find value there. Down on 10 workers as well, coming out of this as well. Not looking good at all just yet. So yeah, that's really not ideal, as the rest of the tanks coming back over. The Raven going to be nearby as well. Just pulling back over that right side. We are going to see Percival just going to shove it then, and just say that he believes he's got the chance to keep on pushing through. Vikings will land though. I mean, that's going to stop you from Percival pushing in. So maybe ByuN can buy some time and extend this TVT, but that's pretty much all he can do for the moment, and extend it and hope he gets it to a state where maybe he can make this last long enough to actually somehow get back into the game, because I mean, it's going to be difficult no matter what as well, but at least he's going to give himself some options if survival's available. But again, he's surviving only currently on the 2 bases. He's got the 3rd CC finishing, but we'll have to morph that to an orbital and move it out, and then extend the position he's defending on if he really wants to make something happen here in the grand scheme of things. So that's where things are looking to be very shortly. Also noteworthy that ByuN is only just now starting bio upgrades, so Stim significantly behind his opponent's Stim and Combat Shield. So with Marines actually available, Percival has an even better chance of making a move right now. Finds the one Viking that he has as he just pushes up and starts to slow siege and leapfrog these tanks a little bit, making sure each tank is protected by another at least. And say I can see him just brute forcing the natural here, because again, those upgrades, especially just having Stim and Combat Shield against none, is a pretty major factor. He's going to find a position to siege the tanks. He's going to eat a Matrix or 2, but he actually gets the unsiege, so ByuN will not get any damage in return. So now ByuN spends the Matrix energy and doesn't get any value from it, so those Ravens are going to be way less of a factor. Percival just stepping away for now, but I actually really liked what he did there. Essentially just baited out the Matrixes, unsieged immediately, and just got the tanks away before they were actually caught. Great effort there. As we now see Percival still posturing to push into this natural. Liberator sieging up once again. The Vikings And the Ravens will continue to patrol around. ByuN finally finishes the stint, but is still missing the combat shield. He's also down the 1-1 by a handful of seconds. Not going to see a fight that is impactful there, but Percival has enough stuff to start pulling ByuN around. Going to force a response over toward the main base. Kills off combat shields, a great starting point. Gets a reactor here. Then when his units move through, you have the combat shield advantage. That is going to be the nice thing you can do, which is again just Vikings bully the medevacs back and force him to lift, and then you do have to kind of just back away from there. We're actually going to see ByuN stimming to move through. He still has that air control, so ByuN has that kind of weirdly advantageous setup to some regard. Being able to have the air control is generally very good in TVT. It's just in this case, it's maybe not good enough. The tank takes a few more shots of damage. See a bit more being done here already. Just going to be seeing the Vikings going to come back over. Just going to fire a few more shots. So we are going to see Percival doesn't really have the air control initially, but he is going to turn this into his favor. And he is going to push ByuN's Vikings away. And now the Liberator that's here is going to take damage. Can't really stop it. And Percival is still toying with the idea of just like, hey, I'm right here. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to push into this position. And I'm ready to make this a very difficult state of the game for you. And a much more comfortable state of the game for me is the Vikings. I'm going to again try and put in there a little bit of work right off the bat. Come through, we go back and forth a little bit. The Marines and the medevacs are now going to drop forward as ByuN looks for a way to try and chase forward into this to try and break out of this position. Can't imagine that's going to work. It's not going to work at all. That's going to be GG's as Percival takes the 2-1 victory in this best of 3 matchup. So Percival opens the day and gets the dub. That's a massive start from him in this group. It's a difficult group, with Classic and Rogue being the other 2 players. But Percival gets a good start. It's round robin, so everyone will play everyone, by the way, guys. Just to let you guys know that. Cyan and Rogue are in a game 3, so we need Cyan and Rogue just to finish up. And once they finish up, we can switch on over to the Rogue Percival series. Fortunately, they just started their game 3, so we just need them to hopefully not play like a long-ass matchup. So yeah, if they could just do that, that would be great, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. Just wondering if Classic's around. Maybe we could ask him to play next instead, and then we just speed this up a little bit instead of having to wait a series or wait a game. Nah, Classic's playing ranked on Europe and he's already in game, so I'm not going to bug him. Okay, so we'll just wait for Rogue and Cyan to finish their game 3. That's in that other qualifier we're talking about, guys, and then we'll be able to move straight through into our next matchup. Cool. Alright, so yes, we'll just be waiting a little bit here, guys, for Rogue and Cyan to finish that game 3. Guess we'll probably end up going to a break for a couple of moments, but TLDR, once they do finish up and once they come out of there, it should just be straight into action. From there, we should be pretty much non-stop for the rest of the day, so just a little bit unfortunate in terms of how things timed out. Because we actually got a pretty long TVT series. It just so happens that those matches in the other qualifier are taking a little bit of time as well, so a little unfortunate, but just the way it is. Anyone got any fun questions or anything? Otherwise, I will just take us to a otherwise I'll just take us through to a break. So if anyone's got anything fun to ask it now or forever hold your peace. And like I said, I'll just probably take us through to a break. So yeah, we'll just wait for Rogue Cyan, I think, here, guys. Like I say, a little unlucky, but such is the way of the world. Do 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 do. What's my favorite map? I don't have a favorite map. I like a lot of maps. I don't have a map that really speaks to me so much to call it my favorite. I just like maps that are standard and good and give us good games, which is like 90% of the maps in the map pool nowadays, so I feel like when you're not playing on the maps, it's so much harder to feel like emotionally invested in them. Like, I like certain maps and I like how certain maps play, but I find it hard to be like, man, I like that map so much, it's my favorite. Unless there's something significant like that. Unless I feel like this map always gives us really good games or something, you know? Then maybe it's a bit different, but yeah, I don't really have a map which I would just be like, yeah, that one's my favorite. It's sick. That make me a bad caster. Like, I'm looking at them and I'm like, you know, maybe I have like slight preferences. Like, I find Ruby Rock and Winter Madness more interesting than like Taito and Old Republic, but like, I wouldn't say there's that I have a favorite because of that, though. You know? Yeah. Is it hard to switch over to mech when going Marine Tank? Yes, because the issue with switching from bio to mech usually is the production, right? So you pretty much always have the issue of just the production structures. You're on the wrong production structures, right? You're on, you know, you're on barracks and you need factories. So switching is that's the most difficult part of switching. Later in the game, if you slowly build up your factory count over time to kind of reinforce and so on, you can end up in this kind of position where it's like, oh, I can kind of just play purely a mech army because I have enough production to kind of get through that. But yeah, and obviously upgrades as well is kind of a thing as well. So you need factories, you need upgrades, and late in the game, you kind of sometimes get to that stage anyway, like I say, but that's not always a guarantee, so. What's up, said Duke Nukem? How you doing, mate? I've been good. How are you? Yeah, I've been good. Just casting StarCraft, to be honest. Casting StarCraft. Wardy, what is the idea of you need a train ticket to get out of a train station in England? To prove that you had a ticket to be on the train in the first place? It's basically making sure that you can't have been on a train without a ticket. I feel like that's kind of normal, no? That's kind of how it works around the world. Subway stations and like metros and like I feel like this is a very normal thing, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this one's pretty normal, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Not in Germany. Yeah, I mean, it's different everywhere, but like, it depends like where it is or what the setup is. So, I mean, different places are different. News for you guys, but yeah, I mean, it's not that crazy, right? Like, I feel like it depends a little bit on the system that's already in place. The barriers in station that you can annoy you so much? Well, just don't go through the barriers until it's time for your train. But getting out of the station? Yeah, but like, unfortunately, we live in a country where people suck, and so they don't pay their train fare. So that's their solution, no? It's not really much of a thing anymore. They got rid of it in a lot of places. They only kept it in like some of the bigger, like they have it in London, but like in my local train station, you don't need the ticket anymore to get out. But they kept it in some of the bigger places as well. They charge you for getting on the train, not when you get off. Yes, but in the UK, you don't get charged for getting on the train or for getting off the train. You buy a ticket. This crazy concept, yes. I mean, like our local yeah, like in London, like on the tube, you can tap on and tap off with a card and stuff. But like the national trains, you need a ticket. Like, whether it's a physical ticket or on your phone, you need a ticket. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to get on this train, tap on. Because the trains don't work like that here necessarily. You can't just get on whatever train you want. Some of them can actually be fully booked. It's a mess. I'm not trying to defend it, I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to explain the situation. What's up with Rogue and Cyan? Rogue is kind of being aggressive onto a forward base of Cyan. Okay. We just wait a couple minutes then, guys. A little unlucky, like I say, that they went to game 3, but otherwise, all good. You can use a bank card as a train card. The problem is all of the trains in the UK are owned by different companies, so getting on one train from London to Newcastle, where I live, for example, is very different from getting on another train from London to Newcastle. Like, there's no set cost. And different times of the days, like I say, like, it's not like a tap system where it's just like, this journey costs you £20 every time. Doing this journey at busy times will cost you £35, and that's why you need a ticket that's valid at certain times, or on certain trains and stuff. So, yeah. I think it's just literally a, I think it's literally just because it's privatized or something. I don't know. The whole, it is weird, honestly. It is kind of strange. Anyways, guys, like I say, we're just waiting for Rogue and Cyan to finish their current game. When they finish, Rogue can come up and play against Percival. I guess I can put this game on screen for you guys while we're waiting. But just obviously, I'm not going to commentate too much. But this is from the other tournament we're casting. We just need Rogue to finish so he can come and join us here. Obviously, no issues because we knew this was a thing. We knew that we might have to wait for players to finish up in one tournament before they could play ours. So that's all good. I don't want to punish people. The entire point, my tournament's not meant to clash with other tournaments. I'm just trying to, you know, we can only guess so much, so accurately how long certain things are going to take, right? So, yeah, this is what's going on over in the Rogue Cyan game. It's game 3. Rogue has been kind of aggressively attacking the whole way through, and I think he's running out of steam. He's up against +2 store because he has no upgrades of his own. His pure Roach Ravager. And while these batteries are kind of out of energy, the Stalkers, I think, are just doing too much. Look at the Roaches. They're all low HP as well. So Cyan might be about to qualify. Yeah, a bit of a shocker. Cyan qualifying over Rogue. I mean, Cyan's had a good run today in this qualifier that we were casting before. And, yeah, I think he is going to make it through, which is awesome for Cyan. Not quite so awesome for Rogue. WWWWWW. Cyan is going to take the victory there, so there you go. And because that finished up already, we can ready in for Rogue versus Percival. Rook shows up, he's like, I'm sorry I'm late. He's like, I have to play more tomorrow, ... And Percival's just like, haha, Protoss. Alright, so we're going to Percival versus Rogue here in a couple of moments, guys. I'll get this ready to rumble. And we'll kick this off and get started in a moment. I'm just going to run one more round of ads because we've been waiting. Just make sure the ads are out of the way for our gameplay. Videos are underway, so we'll be in-game in about a minute or two, guys, and get ready to kick this off. Awesome. Oh. Stretch it out. And from here we should be smooth sailing, guys, so we'll just continue all the way through from here on out. And just go, go, go with all of the games. Hell yeah. We'd love to have. Alright, just waiting for the guys to ready us up. Kick this off. And it's going to be Rogue versus Percival. Here's going to be Winter Madness for map number 1. Let me get this hosted. We can kick this off. Sweet. Alright. Thank you for the patience, guys. Appreciate you all. Like I said, just taking a bit of time to get set up with any other stuff to go on. We'll jump into Rogue versus Percival here in just a second. Now everyone's joining us from the other qualifier. All the other casters are like, hi, here we are. Whoop, whoop. Ready, ready, go, 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 go. And let's kick off into Rogue vs. Percival, guys. Let's see what happens. Get this into play. Alrighty, counting down. Winter Madness map number 1 of this best of 3. And Percival already got a game win already today. So, very exciting. Alright, let's jump through and kick off into this next one. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran. This is going to be Percival. Up against the red Zerg in the bottom right corner, we're going to have ourselves Rogue in our fresh new best of 3. So let's get this underway. Let's see what happens as we continue through a little bit more StarCraft 2 in today. Thank you for joining us. You're in the WardiTV Winter Cup. This is going to be happening across the course of the next couple of weeks. So we got our next group day on Tuesday, then one on Wednesday. And then there'll be some more OSC action for a while. So we'll wrap this up and then resume in a couple of weeks where we have the final group day and the playoffs. And yeah, we just work through this event and see how it will all pan out and all the rest. Very exciting. Kind of nice to just be back and already playing some more WardiTV tournaments, to be honest. Nice to have us back and yeah, just have things kind of on the go. Like I say, nothing major, nothing super crazy just yet, just this little one. I go from there. Is Rogue in a clan? He's on Team Falcon still, as far as I'm aware. I believe he still is on the team as well. It's actually interesting. We haven't seen a lot of teams drop players yet, have we? So, I actually really thought that... in the new year, I knew a lot of the EWC contracts were kind of until the end of 2025. So I'm kind of surprised to have not seen a bunch of players drop by their teams. I wonder if that's good news for StarCraft 2, because they're keeping players on in hopes that EWC will still have StarCraft 2, maybe? That's, yeah, kind of interesting, actually. Kind of interesting as we get set up and rumbling. Game number 1 of this best of 3 on the way right here, so we get this started and underway just to begin with. And, yeah. Not too much going on just yet. A little bit of setting up. See where the CVZ takes us. Percival with a single win already on the day. Beaten ByuN. Big start of the day for him. Win one more match and you're pretty safe to get out of this group unless you get in a very unfortunate tiebreaker scenario. So, I guess we will find out how that all pans very shortly. Just going to see the Reaper. Going to drop a little bit of damage out here. Put some pressure in. Just get set up there initially and see where we can go. We're going to put some damage out onto the drone as well. So drone taking a few hits. And yeah, we go from here and see what exactly will be coming up next. Those couple CCs in that factory all building in as well. So bringing that straight through. Continue to get that on the way up right now. Circling Speed Queen, overloading the drone. Again, all of that producing through as well here. Just for now, getting set. See where we end up. Lings into the center, so they're just going to come straight through for a couple moments, get moving along. We've seen the Ling's going to get a little grab-a-rab. Nice little catch. Lings will just go after the rocks for a couple seconds, just nibble through that. Again, CC building up, a couple Hellions on the way. We have ourselves a couple Queens building by as well as just get all this on the go for the moment. Well, Percival is going to make his way through the Hellions, so we get those moving along as well. A couple Queens still on the way out as well. There's everything else just taking place nicely for the moment. Hellion comes across, chases after the Ling for a couple moments too. Rogue's in such an interesting place in StarCraft 2. I feel like he's been really the epitome of inconsistency. Like, some days you watch Rogue and you're like, holy goodness, Rogue is playing maybe not the best he's ever played, right? But like, he's playing great StarCraft. Like, he looks so good some days. But at the same time, it feels like he can just lose to almost anyone afterward as well. Like, it's really baffling to me watching Rogue play so often, because I really do just kind of get lost in this kind of like experience of just like I just expect him to be so good, because then I see him like that, and then he starts losing to people. I'm like, by losing to this guy Rogue, it's not like that bad players. It just feels like he's such a swingy player in that regard. It's so interesting to see happen so frequently. Which means that coming into this, like, I have no idea. Like, I feel like he should beat Percival, but I know Percival's good and Percival can be pretty decent. So, like, I know he can beat Percival, but I'm like, but is he going to beat Percival, you know? Like, will he actually take Percival out or not? Like, it's a great question that we can ask ourselves. As you see the Banshees coming around, Stim coming up, Marines on the way. Get settled in here. The Spire going to build from Rogue, so we're going to play into some mutas early on in this series. I'm a big fan of that. I think the mutas are really fun. As a viewer, you know, it's extremely exciting watching mutas get to play. I feel like it's always extremely exciting to see how they do and to see what they can find and see the sort of control we can see out of them. So yeah, excited to see what comes of them in this one, because that Spire is well underway. Rogue going to have to play a bit of defense here early. Obviously not going to have Evo Chambers for a while, so he's going to be down on the 1-1 upgrade, so we'll have to wait for that a little bit. We have the Banshee's going to get rid of a couple Zerglings already, and we just see some of those drones getting nibbled at as well. Queen's going to try and step back over the left side. We nearly lose a Queen. Not quite in the end. A couple more Banshee shots coming through. The Queen still takes some extra shots. Again, Bailing Nest about to complete. Spire soon to be finished. The additional drones building up on the side of Rogue as well, so we get all of that. Continue to come by. The Queen's again going to be in position to zone the Banshees away, so just pushing them straight out of here. Not going to let too much happen just yet. And that armory about to complete. The 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield all building through. Marines tank, Medivacs building as well. Tank shot is good onto the Zerglings. Chase those Lings back out the other way just for a moment or two. With a couple shots onto the rocks, and just going to be seeing the Utalisk still building through as well. So again, those meters coming out. There's extra Lings coming by. Just going to see the Hellions able to pick those Lings off, and they will fall. That will drop already. The rest of the Marine tank going to come around that right-hand side, so that's just going to come straight over there. Move along nice and quickly. Get that in position for the moment or so. This is an interesting moment, right, where Percival's attacking and Rogue has invested so far into a lot of harassing units, and yet they've not had the chance to harass yet. So, as these mutas first take to the stage, this becomes kind of the scarier part of this game, as now the mutas will take a chance to jump onto at least some of those Medivacs at least. And you see the Marines over here going to get through and get rid of this hatchery, so that will go down as well. Hellbat's still pushing through. SCV's going down the other side as we do find some value. And the mutas are going to help to get rid of some of the Hellbats initially. We just need some extra units here. Banespeed's about to finish. Does Rogue have enough to hang on in there? He does not have the 1-1 like his opponent does. But maybe if it just gets a surge of power, maybe he can push through. Maybe he can clean this up. Maybe we can just make this work out. We're just going to fly forward. Not going to focus on the siege tanks. I feel like we could have gone after the tanks with the mutas, and they would have probably lost the chance to fire a few more times there. Rogue already rebuilding the 4th base. Thor on the way up. I think the big issue for Rogue is, again, the upgrades. He's already on a lack of upgrades. He's now going to start 1-1. So he starts 1-1, but pretty late. And his opponent's already almost halfway to 2-2. There's probably a timing window in this game where it's going to be 2-2 to 0-0 for a few moments. And if Percival can strike in that period of time, this is going to become very difficult very quickly. So definitely be an issue, like I say, sooner rather than later, honestly. I'm just going to be seeing those Marines stimming about. The mutas still up in the skies, flying back around as well. More shots coming about already, and just going to be seeing again the 1-1 carapace upgrades and the melee upgrades continuing straight by. And that all up and rolling for the next few seconds. Main Rogue, the best part for him is that obviously he gets towards this point now where he gets to play kind of the, the meters on the map, and he can be a bit more harassment heavy, and he can actually make this harassment happen. You can actually get a few more things to actually start taking place in the game compared to before, where just not really much was taking place for you at all, unfortunately. So maybe now he can use that in his advantage, but still think he's going to be afraid fighting down on upgrades and so on, so I think he's going to be hesitant about doing too much too quickly, to be honest. I think there's still going to be concerns, like I say, in the grand scheme of things here right now, as we are going to see the Ling meter can take a chance to get over here. The problem with dropping is, obviously, if you force those drops to lift up, the meter should be able to capitalize. They didn't want to get too close initially. Now they will start to play clean up. The boost will expire, and we should be able to kill any Marine that pops out of here without issues, so that's more about just buying time at that stage than anything else. And some melee upgrades continue through. Infestation Pit coming up. The meters and the Banes continue to come by as well, so again, we get a lot of that just on the way for the moment here. Let's get back to the center. Percival is also this player who is very happy to play a longer game if he needs to. Like, he's not afraid of just blending this camp up into this later game kind of stage and so on and so forth. So, one more thing we can definitely think on here is the Hive, the drones, the Lings, Adrenal Gland, the +2 melee, sorry, coming up. I'm thinking Adrenal Glands because that'll be important once we get to that Hive. Obviously, we're just a little bit away from that for the moment still, but I'd say not bad thing to have in my mind, because it's definitely something that Rogue should have on his. Just needs to get to that level of tech here initially. Ling meter, I'm going to wrap around a set of rocks, just going to open those up, open that space a little bit. We do have the again, 3-3 still building through. Concussive shells coming up, +2 vehicle plane coming by. The Marines and the Thors will fire forward. A couple of creep tumors are going to drop already, and the Hive is going to be done very soon for Rogue, as we see the Marines going to hit the bottom left-hand side of this map. Just going to get rid of this hatchery. That's a kill, not a cancel, so some money lost for Rogue that he didn't need to lose. And like I say, it's kind of risky to drop because of the Mutalisks, but if you get away with it, then brilliant. Apparently those Mutas have been on a dangerous journey because they show back up on on fire, basically. Red and orange hit points. We will force the cleanup, though, and like I say, that's 3 drops of Marines, which now just go down. So it's expensive and risky to be sitting out on the map like this with these drops and trying to make stuff happen. Back out into the center once again. Just going to pull straight in over there. For a couple of moments, the meter's going to regather. There's that Adrenal Glands on the way up, so what I mentioned before for Rogue is going to remain very true. Again, Adrenal Glands coming through, the 2-2 upgrades all coming about. The Flyer Carapace upgrade as well, just some extra little bits and pieces are still very much so on their way as well here currently. Here's Percival. Percival's a Korean Terran player who's been around for a long time, just has not had some of the highs that some of the other players have had over the course of their illustrious StarCraft careers. So, yeah, he's just a solid Protoss player. It's pretty darn good, to be honest. Just yeah, he's actually probably peaking now more than he has done in the past. Yeah, he's just a Korean Terran. He's been playing a long time, but just has not seen that kind of major success. Especially having not seen major success at some of the bigger tournaments in the world as well. So, unless you follow a lot of the online scene, you probably haven't seen much of Percival. Of course, continue to try and chase around. The mutas need to try and dodge away and stay safe for a couple of moments too, if at all possible. They try their best. Mutas pull back down the bottom side for a couple of moments. Reposition here just momentarily. Here's the overseers together, just going to move back across, and we take a couple more seconds. Another scan going to come down, just going to move straight over with this, just for the moment, figuring out what we want to try and do next. The ByuN, the couple Thors making their way over that left-hand side. So they're going to take position here. The couple of bits of Lings and Banes joining up as well, trying to also take position right now. Trying to see what they can do. The Mutas, again, going to be so good at just pushing back those medevacs and stopping this drop play from really establishing any further. The Mutas are doing that right now as we dive in. The couple Marines going down. Some Marines are already falling. You see this hatcher on the bottom left side going down as well. 4 Ultras coming about. 3/3 melee upgrades coming through too. Yeah, Ultras really make this a much smoother situation, no doubt, so that definitely should aid us a good amount here as we just have. Yeah, and the Mutas gathering around overhead, just moving a bit here and there. Ultras still building by. There's a couple Ultras, those few Zerglings all still coming about. Just going to be seeing the Mutas on the bottom side, just going to get a bit of a cleanup. The Hatcher going to go down over there. Put that into position already as well. Fire steps over. Again, Hatcher will take some damage. A couple drones start to go down. Just going to see the Ultra showing up. It's going to be there to help push things away and to help clean things up a little bit as well. The rest of the Bio still coming through. A couple creep teamers being cleaned out right now. Queen in the front there also being picked off. The wouldn't mind shots going in after some of those Lings, which are going to spread out and decide where they need to go. Lings moving up. Peoples are going to raise. Rest of that Bio Ghost coming through as well. Just currently, we do see the rest of the Bio still standing strong. A couple Banes threatening to connect right now. The Mutas are going to come flying across alongside everything else. Just looking to play cleanup here as the medevacs still trying to drop around this map, but with the Muta control, Run Pistol is getting some value, but I mean, I guess you are keeping your opponent moving around, and to be fair, I mean, the base aren't super crazy. We're going to get rid of a bunch of creep here. The Ultras are going to go headbutt themselves through a choke point. It's going to be ugly. A lot of the units in the upper right need to come back around. The Ghosts are going to do exactly what they need to against those Ultras as the snipes come through. We do see the Ghosts loading into those medevacs, retreating away. A couple of Widowmine shots going off. Just these few meters that remain. Going to get rid of those medevacs. Percival has to back the heck out of there, but of course we're seeing the power of those Ghosts, the ability to just snipe. And Rogue is building even more mutas, so he's going to stay on the kind of Muta Ultra army, which is kind of crazy. Libs coming about, Marine Marauder coming over. Ghost on the way, the +1 ship weapons coming through, the Wooden Mine blows up the Changeling. Push down this right side for a few moments here, a couple of these creep teamers being cleaned out as well. And a couple of Libs going through, Marine Marauder coming about, the Advanced Ballistics and the +1 ship weapons also coming into play. Still just pushing through a bunch more of this creep spread as we continue to shove in. So we really do continue to clear out a lot of that creep at the moment, and it's going to be seeing Rogue. How aggressive does he want to step onto the map here? You know, do you want to actually really kind of make like a big step forward, or what's kind of line of thinking right now, I suppose, is my question mark. To where we're going in this game. A few Lings going to get through. The SCVs on that left side going to go down. 7 workers being killed already. The Ultra Bane going to hit the top right-hand side. Going to work their way straight through this base. Planetary Fortress going to have to lift off and evacuate away for a couple seconds. A couple of SCVs will pull through. The missile turret will get repaired back up to health. Just going to see the rest of these Ultras coming through again. So, and the rest of this back up and online, resetting. So do you clean up? I mean, for Rogue, it's going to be expensive. We're going to keep losing those Ultras. About a 5k resource loss difference, and it's been about that sort of distance between the two for a while at this stage, and does not seem to be getting any larger of a situation, so that part at least seems reasonable. 24 Lings. 6 Lings building up. 27 SCVs go down is very sizable. At the same time, trying to clean up this army is going to mostly be the Liberators left. We don't have anything on the map for the Libs just yet, right? It's just the Mutas. Okay, so yes, obviously we've got the Mutas For some reason I'm thinking there's no corruptors, but yes, there's no corruptors, but there's also a crap ton of mutalists still. So yes, there is absolutely something for these liberators. We're going to see these ghosts. Going to get jumped on. The mutas are going to try and get overhead on them. The medevac's going to try and retreat some of them away as well, but a full medevac, of course, already going down. Try and drop them back into this liberator kind of zone. But yeah, these mutas will just split, deal with the liberators, and now they can turn back around. We do see the ghost trying to get another couple snipes off. I mean, Rogue has so much money. He is absolutely steaming with cash right now. Like, he's going to have no issue playing this into a little bit of a later stage of the game if he needs to. And right now, that does kind of seem like where we're going to, where he's going to be able to have that rebuild potential. And Percival is not going to be able to match the same kind of energy there. This top right base being under heavy fire, heavy duress all the way through as well. Tommy's going to DC. It's a new one for the day. It's been a day of heavy DC, unfortunately. Get back to it, though. How many Overseers are there? There are currently 19 Overseers on the map. Rogue does like to play that heavy Overseer style, of course. It's kind of something he started doing, he came up with. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Deltas? Thank you for the 7-month resub. Mutas back in style again? Yeah, they really are. They are back in style because they're just good again. Mutiling Bane is kind of a composition that works since the most recent patch, so they're back. We're seeing a lot of them in ZVT. It's a great time to watch ZVT because mutas really are back. And we're seeing, honestly, ZVT maybe being as varied as it's ever been. There's a lot of very viable styles in the matchup, which is making it a lot of fun to watch. It's been a lot of fun to watch. They're going to get through. Hatch in the bottom right going down. Just going to get the cleanup there. Just going to see the mutas going to fly over. They're going to look to try and get involved as we just fly straight into this. And once again, it looks as though Rogue is finding the cleanup necessary to make this happen. Yeah, still just gathering through and figuring out what they want to do next. Taking a couple moments. Bane meter all flying through. The planetary floor is going to take some damage as well. A few more shots coming about. 30, 40 lings in production. Rogue again just rebuilding every time right off the bat of this. Just able to get straight through, looking good. And continue to just look better and better given time. Just going back down the other direction for a couple moments, then just moving over there. Still got some Ling Bane and the +2 fly Carapace coming up as well. And the +2 ship weapon's going to be a part of this as well. It's just some extra bits and pieces. Continue coming around for now. And then a lot of this bio joining up. Just going to be seeing a little bit more coming through. 4 libs at a time being produced right now. It's going to be seeing the rest of this army still getting fully set. The Liberators are interesting because, like, we have mutas to deal with them, but at the same time, if the libs on siege, they're actually somewhat okay against mutas as well. They obviously provide that splashing anti-air damage, so it can do quite a lot. Bane just keeps running straight over. Wouldn't mind going down. The rest of the Lings coming to the front. Just going to see the bio going about. Wouldn't mind will unburrow and reburrow. The Baneling just crashing in. The Marines taking damage. The Marauders taking shots. This position is kind of nice. We have another run badge to the top right of the map, by the way. So up over here, you already see that this base kind of gets kind of evacuated through a little bit as well. And those mutas are going to try and deny another base as they go. Also, just again making life truly miserable on the side of the Terran player, who again is just not quite rich enough to really stay in this game in the long term with the way it's going. We do at least have some ghosts though. That ability to snipe can definitely get a lot done here. You can see the mutas chasing back over, and you can see the issue once again is that these ghosts can even get chased on. There's just so many mutalisks, and all the overseers as well. The overseers make it difficult to snipe, so if the mutas are in amongst those overseers, you can't really target fire the mutas specifically. Sometimes you're going to hit the overseers by mistake, so again, just trying to cause chaos and confusion. As this base going down as well, double planetary is not going to help against the mutalisks. And Rogue, 24 minutes here on Winter Madness, maybe on the verge of making this work out in his favor. And they really decided to play some long games today, didn't they? Well, Libs are going to siege up. The Bio are going to stand strong. A couple Lings are going to come back the other way. Ultra going to dive through. And again, a couple Liberators already sieged up. The Thors are getting jumped on very quickly. Widowmine goes into the center there as well. Firing in. The Thor gets re-dropped back into the Liberation zones. Again, hard to really see this going any other way right now. Let's just have the couple more Liberator shots coming through, so a few more hits coming in there. On top of everything else, everything's still looking pretty cozy as we just see the Ling's going to run over, the Ultra going to come by as well, just continue to chase this all down. Lots of damage continue to be done, just going to be seeing the Ultra and the Mutas combining together, and again, another army swept up. It is not completely free, like I say, Rogue supply drops in these moments as well, so Rogue is also taking losses across the course of these fights. It's just not really enough to impact him overly negatively compared to where Percival is at the end of the day. GG's. Percival takes a game number 1. Sorry, damn it. Rogue takes a game number 1. Percival has to tap out. And we'll have a look to see if he has a chance in game number 2. As we get that ready to go. Big game, long game. And our second map here is going to be Taito Citadel. Alright, throw the lobby up, guys. We'll get this moving quickly. Say it's going to be late for these guys because we have to start on a delayed time frame with the other events going on, so we'll try and go without much delay at all. Ready is called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know how many casts I had before, but I'm going to presume 6 is going to be enough, so we shall go with it. We shall send it. Oh. Alright, let's get into Taito Citadel. The issue for Percival, the reason I think he leaves the game, guys, is specifically because he has no income anymore as well. Like, he just has no money coming in. Like, he lost his base, he's been losing his economy throughout. There's a point at which you just know you can't rebuild off the back of something, and that's the point where he's like, okay, I know the Zerg still has enough. I know I've not denied bases myself like this. Or to that extent. So I think I think it was over, and I think that's why he knows, because he just knows the kind of trade-outs that have been made through the course of the game. And knows where things kind of end up in the end. Rogue top left is our blue Zerg player. Percival bottom right is our red Terran. Game 2 of this best of 3. Not sold on the Ultra Meter army comp, no. Me neither. It was anything but convincing on that last game, right? It got the job done, but man, it really had to work to get the job done. No, I'm kind of with you. I'm not sure either. It was fun, though. If nothing else, it was definitely a fun composition. That part was definitely true. Reactor orbital coming in, hatch gas pool, a little bit of everything just setting up for a couple moments here, so we get that all online. We'll see what game 2 takes us. Taito Citadel, see if we get another long one between these guys. It's been, like I say, a pretty long couple of matches so far. I mean, the first series of TVT was pretty hefty as well, so Classic will be showing up after this, so after this will be Percival Classic, and then also we'll have the, after Percival Classic we'll go into, the ByuN, Rogue, and Classic games against each other too. Extra barracks coming through. The few Zerglings moving over that right-hand side. A couple Marines are going to be nearby. And start putting some damage out. The Lings start to take some damage already. The Lings will keep chasing through. Lings will be taking some hits. And just going to be seeing the Zergling going down again. So that Ling speed still building up right here. Getting that on track and on the way. Again, the few drones still building up as well. Stimpack building, Marines building. Orbital and the Tech Lab coming through as well. So we bring a lot of that up and online. Yeah, that Ling speed continues to come into play just for the moment. So again, we get that up and running right now. See where things are going to end up. Both Stim and Combat Shield on the way through immediately, so just get that straight into place. And yeah, Percival playing a very different opening, like this fast 3 barracks, so no factory, no Hellion pressure or anything like that. Just a lot of bio right off the bat, which in TVZ is such a weird way to play it because you get so much value from having Hellions and so on early. If he feels like Rogue is maybe being kind of greedy and you know that's something you can kind of punish, then that could actually be kind of cool. So that could be an opportunity or possibility that we try and latch onto here to try and take advantage of in the next few moments. We shall see. And like I say, the next few moments, because we're going to figure this out and see which way around things are going to go. Again, Stim and Combat Shield both building up. Going to be seeing the factory coming through. It's about halfway done at the moment as well. Queens are going to take the chance to put some damage in and clear up a little bit already. Just going to knock away at these rocks and see if we can open up a little bit of space perhaps. Again, Stimpack, Combat Shield all coming through. Queens and Lings in production. So a lot of that continue to come through as well for now. Ring count gathers together. And again, the lag coming through. The Zerglings coming up. The Carapace upgrade coming by. Bringing a lot of that into play already. And the +1 attack going to be a part of this as well. So looking pretty reasonable there for the moment. Things actually running through, and these Marines gonna have to be careful as they, yeah, they are kind of the hope and dream of this game. But I mean, they actually did pretty well there, to be honest. Pretty reasonably, as I just see a lot of the Lings went down, but now Rogue kind of knows about it. Will he be caught off guard at all? At this point, probably not. He's gonna keep making Lings and add a couple extra Queens on as well. Make sure he has plenty to deal with this at any point in time. Make sure you never really end up in too much trouble or anything here. As again, the land, the Lings all coming through. Those couple Queens still coming up as well. These Lings looking for the wraparound on these Marines also. Looking to get straight across and put some action in there as the Marines step over themselves. And a few more Zerglings just getting picked away at already. I mean, the Marines actually finding good value then. Resource loss is going to favor you as Percival, but I mean, we kind of need the medevacs. These Marines are getting lower and lower on HP. Rogue's going to go into the Hydra den, so he's going to start building Hydras. And to be fair, there's not exactly a lot that really stops Hydras right now because the Marines aren't powerful enough to stop Hydras because they're already pretty flimsy. I guess when you get the medevacs up and you get healed up, maybe that's not as big of an issue. But to me right now, it definitely does feel like if you had 10 Hydras into this game right now, and you had like a similar amount of Marines, then I like it a lot for Rogue. There's going to be the attack upgrade finishing shortly from Percival. He'll get the third CC up as well, so he'll be able to get that on the way after everything that's happened thus far. These Marines stem through. A couple Queens and the Lings together. Going to be there to push the Marines back the other direction, and they will start to go back the other direction then. Just for the moment, the Lings still wrapping around. Siege tank goes down. The medevac fell. Lings pulling back through. And again, the +1 attack upgrade about to finish up on the side of Percival, so and the attack upgrade finished very shortly. Still got +2, +1 on the way through from Percival as well here. You can see our Marines getting over. They're going to pick off the Overlord. Taking that down. Again, that Evolution Chamber is about halfway done currently. +2 Carapace, Groove Spines. All of that being built up as we speak. Marines unload. You move up to the upper right-hand side here initially. It's just going to move straight in position and see if there's anything we can do over there. I'm just looking for the wraparound. The Marines are going to load back into the medevacs. They're just going to slip away from that. Queen's throwing down a little bit more of a creep spread. Just going a little bit extra on the way out. Again, +2 carapace, +1 missiles. All of that still building as we speak. So things looking up in terms of Rogue being set up onto those Hydras. Ben, you are up against Marine tank at this stage, and those tanks are going to be an issue for the Hydras as well. If you have no way to really reach those tanks, Leg is going to sit there and shell your expensive blast cannon units. Infestation Pit finishing soon. Just going to see a few Marines stepping forward, a couple creep tumors going down again. Hydra will come over, the medevac's just going to move back, and for now Rogue's defense continues to look pretty solid thus far. That's going to be a little bit more Ling Hydra, still pushing up, and Marine's still stimming back. I do take another stim, going to push through once more. Look, Den is already about halfway done, that Bane Nest halfway done as well. Still bringing our Hive through for these next few moments as we continue to get this all underway. Going to give Rogue even better tech. Being up on these lurks is going to be massive for him. He is really not far from that being the case, as we just see the Ling's going to come in from a couple sides. The Hydras too. You get rid of those tanks quickly, but the Marines are tanking a lot of the damage, and I don't think that's going to leave you in a good enough position here as Rogue. He lost a lot of supply on this, and Percival is going to put himself into a much better place here so far, so that's definitely a major positive. Oof. Well, some more Marine tank continues to shove up a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, Rogue's is going to get completely overrun. That's going to be GG, and it is going to be Percival to take game 2 and to tie this 1-1 in the best of 3. So Percival not going to go down without the fight. We'll get into the third map of Rogue and Percival then in just a couple moments here in the WardiTV Winter Cup Group A. Lineup for our rest of the tournament is looking great as well, by the way, guys. Other players you'll be able to see in this event over the course. Oh, hang on, I need to host game 3. Hold up, I'm saying things. I need to actually do something. Ruby Rock game 3, I believe. Yes, so other players you can watch in the WardiTV Winter Cup will be including Solar, Kua, Gumiho, Yakov, Showtime, Geralt, Creator, Hero, Max Pax, and Shameless, and then one more invite or 2 more invites still to be determined as well. So lots of great players participating. And again, we'll have another group of this coming up on Tuesday and then another on Wednesday as well. So plenty of StarCraft to keep you all busy. Players are ready. Let's jump into this game number 3 deciding map of our series. Alright, let's jump into Ruby Rock. In the bottom right side, our blue Terran is going to be Percival, bringing it back with what was a bit of a weird build, and then obviously into some aggression, pushing, and just not letting it up after the fact, so some fun stuff there in the end. As in the top left side, our red Zerg is a Rogue. Third game. Big one. Win this as Percival, and you're 2-0 in the group. And a very solid place to move on out from here, so put you in a good spot. Barracks coming through, a hatch and a gas in the pool all coming up as well. Bring a lot of that over just for the moment here, get this set, figure out what we will do next. see the Reaper just on the way out, just getting set for a moment. See where we go. See where we can take things. Yeah. See if anything exciting in particular is going to happen here in the next few moments as well. Reaper building by. It's going to be seeing the hatch in the pool. Coming up, the drone building up as well, so again, getting a lot of that on the way in just for now. Getting this set and ready to roll. A couple queens, the lings. No extra barracks from Percival, expecting to throw down the factory this game and play a bit more regularly compared to what we saw last time. And there is a said factory, so it is going to be a bit more normal in that regard for the moment. Just while we get set up, guys, just want to take a moment to say thank you for joining us, of course. I appreciate you guys being here. If you are enjoying this stream, don't forget to support. You can obviously follow on Twitch, or you can also check out the like and the subscribe buttons on the YouTube. Those will help out massively. All of those are free to do. This is obviously a WardiTV event, and these events don't happen without your guys' support. You should be able to check out the Patreon page if you want to support further. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools, just like this one. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing today and you want to help support more of this happening, check out that Patreon page. We are coming up to all-time highs on Patreon, and we continue to grow, which is amazing. And again, just a few dollars a month on the Patreon can really help to keep these tournaments funded, to keep the foundation of these events going, and to allow us to build on that for even more great StarCraft action into the future. So if you have a moment, check out the Patreon again. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. And again, a lot of that goes a long way toward us being able to do some extra as well. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for listening. Get this setting up to go. Setting up to go. Pokes about, wants to get at least a creep tumor here, which it will be able to do so, but not too much to really be done there. The lings are going to continue to run through as well. It's nothing super crazy just yet. 1-1 upgrades, Hellions all coming by. Queens, Overlords, and the drones building as well, just for the moment. Queen's going to gather up, Hellions going to be nearby. It's going to be seen, still 1-1 on the way out. Queens, drones, Evo Chamber, all building through for the moment. Get that set. Get this ready to play into action. And both those barracks just coming up as well. Getting that on the way. The additional SCVs coming about as well as everything else. So, again, a little bit of setting up. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield. And the stim pack coming through. Stim pack coming up as well, so again, just get that whole building here for a moment or so. Just going to see the couple of Hellions are going to poke about. They're looking for some opportunities, some damage to be dealt. Just trying to find whatever we can in these next few moments to just try and set up strongly and confidently in this game. Hellions come back around, 1-1 upgrades, and that stim pack still coming through as well. Still got the roach speed, the carapace upgrade, the additional roaches building about as well here. So again, a lot of the setting up continuing, and Rogue showing us that it is going to be kind of a roach sort of style here initially. Hellions move over, Queen's going to move about. It's going to be seeing the creep tumor being cleaned out a little bit as well. A little bit more creep coming down, the Hellions will get there. A little bit more being done so far. Nice little run by, going to get a couple of SCVs at least, so not a bad little starting point. Rogue with the run by, hitting at a good time. On the other side of the map, the Queens help to push the Hellions away as well, just pushing them back the other direction. Stopping them from getting too much done just yet, as we still have the rest of those lings coming in, and once again, it's a few SCVs that begin to take some damage. Shots coming around, roaches, carapace, roach speed, all of this building through still. I'm just going to see the rest of this roach ravager joining up together as well as everything else right now. Aliens coming through, a couple shots coming about. So much of that Roach Ravager's coming through at the moment here. The 2-2 upgrades in the combat shield building. Roach Ravager and the Carapace setting up as well. Marines want to get rid of some of the creep tumors. Just going to be seeing the Overlord in some trouble also. Things trying to press forward. The Roach Ravager still going to be right there and still trading out. A couple of these SCVs still dropping down dead at the moment. The Roach Ravager continues through, and again, 3 SCVs being picked off right off the bat initially. So again, a lot being done here. 10 roaches producing. There's a Rogue just sending this. He's got a lot of supply right now, so he is absolutely looking to take advantage of this current situation. He is got to be enjoying this so far, and we'll see if he can continue to press the issue. I mean, right now, answer is absolutely yes, he can. He is breaking right through into this position and looking very good and very comfortable with this. Percival not quite ready to deal with all of this Roach Ravager. He's going to pull a few SCVs. Marines and Marauders going to sit behind to try and do what they can to recover here. This Roach Ravager just keeps pushing through. 120 supply lead already, 30 SCVs dead. And the maxed out Rogue is just not being stopped. At this point, you're not even going to get a siege tank out anywhere useful because the opponent is really just on top of you inside of this base. That's GG's, and that's going to be Rogue. 2-1 victorious here, and Percival will drop to 1-1 on the day. Very close for him, but not quite close enough guarantee his way through just yet. So he will play against Classic next, and that matchup against Classic is going to become a very important one here for Percival, as he is in a must-win situation more or less to kind of get through. 1 and 2 is going to be very tough to move through this group. It does sometimes happen, but I guess we'll see. We will see if something like that can take place. So it is going to be Percival Classic up next. We'll get that on the way. And then we come back with ByuN versus Classic, ByuN versus Rogue, and Classic versus Rogue all happening in quick succession. Hopefully we should be able to get, once we get into this, should be able to keep it going nice and smoothly. So just need to get Classic here. We'll give him a moment or two to hop on over. We'll get into some more action, guys. We'll get into some more action. Classic just hopped over now. Get this started. Alright, guys, give this a moment or two. Videos have begun between Classic and Percival. Alright, video's coming through. Again, gonna move nice and quickly here and keep the games going, guys. So, here on out, lots of action that will continue to come around. Winter is going to be map number 1. Perfect. Let's get this started up and ready to go. Would I consider no music? What? No in-game music? Absolutely not. People love the in-game music. People complain when the in-game music is too quiet for them. It's just so empty when there's no music on, no? Alright, just trying to get everyone in-game, guys. Some people are being a little slow to join us. Players are ready. Cool. Kick this off. Get this going. Let's jump into game number 1. So Classic vs. Percival. We've been going pretty slow so far with the games being lengthy, so I think these guys are eager to try and keep the pace of action up. See if we can do that for them as we jump into game number 1 of this best of 3. Winter Madness. PVT coming in right here, as we have got Classic and Percival in the WardiTV Winter Cup Group A. Series 3 out of 6 in this group. Let's see what PVT looks like as we have in the bottom right side. Percival, our blue Terran player, will be taking on the red Protoss. In the upper left, it is Classic. Let me get this started up right here, right now, into some action. When are they going to remove the Liberator spot in the third base? Never. You think they update these maps? It's a StarCraft, baby. We don't get updates outside of the big updates. Let's get set up here. Getting the assimilator coming through initially, getting ready to go. STV comes across, puts a command center down. Cyberpole coming about. Next is on the way. Port gate building. Nice peaceful start of this PVT, to be honest. Nothing too crazy. Start us off just yet. The bunker obviously at the front is going to help us to settle things down a little and get that on track a little bit too. Yeah, Twilight Council Stalker, all building in, Warp Gate coming online. CC just out of position ever so slightly, just going to relocate that around a little bit and get that fixed up as a couple of Marines are going to start fighting against this Adept, so Adept will start taking a few shots here right away. And just about manages to shade out of there actually, so Adept does get out in the end, able to pull clear of that position. A couple of Marines still just gather, and yeah, Adept actually getting out alive really is quite impressive, to be honest. Felt like a bit of a doomed situation, to be honest, but we're going to make do for the moment at least. And getting that blink coming up, we got a lot of this online for now, so again we bring this up and running just for the moment. Again, next is building by, that blink continuing up, so we got a lot of this on the way. Let's take a few moments to get this into position here and see what will come next. Again, that blink is going to be a part of this as well, so get that on the way up. Most units just gathering in the natural expansion from Classic at the moment, just getting those settled down. Robotics facility about halfway done already. The Nexus is going to be a part of this now. Continue through with that for the moment. Just continue to get a lot of this into play as we speak. Let's see where we go. A couple SCVs in the tank coming up. The Marines are going to be on the way through as well. So again, just little bits of everything on the way, but most importantly, this push is arriving. Now, Classic is going to have the Stalkers here. He's going to blink straight in, goes after the tank initially straight away, but the second tank going to make that kind of an expensive trade out. Like, that does really cost you there for a few moments. So that is very pricey. The Marinesman tank going to continue to fire. There's a little bit more done still. Stalker's now going to come around from the other side. We have a couple of Stalkers hallucinated. If they could take some of the shots, that would be amazing. Got to be really careful with these other Stalkers because they've already taken a beating. So now they're very close to going down already, which is not exactly ideal. We've seen the rest of this gathering about, just all joining up together for a few moments. We've seen a couple more Stalkers moving about here. The Immortal still taking some damage, a few more shots coming through. It's going to be seeing this army of Classic just about, I think, enough to kind of hold this off. The Medevac is able to micro the tank back and take us out the way there, so should be able to clean that up for the moment. To kind of be able to go from there just in general right now, so that should help us to do what we need. Also going to be seeing our Immortal in that charge still coming up. A few gates in the Robo Bay coming about as well, so bring that straight online. We're just going to have ourselves a couple Stalker shots firing through as well, so a few more hits coming about with all of this. We're just going to keep some of the pressure up. We're going to try and get this go a bit further right now as Stalkers are going to get jumped on. Double Immortal is going to be so huge here, but need to try and target fire down some of the techier units with said Immortals, and he does get rid of pretty much everything here. That last Immortal still has health on it. Another tank has to siege as Classic continues to scrap with Percival out the front, taking a fourth base during this, so obviously can't be feeling too hectic about the situation. Got to feel pretty okay if you're going to be taking your fourth base during everything else that's going on here. Zealots now have charge. It's going to make life a whole lot easier, and that might just stop Percival dead in his tracks in terms of being able to do much else in this game. So he might not be able to find much extra stuff. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 upgrade building through on the side of Percival as well. So we continue to build that straight into place right now. We have that Ghost Academy coming up from Percival too, so bring that straight into play right here. Couple depots coming over. The reactor, the orbital command coming up. Widow Mine still building. Yeah, those Widow Mines continue to come through and online as well. Mines on Burrow on the rear burrow. Medevacs go to the upper left-hand side. One upgrades. The extended thermal lens is just going to be set up at the moment. Again, the other upgrades finishing for the Terrans. So we are going to have, I mean, a bio army that's pretty powerful right now, set to go. Looking to make a move. Gonna stem into this base. But now Classic is still just expanding, taking the bottom left side during this. And he has units nearby, so he should be able to respond to this portion of the attack well enough for now. And he does kind of come across there and looks as though he will indeed be able to manage that very aptly, so nothing too much happening there just yet. I do see the rest of the bio again pulled away. The rest of these units coming back through again for a couple moments. And we reset. Just going to see another charge forward from the Zealots coming straight through. Colossus putting some damage out. The Stalkers there as well. More damage being done. We go back and forth. The two Immortals are going to be quite tanky in the front. They do absorb quite a bit of the damage at first. Is that going to be enough overall? See those Stalkers still trying to add everything that they can into play. It's going to be seeing everything else continue to come through, and the Colossus still standing. I mean, one of them just fell down, but here's a wave of Zealots that should turn Percival out of here. But again, this has been a pretty ridiculous kind of non-stop little engagement and fight that's been happening and happening and happening, just keeping on going. See Vikings there going to get after the Prisms. The Prism will take a few shots as well. It's going to get pushed the other way. Not great for Classic. Percival starting up his fourth command center behind all of this, and again, it's just been such a busy state of this game. You now see those Zealots gathering together, and they're going to try and push through. Fire going to go shooting onto a bunch of extra things here and there as well. It's going to be having the Colossus, the Zealot, the Sentient Stalker gathering together as well. So again, take a few moments to try and deal with all of that. Two building, Prism speed on the way, a couple of gates and the Observer coming about as well. You see the Vikings going to get there. That Prism goes down immediately. So a lot of bio that joins up. Again, the Vikings, the Marine Marauder Ghost continuing through as well. So a lot of that still coming straight into play right now. Zealot's actually going to get a good jump on things as well. I mean, the couple Colossus in the back definitely going to be some of the main damage output. Well, back away is classic. To be fair, he's about to hit 2-2 upgrades. That'll be an entire set of upgrades lead, and that would give him much better fights. At this point, I don't think he necessarily needs it. His supply is starting to look good. His economy is looking great. The establishment of these bases during all of this that have just not then been punched at all is something which is obviously just going to feed brilliantly into this game state for him. And I mean, don't get me wrong, he's not the best army of all time. There's a good amount of Vikings here against the Colossus too. There's Ghost at EMP right off the bat as well. The Classic is going to do a lot. I mean, the Zealots are just going to keep you so busy, especially when you've got 2-2 to 1-1 upgrades. At this point, Gateway units do fight well against the Terran army because there's A, so many of them, and B, they're well upgraded. So it's going to be an absolute pain in the butt to fight through. As you see, the Stalker's going to try and go after the Vikings and protect the Colossus a little bit. Colossus can dive back into this Prism for a second or so. There is going to be the missile turrets, which get rid of the Prism. The Colossus still staying alive, though, and a lot of those units are obviously very healthy. And that is going to be the issue. The Bioforce is such low HP in Classic. Will eventually scrap his way to a 1-0 lead in this best of 3, but man, he had to really work for this. That was an absolute mess of a game. This was not easy in the slightest, to be honest, as the Stalkers going to continue through. They blink up. A couple of those Ghosts are going down. Marauders and Marines taking damage. The Medivacs as well. GG. Classic is going to take the first game of the series. He's going to have the 1-0 advantage and ready to go into a second map with that lead in a few moments' time. Alright, our second map is going to be Ruby Rock. Let's get that hosted straight away and start getting everyone into this lobby. Third map will be Old Republic if we need it. Ready, go. Let's do this. Sweet. Let's jump into Ruby Rock, guys. Let's do this. Classic and Percival game number 2. Classic leading 1-0. It was kind of a wild game. Messy all over the place. It was a bit of a busy one. Top left-hand side, Percival. Wondering if he'll be kind of aggressive in the early stages again, or what his plan maybe is in the bottom right is going to be the Red Protoss Classic. What was Percival's name before? He's always been known as Percival. He is not a man of many names. He's a man of one name. And Percival it is. Alright, probe building up, assembly on the way through, gateway building, racks in the gas coming online, the SCV coming online. Get a lot of that going initially. Probe nibbles, SCV takes some damage. We're going to see that cyber core building up, the orbital and the reaper very much so coming through as well, so a lot of that coming online to begin with here just initially. SCVs pull across, you can see the probe taking some damage right away, so 2 shots coming about, and yeah, so you see going to drop down into place. Orbital command still coming through. Nexus is going to be done shortly, so getting that one wrapped up. Because of Shells and a Marauder currently on the way by, it's just going to get that Marauder as the opening point here from Percival. Something a little different, and if you don't recognize this happening, it can sometimes kind of trigger a chain reaction of just kind of taking some damage, falling a bit behind, and so on and so forth. So something to kind of think on there. As you see, this Adept is going to attempt to shade out onto the map for a moment or two. Twilight Council and Nexus still building up. The Stalker and the Warp Gate coming by as well. You got a lot of that coming through for the moment here. Getting that running for the moment. Just going to throw a shade down. Again, the Marauder and the Concussive Shells all building. Just going to see that factory and barracks coming online as well. Again, not bad, just for the moment. Twilight Council finishing very shortly. And yeah, the Stalker and Warp Gate. No surprises. Shots coming straight through. Adept has already taken some damage, so a few hits coming in immediately, and Adept ends up going pretty low right off the bat, as we just see. Yeah, the blink continuing in. Just gonna get that set up to go for a moment or two. Starport and the SCVs all building as well. And yeah, the reactor coming about here. The Marauders approaching the front. There's going to be a battery here soon, but it's not ready just yet, so that may open the door, keep the door open to an opportunity right now to really send this and to get something done, but seems as though the answer is just going to be no. I thought maybe you could hit the battery and force the other units to kind of step forward a little bit, and so if you did that, maybe something would come of it, but not going to be the case. Stalker's just getting after the Marine, just going to, again, play a bit of cleanup there. Marauders start stepping away, and you have the extra Marines all coming through. Medevac coming up as well. Just going to crank out a couple more of these Widow Mines. Got some Marines still on top of the rocks over here, making a couple of Marines, just for now. Marauders going to pull back and clean that up as well. Well, the bunker is going to be here for safekeeping on this army. Just try and make sure everything stays nice and cozy. And Classic is getting to the point where he can obviously start to harass a little bit himself with that blink completing, so we'll see how aggressive he wants to turn this into, if he wants to turn it into aggression at all, or if he's just happy to let this kind of slide by into a little bit more passive play as well. So figure that out. Get this started. Sandra just nibbles an SCV for a few moments. The SCV moving through, Stalker blinks up. SCV does go down. Now the Widow Mine drop trying to come across, and the Stalker is going to be there to deal with that, so that is going to be managed very comfortably right now. Still will shoot. See, that Widow Mine is going to be cleaned up, so this drop is just nicely dealt with. Classic on a solid starting point here so far. Not a bad way to begin. And that Robo Bay coming up, charge coming through. Observing a couple more probes continue to build by for now. You see the rest of these Stalkers heading toward the natural. Hallucinated Colossus is going to come across as well, so it's also going to make a move to see what else is going on. Just going to see a couple of fake laser beams, and obviously that provides high ground vision if you want to blink up, although it's a lot of bio. I don't imagine you do, especially not against someone who already has stim completed, so Just going to sit here and keep an eye on things more so than anything else for now. Stalker's going to get through. That's going to be a siege tank that goes down immediately, so siege tank falls. The Stalker's going to keep busy. A few more SCVs going down. A bit more pressure being applied just for the moment. Couple more shots going in there. A few more hits going through. Just a little extra being found already as we reset things a little bit. Again, the Marines and the attack upgrade coming by at the moment as well. Let's just keep that going. Bio joining up, and we'll see where we go next. Stalker's going to shoot a little bit extra. Stalker's going to see our +1 our thermal lance coming by. The Colossus coming online. Marine just getting some info on the other side. We're not able to do too much extra just yet. See the Bio actually going to take a chance to stem forward, so we're going to try for a little bit of opportunity taking right now. Try and see if there's anything extra you can find for a couple of moments. Some damage output in. Bio going to take a chance to go straight back toward a set of rocks over here, so put that back into place, and just going to have ourselves the rocks will go down in the next moment or so, and just open up the map a little bit more for Percival, give him some more positions to move around on in the foreseeable future here. So just trying to get something done with that. I'm going to take a chance to jump down to the bottom side. Just going to put some pressure on over there. I'm just going to see that Nexus is about to drop, so Nexus going down in a moment or so. And a couple of forces still gathering together just for now too. Just keeping that gathered in as we take a couple more moments on all of this, and we just have ourselves a couple of Zealots going to charge in for some extra damage. These Colossus still gathering together, and we do see this army of Percival going to get jumped on. Oh, this is rough because the Zealots get on top of the siege tanks on their own accord, so they're kind of on their own. Then the Bio is going to try and have to come back onto protecting the tanks. We do save both Colossus, which were taking a bit of a beating from the siege tank fire, but it's a great cleanup from Classic, coming in from two directions, and like I say, mostly just getting on top of the tanks with the Zealots really threw you into a bit of a loopy position. It's like, uh-oh, what do I do from here as the Terran, and having to figure that out on the fly, not a lot of fun. Temple Archives coming up, the Nexus and a few additional Zealots on the way. New Colossus as well, and we start up more upgrades as Classic looks to extend the advantage he just took in this game essentially, and looks to just push it as far as he can in the coming moments. So taking that, I'm going to start running with it. And the Marines do scan up for an observer at the very least. We knock that down. The Stalker Colossus force gathers together a couple moments. A couple more SCVs start to fall. Let's see, the Bio actually does get rid of one Colossus pretty quickly. It's the issue with those Colossus kind of being low from earlier is that they are exposed, and yeah, they go down very quickly, so it's going to take a lot to knock them down. Does Classic have enough here? I actually do not really think he does. I think he's actually ended up in a pretty ugly position for a moment or two. Compared to where he was, I mean, he's still going to kill 15 SCVs, but he was up a lot of supply going into this. He's going to be up a bit of supply coming out of it. That said, maybe one of the main factors right now is that he's not really done yet, right? Like, we still have more to do here, essentially, so that's going to make things a little bit more complex as well. As the Bio gathers, the Colossus, the Stalkers join up. So that Bio force settling on the left-hand side. Still got +2 and +1 on the way. Additional High Templars building, Prism speed added on as well. Marine Marauder Ghost coming through, the Engineering Bay and the Armory coming online. A lot of that still setting into play here as the army of Classic returns all the way back down to the bottom right side of the map for the moment. He's going to step through, just going to see the probe going down. Again, the load up and pull away taking place for a moment or so here. Marine Marauder, Medevac tank, all building about. The Armory coming up and online. And Classic just going to take yet another base, aiming for the upper right-hand side, because why the hell not? Again, that sort of stuff just continues to propel him into what feels like a more and more untouchable position with so much more, so much economy available in the game, and an army that's getting better and better over time, and tools that are improving. And what's Percival doing? 1-1, starting 2-2, okay. Marine Marauder, Viking Tank, okay. Kind of what we already were having going on. Just feels like he's not progressing, and Classic is, while also, like I say, starting to dominate the map. And that may just be the real kind of telltale sign of how this game is going to end up in the end. This is, of course, Percival's last game of the day. He'd love to go out on a win, because that would put him very close to securing playoffs. It would not be a guarantee or anything, but then there'd be a possibility there, at least, that would be a something that could happen. Being 1 and 2 in this group at the end of the day it's not quite as, I mean, it's possible, but it's unlikely. And you see these Marines getting in for a few probes, so Percival going to try and fight back again, down 1 game in this series, and coming in with a lot of heart and a lot of fire at the moment for it. Going back over the left, units in the center. 2-2 upgrades still coming through. The +1 ship weapons coming about there as well. 2 more Vikings, the tank coming up as we speak. I mean, here's Classic with this big army, and obviously looking to push through. Gets rid of the Prism straight away. Percival is stepping forward with those Vikings aggressively, and is able to make a pretty good play out of it. Now the Zealot Stalker Archon just continues to commit through. How much can we get out of this as Classic? Supply of his is looking pretty solid. Just a brute forcing his way in. Absolutely no finesse about this at all. And Classic will take a 2-0 win and take this one out and into his favor. So Classic 2 and Percival 0. And that is going to be Classic starting his day off with a W. And we're going to get into ByuN versus Classic in the next couple of moments, guys. We continue the action. So we're going to bring this up in just a couple moments. Get this on the way for you guys. Get this ready to go, go, go. We'll just run some ads and keep those out the way of your games. And yeah, it'll be ByuN Classic coming up in a couple moments' time, as Percival will end the group on 1 and 2. ByuN is at a 0-1 scoreline because he lost to Percival, so he's going to look to try and rectify that by beating Classic here. See if he can somehow find himself a way back into this series. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, just take a moment or two. I think Classic taking a second or so as well. No issue there. Alright, Classic gonna say hi, and we're gonna get these videos started. Classic ByuN incoming, yes, and then we have ByuN Rogue, and then Rogue Classic to round out the day. That is going to be the way of things. Very excitingly. Have I lost a ton of weight? No. I'm still just as sized as I originally was. Hope things are going well. Things are going well, yes. Well, I mean, we're here casting StarCraft regularly. There's not much more we could ask to be doing. Videos are coming through, one more, and I think we are going to be able to kick the next one off. Get this ready to go. I do look a bit slimmer. It's probably because I don't have a big, massive Christmas tree behind my shoulder. We'll just call it that. One more video into some map picks here, and we're going to be good to kick this off, guys. Going in a moment or two. First map, Mothership, says ByuN. Oof. Alright, move up ByuN. We just need Classic to join the lobby. And get this ready to go, guys. Alright, ByuN readies. I'm just waiting for Classic to ready. And we'll kick this off into Mothership for the opening game. Get this started. Get this rolling. Yeah, just waiting for Classic to be ready, guys, and we can go. How does the Christmas tree affect that at all? I don't know, maybe the Christmas tree is really big because of all the decorations on it, and then you guys are like, wow, 40 also looks really big. I don't know. Crazier things have happened. Alright, this is Classic. Let's jump into game number 2. And we have, game number 2 for Classic. Series number 2 for Classic. Game number 1 of this best of 3, obviously. But yeah, second series for Classic. Second series for ByuN is why I had the 2 on my mind. Kicking this off in a moment. Alright, let's go into Mothership. Let's get this done. Let's get this going. And let's see what happens between ByuN and Classic here in this best of 3. To help us determine where exactly this group is going just in general. On the bottom of the map, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Classic. And he takes on the blue Terran in the top right corner of the map. We haven't seen him for an hour or two because he played that first series of the day. And it's been some long matches since then. This is ByuN in the top right-hand side. But definitely time for us to move along. Some long games. I guess that Percival and Rogue series was obviously pretty lengthy. Hopefully ByuN Rogue don't decide to mess around with super long games. Ay. Alrighty. Sunday streams? Hell yeah. Sunday streams. We are streaming every day for the next 2 weeks, guys. Tomorrow we're going to be WardiTV Mondays after the RongYI Qualifier, and then on Tuesday RongYI Qualifier into the WardiTV Winter Cup Group B, and then on Wednesday Winter Cup Group C, then on Thursday OSC Championship returns, and it'll be OSC Championship Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday we also have the All-Stars event, so we'll also be trying to squeeze that in with some very early wake-up times and some very early streaming, so we'll see how that plays out. I'm not sure how that's going to work yet, but we're going to give it our best shot. A couple of SUVs coming around, moving about here, getting set up, and getting this ready to rumble. Keep on the way, Nexus coming through. We take a couple of moments here. We're going to Command Center in the factory building up as well. Gonna see that Reaper moving back around the other side for a couple of moments, so just getting that ready to go and seeing where things will take us for the next few moments. Factory coming up, Twilight Council on the way in. A lot of these little bits and pieces being brought through for the moment, so again, getting a lot of this started. Twilight Council, Nexus, etc. all coming up. The Stalker, the Wargate, building by as well. We get this all, like I say, going at the moment. Whoever gets in, we're going to grab a probe to start this off, so it gets a little bit of damage done right off the bat. Not a bad way to begin with, as the Ripper now heads away. Just getting a little bit of damage there initially, pushing in for some work. You see the blink and the warp gate continue to come through too, so again, a lot of that already coming online. Both Reaper and Hellion going to combine in and just get another probe, and now into the natural. Should at least be able to get one more, probably two, depending on the control of the workers. Gets one more. Worker control is pretty good, honestly. We pulled away the hurt worker and made you kind of run around like an idiot as there's Reaper trying to play chasems afterwards. So, yeah, well defended actually in the end from Classic. And making to make sure that not too much else comes from that one as the blink and the warp gate continue through. Got probe is still very much so on the way in. Nexus building, gateway coming up and online. Marines and the SCVs building as well. So again, just a lot of this coming through for the moment as we get all of this up and online here. Little force field, little grenade, all of that coming through for the moment as Classic says a little bit of something. Whatever he says, ByuN finds it funny. You can see this medevac dropping back into war. The Natural's just going to try and get straight in here for some more damage. Now he gets the Stalker. Blink was not done yet. We will get the center and we get away with the medevac unless the Stalkers can blink underneath it for the kill. I don't think that's far enough forward though, and the medevac has a boost, so the Stalkers will chase, but they will not succeed in the shutdown on the medevac. So the medevac does get out of there. Stalkers still continue to chase by for a moment or two longer, so they're going to go for a little extra. And then the medevac actually goes down. ByuN is going to question mark it, and Classic's going to give it a little bit of a laugh, so I don't disagree. I thought that medevac was absolutely going to get away there, but able to get the catch on it. Whew. Yeah, that was a little surprising, to be honest. You see the order turret putting some damage here. Probes taking shots. Temple Archives and the gateways coming through. Charge on the way. The few additional probes coming about. Again, the engineering bay getting on the way up right now. The extra SCVs and everything else coming through as well for the moment. Well, the tank's going to be pushing with this. A couple Stalkers have to try and step away. They will blink to create a little bit of distance between themselves and everything else that's going on here. I mean, obviously getting rid of tanks is going to be good. It really depowers what ByuN has to push with, and the Stalkers, as long as they're preserving themselves through this, should be pretty okay about where things are at currently. So I think the Stalkers are going to kind of be alright with where this all went. Still got Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1 building up. Marine Marauder, Medevac building through also on the other side. A little bit of bio there, just going to go chasing after those Stalkers once again for a few more moments. And Storm coming up, charge on the way. Need to get this on the way through for now. Is just going to see the rest of those Stalkers pulling about. Storm and the charge upgrade will give Classic a good, solid setup for this game. We've seen just how good he can be with Storm in recent history, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be changing at all here, because he won some of those games in the PvT against Percival with the Colossus, but I still do feel like his Storm play is some of the stronger play that he has. Kind of amazing he can play so well with all of the different compositions, right? With the ability to kind of play well with Colossus or with the Storm. Not being, limited to a single style really feels very powerful. Let's see different Marines loading up. Army coming back around for a couple seconds. Just going to move back over here. Take a few moments. He's going to load in the back of this mineral line. Once again, the Stalk's coming through, looking for the medevac, but a lot of Marines are going to get left behind instead. However, they at least turn it into a couple of Stalker kills. Now the medevac try to come back in and save them. That was very nearly dangerous. Not quite terrible in the end, but absolutely could have been a lot more painful. There's the High Templar's warping as well. Your auto turret still in the back, putting a bit more work through. Prism coming up, High Templar coming online. Just going to see the rest of the Marine Marauder and the armor upgrade coming about since Tower still building just for a moment. And there's a couple of ghosts coming through, the armor upgrade coming by, additional depots building as we speak, so Just get a lot of that online for now as we have the Raven. Still going to cruise about and look for some additional damage here, if at all possible. So trying to find as much of that as possible. Raven back down to the bottom side. The Nexus is going to sit right there. And a couple of Forges continue to come up as well. So Forges coming online. The Raven going to sit tight. Stalker's just poking onto that Raven with immediate effect. And again, just going to have the other couple Stalkers repositioning for a few moments as well. A couple Vikings, the Marines gathering up. The Armory is on the way out. Again, the Ghost is on the way too. So just bring that up for the moment. SCVs go down to the Storm Drop, and that's not exactly fun for ByuN, who is now going to have another Storm coming down over here just to rub it in a little bit. Classic at the same time defensively is running into an issue though. ByuN just overwhelms this army. He took a Storm or two running into it, but then Classic kind of ran into a corner that he couldn't get out of, and that actually made things a little bit awkward and a little bit tough. All of a sudden, Classic loses a lot of stuff, and ByuN on the other side of the map is going to come through for this third base, and despite ByuN losing pretty much the entirety of his economy, this game is all of a sudden looking pretty darn diabolical for him. He has just gone the completely wrong direction. I mean, just ended up in that corner there, and ByuN's army just overwhelming, and obviously Classic maybe a few units across the map to kind of storm and everything as well, but my goodness, that's just going to get it done. GG's. And ByuN is going to take game one. Just swings in with that attack, and Classic saying GG to get out of there. Hey, ByuN could make this group very interesting if he beats Classic here, because that's really going to kind of shake up where things may be at, kind of continuing through, so could be very interesting. Ruby Rock for game 2 will come straight up, guys. We'll get that on the way, and we'll host this in just a moment. Alright, throwing the lobby link down, and we'll get ready to go. With ByuN and Classic, game number 2. ByuN leads by a map. Yeah, if you win this as ByuN, Classic, this really throws this group into disarray, because then Classic is 1-1, ByuN is 1-1, Rogue is 1-0, and then maybe Percival still has a shot with, a tiebreaker situation coming around that may save him, so Alright, let's see as we head into our second game here. Can Classic tie us up, or is ByuN gonna run away? Our game. Oops, he has an army. I mean, to be fair, Classic actually had a decent army too. I just think he was in the wrong place. If that Classic army was positioned somewhere else, I think he's actually still somewhat okay in the game, but getting himself stuck in a corner and not being able to kite backwards because of the rocks that were there is obviously pretty rough for you, and hence where things really do just go wrong and stay very wrong over the course of that. Up a game, top left is going to be ByuN. He has had a little bit of recent success against Classic, so not the craziest result if he takes the win here. Just Classic has been so good lately that we do expect him to be the favorite, but like I say, ByuN has his successes against Classic. I do think Classic still generally is the favorite and generally does win, but there's been some successes here and there, so... Getting the assembly continue to come through. Rex and double gas coming about as well. Let me take a second here on Ruby Rock to see where things are gonna go. Probe comes up, nibbling through. Again, Reaper in the orbital building by, Nexus and Cybercore both building for the moment as well. Reaper Factory coming up, Orbital about to finish, Cybercore on the next is coming through as well. Let's get this underway for the early stages. Yeah, Factory coming by, Nexus coming over, Probe, the Adept, and the Wolf Gate all building. Let's get settled here as the SCV continues through and Factory comes up. And a lot of this underway right now. Adept is going to step through. It's actually going to be the Reaper taking quite a few shots there. So Reaper taking a little bit of a nibble to start us off there initially. Get that started just for now. And watching Reaper going down, and the Adept will get to go across the map. It's just a little bit less information to work with here as ByuN, a little bit less scouting availability. Over to you for the moment. Adept will fight, one Marine goes down, the other Marine still fighting back, the Adept going back the other way for a couple of moments, so we continue to battle right here. The Adept going to get a shot off on the SCV for a moment or two as well, so a little bit extra coming by just for the moment. And blinking that Wolf Gate's still building up, so a lot of that just going through for the moment. Getting underway. Let's see where we go. Robo still doing a couple extra gates coming by as well, so a lot of that just coming through. Let's see where it ends up. Hyperflight Road is in the Banshee, also going to be in play for now. And that Blink Corona boosting along nice and comfortably for the moment as well. So just bringing that straight up. Again, Hyperflight Road is coming through, getting all of that online for the moment. Bring this into play. Let's see, there's a couple gates going to morph in. Again, the Banshee and the Siege Tank comes up. Hyperflight Road, as mentioned, going to give us a little bit of harassment potential on these Banshees from ByuN, and wondering how aggressive he gets. Wonder if there is going to be a full commitment to the Marine Banshee Siege Tank force to kind of shove with and to try and pressure with outside of just the Banshee harass, which is obviously the guaranteed part of this. How much of it is going to be about that bigger push as well? Again, the charge starting, the few Stalkers on the way through. I'm just going to have that Cyclone set out from the side. Just want to take a moment while things are a little calm, just say thanks for watching, guys. We have 2,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube right now, so amazing to see so many of you tuning in. Thanks so much for joining us, and just appreciate you all. Thank you so much for being so awesome. Yeah, that's super crazy to see so much viewership on the stream, so thank you so much. Glad you guys are enjoying some games, and happy to bring them to you guys. Thank you again. So we settle ourselves down here. A few Marines in the tank gonna fight. Just gonna see the Cyclone locking on. Stalkers keep going the other way. Racking Engineering Bay coming up. Everything else continuing through. Temple Archives will finish in a couple of moments. And that charge still building along right now as well. 2 more gateways in production. The Observer on the way. Is that counting other language streams? No, I don't count other language streams. I'm just talking about my own viewership. It doesn't matter to me what other language streams get. I just think it's cool when we get a certain amount of views. The other language streams are their own thing, and happy to give them content, but like I say, it doesn't matter to me what viewership we get there. It's not something we can sell or anything, so sell or be cool with, etc. Like I said, it's not really about that anyway. It's more just, I think it's cool that we get so many viewers here for the tournament. Always nice to see when the tournament entertains so many, is all. I guess it is cool that then it entertains the guys on the other streams. I just never really think about it, I guess. Just gonna see the Banshees are gonna get feedbacked and they're gonna get shoved the heck away, so no love for them. Stimpack, Combat Shield +1, all coming through on the side of ByuN, so we get those upgrades coming through right now. A lot of that coming up. The Prism and the Probe still building by. A couple other tanks will get sieged. The Barracks and the Ghost Academy coming up as well. I don't think the French are real people. I mean, just... I guess I don't look at it... I guess what I look at is, I look at my own stream success rather than my tournament success, you know? Yeah, like the reality is that the French guys are probably going to get good viewership whatever they cast, you know? So if the French guys are having a great stream, that's on them. You know, and if they're doing it via my tournament, cool. But like, I don't know. When I look at these things, I think it's cool to see how successful we get people in terms of getting people to watch our stream, I guess. Are all the games I cast available on replay packs or just specific tournaments? Pretty much everything nowadays goes into our replay packs. There's a couple of things sometimes which we don't have permission to. But like, everything with WardiTV in its name goes into replay packs. Most of the Chinese stuff goes into replay packs, like the RongYI Cup today, the Qualifier, that'll go into replay pack, because they don't tell us not to. There's very few events that we don't put into replay packs nowadays. Like OSC Championship doesn't go in replay packs because that's OSC's thing, and they usually do that on replay packs, but the majority of everything else goes in. Like, it's like a handful of tournaments a year don't go in the replay packs. Pretty much everything else does. It used to be a lot more when there was more tournaments that really relied on selling their replay packs to fund themselves, like Olimo League, for example, and so on. Nowadays, not many tournaments really operate like that, so... You see the units killed? Absolutely. I've killed a couple High Templar in the game, which is obviously lovely. The Cyclone, 6 Marines, Reaper and the Banshee's all dead. It's killed 10 SCVs, the little Storm Drop once again. Some success there from Classic, ByuN. Down a good chunk of supply on that one. +2 attack, +1 armor coming through. Got a couple Colossus on the way over. Thermalland's going to be a part of this as well, so no surprises there, as ByuN is already building some Vikings, so prepping against those Colossus ahead of time. Pressing back to the top. A couple of Vikings, just going to spread out a few moments. Again, those extra gateways coming through as well. A little bit of a press forward here. Classic trying to take position on the bottom side. A couple of those units taking damage. The Vikings are there to zone the Prism out through the top. And you got the Medivacs and the Armory all building in. The additional SCVs producing through. The Vikings up the top side going to continue to chase away for a couple of moments. This Bio Ghost Force settles back between the natural and the third base. ByuN in no rush at all to go anywhere, and Classic just going to take advantage of that and start setting up and teching up. He's absolutely just thundering away for the moment, as again the few Marauders coming through. The Medivac's taking some production hits as well. The TT upgrade's going to be done fairly shortly as the Bio stims out over this left-hand side, and I mean, I guess ByuN's going to try and take a fourth base, but he is letting Classic kind of do as he wish, but at the same time, he's obviously, you know, he's letting Classic kind of do as he wishes, but he's also going to put himself in a position where he can kind of play a longer, kind of teched up game if he wants to, and we haven't seen a lot of players succeed with that against Protoss lately, but I would say Classic has been one of the better players at withstanding the Terrans that just try to kind of play slow and steady and into the late game. I actually think that's one of Classic's strengths, has been because of the way that he can utilize the Storm has been very impressive in that regard. So in this game already looks very good for Classic, right? Base is absolutely freaking everywhere. I've got ByuN that wants to take a fourth base, but Classic's army is where ByuN wants to take the fourth, so he's going to have to go through that if he wants an opportunity, at the very least even, to make something happen on this. So it's going to be problematic. A couple Storms coming down. I mean, the command center going down would be pretty horrendous, because then you don't have a fourth base, then ByuN's going to be a 3-base player, and that kind of puts a lot of pressure on you to kind of win now, because you're not exactly setting up to win in the future without a fourth. 1 minute EMP comes down to that army just for a moment or so, just going to help with some damage. Fire comes over. You do have the damage being dealt a couple moments. 2-2 upgrades. All on the way from ByuN, but already here from Classic, at least the +2 attack upgrade is, as he looks to push in from this left-hand side. Again, has a bunch of bases behind this. ByuN must hold this position because he can't let his natural be exposed. That's why he's trying to rebuild that 4th base he just lost. Fun little positional duel, obviously just moving a little bit back and forth. Players both kind of moving in and out of each other's reach here. Now we're going to see the Vikings trying to get some issues as these Stalkers and Archons are going to do such a good job of zoning those Vikings. And the moment these Vikings take any sort of kind of significant amounts of damage, it's going to put them into a very difficult position where they just can't finish off the Colossus at that point. And we kind of need them to finish off the Colossus. So if the Colossus go untouched, everything else is just going to remain an issue. Storm's still coming down. ByuN continue to fight out. Going to continue to trade through just for the moment. Just have everything going down here. I mean, ByuN actually put in a good fight toward the very end of this. The last few units survive a while. The Zealot Warpits have me concerned. I don't think ByuN necessarily survives through those, but Classic also has a ton of money still to spend, so you would imagine he's going to warp in a few more times before this is done, so he probably does just have enough. The supplies actually ended up pretty even. Now we lose the Prism. Can ByuN find a defense here? Hasn't exactly lost a bunch of SCVs just yet either, so it's not like his economy is in, you know, a world of chaos or anything along those lines still. The Storm's coming about. The Medivacs, the Zealots regathering here. The Bio is going to keep on trying to trade for a few more moments, but not really seeing too much of anything just yet. Bam. Wild game. Yeah, I mean, 3-3 upgrades still coming through. ByuN's supply finally did just kind of fall off a cliff a little bit in the end. He's down by 50, but he genuinely survived through longer on this than I thought he was going to, so yeah, genuinely kind of impressed at the fact he managed to survive so long. But generally speaking, he's not exactly feeling too hot about this either right now, as, I mean, Classic will just rebuild, look to go again, and Game 3 seemingly going to be on our horizons once more. Game 3 kind of day, isn't it? I mean, what, Percival Classic wasn't Game 3, but or 3 games, but everything else has been, so... Fun one, as you see. The Vikings, the Marauders, the Ghosts continue just through for the moment. Just have the additional upgrades continuing by, and a couple of refineries going to come down over here as well. It's just going to get all of that set up as we scan up one more time, and just going to be seeing a refinery gets picked up, a couple of Ghosts. One of them gets feedback straight away. Here we go with Classic shoving forward. There should be plenty to see an end to this game. Classic will take this to a 1-1 scoreline. We'll go the distance on this best of 3. And it will be Classic and ByuN going to the final map. We'll be on Taito Citadel. I'm missing someone from the lobby who's not here. Go gets cold. Last caster in here, guys. I'm gonna kick this off. What's up, JD Toss? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the support. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you. As we count in. And we go in just a second, guys. Taito Citadel. Game 3 between ByuN and Classic here, getting this one up and running. We're already 6 hours deep on the StarCraft today. We've got 2 best of 3s to go after this, guys, so we're getting close to the end. It's been a good one. I told you guys it'd be like 7 hours. That's what I thought it was going to be about, and it does look like we're going to get there. It's like I say, 2 great best of 3s after this as well. ByuN versus Rogue and a Classic versus Rogue series still yet to be played, so see what happens. In the bottom right-hand side is going to be the blue Terran. This is ByuN. He takes on the red Protoss on the top left-hand side. We have got Classic. Game 3, Title Citadel. And away we are going. Trying to figure out our situation here. As we get this up and running. Get this ready to go. Couple of refineries, barracks coming up, gate and the assimilator coming by as well. Probe. It's been an annoyance just nibbling around and obviously keeping an eye on things for a couple of moments here. Get settled in initially. Nexus and Cybercore both building up. We do see the factory and the reactor. Sorry, factory and the orbital still coming through as well. The Reaper's still coming up as well. So again, a lot of that going straight into play just for the moment. Get that started. Get this underway and see what's going to happen. So Reaper just coming about. You do have the Adept and the Warp Gate building. Nothing too much happening just yet on Tydo. Pretty standard, slow opener between the two right now. And the CC building up. The Cyclone's on the way. You can see the Adept and that Warp Gate coming up as well. So just bringing a lot of that through. A couple of Reapers going to head right around the left-hand side. Gonna dive. First probe already in some trouble. First probe goes down. Second probe. Oh, doesn't quite go down just yet. Now one Reaper goes down. The Adept still trying to shade through. And I mean, 2 probes is not a bad starting point. It's gonna be the ending point though. As yeah. These guys just having some fun. ByuN giggling. Good to see these guys having some fun. Appreciate them playing. Obviously, it's a little bit late at night for them right now, but we can't really do much about it simply for the fact that it's just the way that we had to delay things due to the Chinese event that came around all of a sudden, so just a little factor there. As do you have? Blink coming up, so it's about halfway done. Just going to be seeing the Banshee, the Marines, the Cloaking all coming through for a couple of moments. What time is it for them? Like 2 a.m., I guess? It was 11 p.m. when they started 3 hours ago, so 2 a.m. right now. It's not super crazy, just obviously still late. We don't like keeping the guys super long. And a lot of these guys stay up and play late anyways, but yeah, I still appreciate it, because I appreciate it's not ideal playing your tournament super late, but just gotta do what we gotta do, you know? Can't really stop the other events happening. We're just gonna try and work around them when we can. In this case, we're able to, so. Excuse me, sorry guys. Probably need to get a drink after this game. Try not to forget that one. As the Banshee and the Cloaking continue up. And we've seen that Stim starting as well. Still got the Nexus and the Charge on the way through also. So just continue to bring that straight in for the moment. So bring that straight by. Getting that going. Trying to figure out where we're going to end up here. Banshee gets 3 workers. Observer is there. It's just a bit out of position. And as the Banshee chased, Observer was still out of position. We're going to get 5 workers, and the Banshee kind of stops and stays on the Stalkers, which... maybe we could have been a little bit further away from that, but... not going to say it's the end of the world, to be honest, still. Again, Stem Combat and +1 building through. We've got the charge of that Templar Archives coming up as well, so a lot of that's still just coming into play there. Getting that up and rolling. And all those upgrades coming through. The charge and the Templar Archives building as well. Extra gates coming online just for the moment. And the Marine's able to grab the Observer right away too. Still just sitting on the 3 barracks on the 2 bases. This Banshee comes in for 5 workers. It's actually really not bad. It's going to be a good amount of damage dealt there, so that's going to be a big plus. Gotta like that. I like that quite a lot, honestly, as the 6 workers go down, so we do get some extra damage done here already. Just going to be seeing that Storm coming up on the side of Classic as well, so bringing that straight through. And Marine Marauder Medivac coming online. The Combat Shield, the Concussive Shells, +1 upgrade. Building as well here currently. Just going to see the bio on that left-hand side moving across from ByuN, but there's going to be a counterattack of Stalkers pretty much immediately, so straight away starting to move forward there and move into position. So away we go. Just going to see the Stalkers blinking through. Just going to jump onto the bunker. Yeah, Medivac, like I say, ByuN's going across the map. Classic is going to know it. These units didn't just disappear into nowhere, right? So he recalls back home in time to get there to play defense. That would be massive if you can actually get back here to defend in time. One tank in the back is going to take the attention of a couple of Stalkers who blink in with the Stalkers. A bunch of them will go down quickly, but now the Zelds got to charge through. The attack upgrade is going to be, very nice for ByuN here, but overall, still in a scenario where he's going to end up being the one chased away as Classic pushes through. And this army is going down. ByuN cannot really do anything about that at this point, so this looks as though that part of it is going to come to a bit of close for ByuN, and a couple of Wooden shots going to line up, go off onto the Zealot Stalker army. Another scan coming down, just going to move through that for a couple of seconds as well. The Wooden Mines Barracks and a Ghost Academy building up also. Big collection of units. And move over right now. Again, Ghost Academy halfway done. Command Center building up. Wooden Mine and everything else coming by. The Bioforce going to be a part of this. The Nexus goes down on the left side as well. So a lot of that coming straight into play. Big push. Heading to that left-hand side, we do see the High Templars, we do see the Archon joining up together for the moment. Again, Prism is about to finish. The Forge and the Nexus coming through. Additional probes building up. The Bio on that right-hand side going to take a little bit of a stim in toward a couple of those High Templar. Nexus coming through. The couple of Ghosts coming about. The rest of this army gathering together and just going to be seeing the Robo Bay starting up from Classic as well, so looking for the big switch toward Colossus here after the storm. Gun supply is still holding on nice. I mean, the upgrade's definitely going to help him being 1-1 to 0-0 for now. And a couple of Zealots just coming through. And we're going to be seeing another storm coming straight down onto the Wooden Mine there, so Wooden Mine that's cleaned out. The rest of the Stalkers coming over again. Comes in, a little bit of the Bio, going to get jumped on. Going to see another Wooden Mine shot coming by also. A little bit more damage being dealt at the moment. So Stalker Archon continuing to shove, and we are going to have this army of ByuN still on the map, so at the moment, Classic is going to hang back a little bit. Like I say, he's on his way to his upgrades that are going to even this game out a little bit as well, so he really has no reason to go kind of aggressively pushing just yet. Hanging back and just taking a few moments might be his best port of call at the moment, to be honest, so I like that we're heading in towards that. Just going to be seeing a couple of storms here, going to lather the bio army up, and now you got to be super careful about eating any extra storms, because that's the point at which things can get very dangerous now, so yeah, got to be kind of cautious around that. Get back away for the moment. Just going to have the extra couple of ghosts on the way through. Continue to bring those up as well. Colossus, the Furry Stalkers coming through. Thermal Lance and the 1-1 upgrades coming about as well. Vikings, Marauders, Engineering Bay, and Armory building as we speak. A lot of that through for the moment. Again, the Engineering Bay and Armory all coming around. A couple of storms come straight into the mineral line. 8 SCVs going down very quickly, honestly, and now the Vikings trying to still chase that Prism. They're going to morph the Archon and recall it, so that will get out alive. And again, love the storm drops from the Classic. So consistent with them, and the consistency really does make this a killer. And 2-2 coming about, Thermal Lance coming over. Army of Classic to the south. You see the ghosts nearby. Obviously, EMPs would be massive here. If we could get good EMPs off, that would be great. The storm coming straight through. Just going to be having the rest of this bio. Just going to have to hang back for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the push from Classic is definitely looking strong. I mean, the problem for ByuN is he's kind of backed into his own corner. He can't run through the storm. He can't really chase this army down, and he's just not allowed to have this fourth base just yet, is seemingly the statement being made by Classic. So no fourth base for you, ByuN. That's going to be what we say for now. Collect things back together here for the moment. Going to be seeing the 2-2 still coming about, that Prism speed coming up. All of the other little bits and pieces coming over as well. So again, we take a lot of this, we get it set. We are going to see the Stalker Zealot Archon coming around as well. The storm coming down already. Going to be seeing the command center going to get dropped. The bio coming over. Stalker's going to shoot the ghosts, getting stormed away at, and again, a lot of damage being done there already. As well on those goes. I mean, Classic still maxed out. ByuN about 20 supply behind. Hanging on in there, but he needs to get this fourth base location. Without that, you're in trouble. But obviously now you've got to go back to the drawing board on the fourth base, so you have to restart that, and that's not exactly great for you either. IO going to come back and through. I mean, there's such a tanky force. Now at least we're surviving, but the Zealots also hit on the right-hand side. ByuN supply going down pretty quickly. Classic is going to lose at least one of the Colossus. A couple of units as they get chased going down too. The Zealots on the right side are just doing work. 20 SCVs killed is going to be absolutely massive here initially. And ByuN is going to type out GG as he gives up on this one and just says, let's head to a game number 1 of TVZ, because he will be playing against Rogue next. In a situation where ByuN now must win for any sort of a chance. If he beats Rogue, what could happen? So if he beats Rogue and Classic beats Rogue, there could be a 3-way 1-2 tie, and it could maybe come down to map score. And ByuN has taken a map in both the series he lost, so if he 2-0'd Rogue, he might be in a good enough position to maybe make something happen there. We will find out very soon as we get Rogue and ByuN up and running. We'll kick this off in just a second, guys. So, Rogue ByuN TVZ coming through. And then we have the Rogue Classic matchup after this as well, so that's going to be coming through in just a few for you guys. And we'll kick this off. I'm going to go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys on the other side for Rogue and ByuN. ByuN Rogue, TVZ. And a win for Rogue would guarantee him through this group, as we have in the top right side. The light blue Terran player, it is going to be ByuN. Up against Rogue, our dark blue Zerg in the top left. Alright, kicking this off, getting this underway, game number 1 of this BO3. Get this up and running. Excited to see what the plan is going to be as we kick this one into action and we get this on the go. A couple of barracks from ByuN, so we are going to have ourselves, for the very least, a couple of barracks to begin with. Get that started. And the multi-racks Reaper is going to be on its way. Alright, a couple of racks going through then. Hatch gas pool coming through. Barracks in the orbital. Reaper as well. Coming up as we speak. So just get that straight underway right now. This started. And see where we go. A couple of those drones coming about as well at the moment here. So just going to get that all set. And ready. And figured out. Now there's a couple of Reapers coming by. There's going to be the SCV ready to build to the low ground for the next couple of moments. Must win from ByuN then. Like I say, if there is a 2-0 here from ByuN, I think there is a chance he could get through this group with a 3-way tiebreaker, and he would have good map score as well. So say he's... So right now, he would be -2, So just a win puts him ahead of Percival. +1, maybe -1. I think he would need 2-0, but maybe it'd be possible even if he goes 2-1. But I think then Rogue may just be able to do enough. I mean, the safest thing here for ByuN is to 2-0, and then there's still a chance that he advances, basically. I think, unfortunately for Percival, he's going to be out pretty much no matter what at this stage, because I don't think he can recover enough to get back on track yet, unfortunately. So I don't think we're going to be able to do much about that, like I say. Can't really fix too much up. So, well, we'll just have these 3 Reapers moving around. We get this set to go. Queen in movement. And get this ready. Couple command centers coming up. The factory coming in. Lings and the Ling speed coming through as well. Overlord also in production just currently. Getting that on the way out for now. And we have a couple of CCs all building up as well, so just bringing a lot of this through. Command center coming on to El Natural, and the Reapers will make a little bit of a play out to the top as well. Starport building, command center coming up. Just see that orbital about halfway done. A few more Marines in production here currently. Got a lot of this going out for the moment. That's still building through. The extra Marines still coming about as well. So again, we get a lot of that on the way through for now. And we see where ByuN goes with that Marine force. See what sort of pressure he can apply in these upcoming moments. Got a few more Queens on the way out as well from Rogues. Just going to bring those through as well. And yeah, Stim, Marines, everything coming up. A few Zerglings going to gather. They're just going to go and open up a set of rocks over here. And just put some damage on that as well. So Rock's taking a few hits. Just going to be seeing those Lings continue to get damage on by. See one Zergling pulling out up toward the top of the map for a couple moments as well. Yeah, Raven and the Stimpak both building through, so just getting all of that up and running initially. Raven, a fun choice. We don't see it all the time in ZV and TVZ, but it does give you the option to obviously be just kind of clearing out creep without spending a whole bunch on scans a lot of the time. So there's actually kind of a really nice little benefit to it there. So imagining that that's going to be something of an idea or a factor that we kind of watch on. Again, those double engineering bays building up on the side of ByuN at the moment. Marines in the Stimpak coming online as well. And those Lings just coming across and by for the moment. And just trying to open up some rocks, but nothing too crazy happening overall. Marines get there. Overlord goes down. A couple of Reapers going to hop up toward the high ground for a moment or two. Marines will just get in after that Overlord, so we put some damage out. Overlord is going to go down. We're going to be seeing the Light coming about as well at the moment. So Light coming up, Carapace upgrade coming through as well. Continue to get that all on the way. Just for now, again, the Overlord overhead, the Reapers and the Marines gather, the Lings stepping up across to the other side. Gonna push through a couple of moments and some damage out. The few Marines going to be right there. And a little bit of the creep spread we can continue around with for a few moments. Just going to stem up. One Queen goes down. The Lings are going to try and run in after these Marines. We're just going to be seeing the Medivacs able to lift and evacuate out. We waited a little while just to get as much damage done as we could there. A little bit of, find whatever trade we can in that situation. And then just, like I say, obviously as we saw, lift up and get out and reset a little bit. Marines in the main base is going to go in after that Spore as well. It's also going to be going down. The Marines still stepping through. A little bit more damage being dealt for the moment. The Marines step over. The Lings take a bit more damage. And again, we just find a little extra for the next few moments. See that one drone peeling out over to the sides and just going to be sitting steady. Drone, what's up, buddy? Go back to work. Bro, you're going to get fired. Raven's been such an annoyance, man. Auto turret's still coming down and just being really frustrating at this stage of the game already, so yeah, just being an absolute annoyance thus far. Does Hero play today? Nope. Just Rogue vs. ByuN and Rogue vs. Classic, our last two series. Hero will be playing on Tuesday in the WardiTV Winter Cup, and usually he plays in tomorrow's in the Monday Cup, which is obviously tomorrow as well usually, so yeah. Medevac's going to try and drop down to the bottom side. Mothership becomes a pretty big map, so I do wonder how that kind of plays between these two. Just going to be seeing a few Marines unloading. The Lings are going to be there to try and fight against said Marines. Going to stem it up a little bit. A few more of those Lings keep on dropping for the moment, so there's some damage being done thus far. Drilling claws coming about. The 2-2 is still building by. A couple of creep teamers getting cleared out as well. Factory about to complete as the Marines get underneath. The Overlord goes down. The Infestor does find the Fungal before the lift-up comes in. Refungal as well, and that means the Lings will play cleanup. That's why melee upgrade is going to be really nice once you get that, because that's just going to really power up these scenarios and these situations. The Lings and the Queens still chasing forward. The Marines just pulling back a little bit, trying to get out of there as best as they can. Just try and make this as good a trade as they possibly can find at this point in time, to be fair. +1 melee, +2 Carapace still building. The Ultra Cavern still coming through as well. The Drilling Claws is also on the way up right now, so we bring a lot of that up into play. Got a lot of that started. We just see the Zerglings en masse in the middle of the map here currently, just resetting themselves and getting ready to rumble. Rogue really is starting to take a lot of the map, and like I said, I think he's okay with that. I don't think ByuN minds it much either, though. I think ByuN is also kind of okay in these later game stages. He's going to be on 2-2 upgrades very shortly. ByuN, like I say, he's not afraid of playing late game, so I wonder if they're both just kind of okay about this for the moment. The Ling just up in the top left. It's going to be seeing the Marines stepping over, Medevac right there. Marines just going to fight. We do see the Extractor getting cancelled down. The Lings and the Queens will gather up. Having the Fungal landing again. We have a good amount of Infestors, but we're not going to chain Fungal these Medevacs. There's only really the Queens to follow up with otherwise. Just maybe didn't want to spend that much time there. Marines load, pull back over to the right side. Just going to be seeing the Ultralisk, Adrenal Glands, Titanus plating, and the other upgrades you'd expect at this stage. I mean, the Ultras definitely add a whole new layer of this kind of game plan into play. And that's going to make it a lot tougher for ByuN to be out on the map and doing things, because those ultras will provide so many good trades across the course of it. More shots coming through, moving around here and there for the moment. I'm going to get rid of a couple of queens that just wander out to the very edge of creep. I mean, ByuN setting up across the 4 bases right now, get those couple of additional Liberators joining through. Marauders, Widow Mines all building as well. Nice shooting, just getting a couple of lings, just going to have the 3-3 still building by Ghost Academy. Liberators all building up. Command centers on route as well, because ByuN is, like I say, setting up into a big game right now, so he's getting that big economy on the way through. A couple of humans going down, the Libs sending themselves across. A couple lings dropping as well. Going to be seeing the ByuN pushing through. Hatch on the bottom going down also. Just going to see the 3-3 and the concussive shells coming up. Going to be seeing the Ultra and the Lings continuing to whack on by. The Lings going in after those SCVs. Going to see the Banes trying to roll up into that Bio army. Just going to unload the Bio back down once again. Additional Ultras. Additional Lings all building by. A couple of the Fung Banelings are going to connect through it also. And the Ling and the Ultra will regather a couple of moments. 23 SCVs going down, but I just love it from Rogue. He just shows up, he runs in, does a ton of damage. I mean, he's rebuilt already, almost up to max. ByuN's going to take a little bit longer to do so, and that's going to maybe be the big issue here. Guess we'll see what happens. 23 SCVs dead, so I can say a pretty serious amount of damage dealt still across the board. Unless that Bio gathering up, and we get everything else settled in right now. +3 melee upgrade on the way from Rogue. I mean, I like where Rogue's at, and this map is big. The problem is running into that Terran army. How many times can you do that? That's going to be the question. Here's a good question, to be fair, is see everything else gathering up once again. The Bio, the Medivacs, the Lib. Just going to gather in right there. Again, the Ling Ultra going to rejoin up for a few moments. Get reset for now. And like I said, we'll reposition this and figure out what comes next shortly as the Ling Infested Bane Ultra Force gets in the center. I mean, like I said, ByuN's going to remax, and Rogue generally at this point will want to just attack into this army, but it's about figuring out ways in which you can attack in effective ways and trying to make the most out of every attack, and not just, like, you're going to trade inefficiently, but you need to try and manage the level of inefficiency you play at, right? And that's going to be the challenge in the next little bit of time. Because that's not easy to do. You're taking inefficient fights, but you're saying you got to take these fights, but let's not take them too badly. Like, you know, it's confusing to say out loud, and it's confusing to figure out in the moment as well. So, like I say, we've got to try and figure that part out a little as this comes through. A couple Marauders there going to get in after those Banes for a couple of seconds. And you see the Marauders just going to shoot. The Ultras taking some more damage. The Bio and the Ghost gathering up also for now. And just going to be seeing the drop lords on the way. So 6 drop lords building up, the +3 melee upgrade coming by, additional Lings producing. We do have the missile turrets all en route. And the Ultras and the Lings back around. We actually find this Medivac here. And we can chain a couple Fungals, and we will be able to follow up with some other units. One more Fungal on the high ground. That's going to clean up everything. That's a nice cleanup on the drop. As Rogue just says, nope, not letting you kind of deny my bases or anything. Medivacs just gather, and we do have ourselves the... Again, a couple of Libs coming through, vehicle plating coming up, Corruptors, Banes, Lings all building. Rogue surely is going to go for more soon, and obviously, I mean, I guess that's obvious even more so by the drop lords. I have a bunch of missile turrets here. We're going to lose one full overlord before we even unload anything. The rest of the missile turret damage kind of gets spread. No, we didn't unload out the forward overlord. He could have had like 8 lings out of that overlord before it died, honestly. Just a little bit of a misplay there. At the same time, we run it into the front. We're going to crash through for the planetary fortress. What I don't love about this is we don't get that much SCV damage, right? So you give up a bunch of Banes, you crash in. 20 SCVs in the end, but that also costs you the ling drop in the main base at the same time. I'm just going to get that ling. It's going to be there. A couple changelings pulling back. That just never coming up from Rogue obviously just gives you more options. A bit of bio gathering through. That ghost coming about as well. Just going to see a couple more libs coming online. Plus 1 ship weapons coming up. The nuke is on the way from ByuN. So getting that nuke ready. Command center's all building. And Ghost just going to fire onto the Overlord, into that upper right-hand corner. Another Nidus out onto the map again. "17 minutes almost on Mothership." I mean, ByuN's a 5-base Terran, so you can obviously sit on this kind of base count for a little while. That part is not too much of a problem just yet. We'll see kind of what happens over time here. We've seen the brood, the Overseers morphing in. I thought we were going to start building some broods, but I saw the Spire, then I saw the cocoons, and for some reason my brain put them onto being broodlords already. Not quite how that works, guys. It'd be pretty sick if you could build broodlords without the Greater Spire, wouldn't it? Pretty decent deal if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, Spire's still coming up, the hatch is coming through, missile turrets all on the way, the command center is building, the bio going to get rid of a few changelings as well. The turret's just going to push that drop lord a bit further back as ByuN trying to make sure no more drop player comes into his main. Mine just going to be going off here and there again. Rogue trying to figure out where do you attack into here. Resources loss isn't that high. At a 5k gap already is, like I say, not super crazy, but it is kind of about preserving that gap and trying to stop it from getting to be too high overall. Ultras and the Banes come about a couple seconds. Everything else just joins together there for a moment or two, so we settle down. Changelings gathering up. The Ultras and the Banes are going to take a chance to step forward. Planetary Fortress is going to be under some fire. It's going to be going down, so the Planetary falls. SCV's going to get jumped on as well. And the rest of these Ultras and so just coming up, so we get a lot of that on the way through. The Lings are running by. A couple of the depots already taking damage as well. Lots of shots coming through there initially. Run into this base. This Planetary Fortress is going to be in trouble right off the bat, so get straight through there, get some damage done. Again, just being annoying in a lot of this so far. The Bane's going to get jumped on. A couple of snipes trying to come through the other way. Got set up. Just going to be seeing the bio still gathering together. They're going to bring everything around all at once right now. A couple of those Lings getting busy as well. I'm just going to sit tight. Just going to knock through a couple of these structures. And we do have, again, plenty of Lings on the way up as well. So bringing all of that over. Just going to snipe around a couple of the libs here and there. So again, damage are being done for now. Just slowly but surely. Resources lost. Now about an 8k gap. Again, Rogue is mining a lot more of the map than ByuN. If that remains the same, then that's fine. ByuN is trying to take base 6, though, and I do wonder if that's something we can deny as Rogue. If we can, this feels very comfortable. If we can't, you just got to keep in mind the kind of efficiency that we're playing with here. He is, as ByuN's trying to take the right side, denying a lot of the top of the map, and that does you know, progress you in the right kind of direction, so you are stopping some of the mining at least. You're not letting ByuN mine freely. Obviously, ByuN already has also a big bank at the same time, so, I mean, as does Rogue, naturally, from all of the bases that he's had for so long at this point. The Banelings just roll through Widow Mines, and Liberator is just going to make that kind of a pretty miserable kind of run for the Banelings. They're not going to find that much value there, unfortunately. Corruptor's just going to have to hold back a couple moments as well. But just want to get that orbital, trying to push on through. I'm just going to see the other couple of units showing up. Bio going to get there. Just going to see the Lings want to go in after the missile turret as well. Missile turret taking some damage. The Spores going in after the medevacs. Bio just going to come around. A couple of these drones already getting picked away at. So again, a good amount of damage being dealt initially. Just going to be seeing the Ultras, the Lings getting wraparounds on these Bio units. So again, a bunch of these units starting to go down already. As those engines moving across the map, we do see a lot of Ling Bane still producing through. Plus 3 flyer attack upgrade. Going to be a part of that as well. There's so many changelings, man. There's so many changelings just wandering around and honestly doing a lot of good things for themselves at the moment. Just trying to be an annoyance. Rogue. There's only like one base on this map, which is not does not have an established base on it right now. Just gonna be seeing the again. If the Corruptors coming up, Lings coming through, Libs are gonna get sieging. I'm just gonna fight Nidus Network going down shortly. 9, 10 missile turrets. ByuN really just again establishing that static defense. Trying to get some Nidus main and natural are both getting Nidus right here, so we'll see if that can succeed. We do drop a fungal on a bunch of the ghosts in the front here. Nice fungals. We have still Banes actually making their way through. The Ultras as well. Missing Overseers, funnily enough, for how many Overseers there are. They're all back here, so we actually didn't have the detection to snipe at those ghosts, or to chomp at those ghosts. That's a mistake from Rogue, because if he'd moved further forward with those Ultras, he probably has a couple more ghost kills. Resources lost about that 12k difference, so again, you're definitely seeing ByuN trading well. It's just, doesn't matter against the amount of economy that Rogue has. Rogue doesn't have that many workers all at once, but it just is the fact that he has so many different bases he can mine from, and it's just been 70 drones for this amount of time, 23 minutes already, here on Mothership. Well, scan comes through, we fire up a few more shots, what am I? Gonna take a turn onto a Corruptors. A couple of Corruptors end up dropping there as well. Lings gonna keep running to the top of the map already, so again, they run straight across. A lot of Lings coming through for the moment, bringing that up. Lings go the other way, 9 SCVs went down. Rogue is actually out of gas, so may want to establish, yeah, he's building some extractors now, realizing maybe wants some more gas just to rebuild with a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to be building only Zerglings, and only Lings is not the way forward. Just have a lot of bases to mine from Rogue, but it's got to be on your mind that you can run out of resources. Like, you are multiple bases away from being completely mined out. It's just got to be on your mind, because so many ZVTs go like this, where it feels like you're in control, it feels like you're dominating, it feels like you got everything going your way, and you just can't ever find the fight that really shuts the Terran down properly. I like the Corruptors being here, knocking down the Liberators. It's expensive for ByuN. ByuN has a lot of money banked right now, and that is maybe the scare point where Rogue, again, he doesn't have a lot of gas, so as he takes a trade like this, if he loses anything gas-wise, that becomes very expensive, and becomes maybe an issue overall, as we just see the 16 new Lings, 10 more Banelings. This hatchery here is not doing much. Extractor, Liberator going to stop it from doing anything. We genuinely just need some extractors and some gas mining from Rogue, because otherwise he just can't build an effective army. It's all well and good being able to build an army, but you got to kind of be able to build the right sort of army to truly make a difference, you know. As I'm just going to see this Liberator's coming over. Ling's going to run through. Banes and the Infestors coming about as well. It's coming straight across here. Going to begin to catch on a little bit of this bio, forcing the medevac to lift up and retreat away a couple of seconds. StarCraft is still going to get busier and going to go for a little extra here as well. The Banes and the Lings and the Ultra continue to put some work in down on the bottom right side. Good fungal growth on the bio. ByuN supply is dropping quickly. Does Rogue have enough to follow through? Probably not. So I think ByuN's going to get the chance to rebuild. 16k resource loss difference. At this point, the money lost is stacking up quickly because we're just taking such massive fights. And again, Rogue still is missing gas from the bank to truly secure himself into what I would truly call at this point, I guess, a comfortable position. And those 15 SCVs going down. Just going to be seeing the Knives network is going to get picked away at. A couple of units still pushing through. The Zerglings pop out. They will chase away as well. Just going to have ourselves the snipes coming down and Overlord over on that far right side getting picked away at also just for the moment. Additional liberators will be straight on through, just setting up over here. A lot of other Zerglings are going to set up at the same time. Opening another round of Banelites. Again, it's just a question of how far can we really go with this? Like, what can we really get done at the end of the day? What is our grand final kind of output? Or do we hit something of a brick wall here as Rogue? I mean, I'm just terrified that he just doesn't have enough gas to build meaningful enough units to truly get to the end point of this. I think that is my concern here currently for our Zerg player. He still has base he can take extractors on though, so he still has gas potential. It's just he needs to start taking that and then setting up for it, otherwise the gas is not going to do much for him. He's running about the same gas as ByuN, but ByuN already has the gas bank, and ByuN's mineral units are going to be better than Rogue's mineral units if they both max out on them. So, a couple of Widow Mines there start off very nicely. The Lings running through again. Aiming in some missile turrets as well. Nice fungals. The Infest's coming in from some good positions. The Banes going to keep rolling forward. Do we have enough right now from Rogue to truly push ByuN back? Again, the supply of ByuN does go down quickly. Can we capitalize? We keep pushing forward. This Ultra swiping at whatever is within its reach as it dives on in. ByuN going to drop down to 120 supply. Rogue 160 Lings rebuilding. Now, and this was actually not even that bad a trade. This was only a 2k net negative resources lost trade. So that's actually very good for Rogue. That's the sort of fight which is going to do things which kind of win you games. I mean, ByuN has to spend pretty much the rest of his bank account if he wants to get back on track here. And he only has 30 SCVs. A lot of his base is mined out because he's never gotten off of 6 bases. And because Rogue just had that many bases, that's kind of been okay for him. A couple more Liberators siege up. The Lings are going to try and move through. Going to be seeing Medivacs and Liberators still coming up. Here we go, diving forward once again, just going with kind of Ling Bane. Widow Mine's not doing too much. We dodge away from them pretty effectively. The Banes, a couple of them getting toward the back lines. The Lings and the Ultras doing their job. Widow Mine's getting caught before they can burrow. ByuN is about to be sub 100 supply here, and that is not going to be a position we can really recover from. Ling, Ultra Corrupted continues through, clearing up here, there, and everywhere. And I think we've got ourselves GG's. Rogue is going to take game number 1 after 29 minutes on Mothership. He gets it done. Boom. Ooh, well, that was certainly a game, guys. But certainly one of the games of StarCraft we'll see today. GG's. Rogue takes the game 1 opening, and we'll be up a map going into a game 2 here in a couple of moments. Our second map will be Ruby Rock. So let's get that hosted up, and I imagine these guys will want to keep it going. See if ByuN bounces back or if Rogue can take a game 2. Alright. Move a couple people around. Hey, what's up, Kyber? Thank you for the 60-month resub, 5 years. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. ByuN needs 3 minutes. No worries, ByuN. We can give you a couple of minutes. All good. We'll just wait for our ads to play out then. Oh, I'm going to stretch out a little bit as well. Jeez. Jeez. Whew. Day. What a day. Alright, a couple seconds then, guys. Like I said, ByuN taking a quick moment or two. We'll get right back to this. Game's coming up. As Rogue takes the 1-0 lead in this BO3. Do, 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 do. ByuN played well. I think ByuN just needed one more base as well, to be honest. Like, I think it was actually pretty close. Just, you could see Rogue, like I said, I was saying for a while, I was worried about his gas. He actually took a lot of good fights, too. Like, he had a lot of good fights where, like, Fungals really made do what he needed to make do, so... Not great for ByuN, we were saying at the very start of this, you might not remember, but he kind of needs to probably 2-0 to get out of this group. Like, it's possible with a 2-1 maybe, but it's going to be even more difficult, so... Rogue looking good. If he wins this again, it's him versus Classic for basically a scrap over first place. And that would be coming up after this no matter what, so that is coming through next. So we will head into Ruby Rock here in just a couple of seconds, guys. Thanks for your patience. We're pretty much ready to go. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start off with the Blue Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue, who we kick things off with here in game number 2 of this best of 3. Why is it not changing? There we go. Get it on the right thing. Perfecto. So Rogue in the bottom right-hand side, our Blue Zerg, while in the top left, our Red Terran player is going to be Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. Alright, game 2. Seeing how ByuN will open, obviously multi-rack Reaper. Going to be the starting point at least here on Ruby Rock, so we'll go there to begin with. Hatch gas pool, all on the way up from Rogue. And a couple of barracks coming down. A couple of drones on the way, SCV coming through on the other side. Let's get this set up at the moment. Gonna go for a third barracks, so gonna be a little bit more aggressive this game. Gonna be a little bit more heavy on the Reapers and trying to find a little bit more value from those. Try and get some extra damage done. Will generally be the plan here. So a 3 racks Reaper, like I say, there'll be a little bit more pressure from the Reapers, a few more of them available initially. We'll see exactly how that goes. See what happens. Let's see the Reaper gonna fly a couple links coming through. Reapers coming up, Link Speed coming over. Just going to be seeing the Reapers coming about. Just going to go after the Queen. And a couple of these Lings are going to get jumped on as well. So a bit more damage being dealt. Queens are going to fight back. Reapers getting chased away. Zerg Speed already halfway done at the moment. As we just see the Reapers picking away at the hatchery. And yeah, Link's coming up. Link Speed building. A hatch still coming through. And we're just going to be seeing those Reapers. Still going to keep on going after the hatchery for a couple of moments. Gonna be able to grab a grenade and then go after those Queens. Good pressure, like I say, because you've got the extra kind of a little bit of Reaper pressure. It's a little bit more damage output, and so far it's working in your favor. A couple kills, a Ling and a Queen. This hatchery generally is in some trouble now. The Lings are about to have that Ling speed. They're going to show up. They're looking to intercept one Reaper in the back. There's not enough Lings to fight these Reapers, even with Ling speed. And that's part of the problem here for Rogue, but he does save his third base. He forces ByuN to back away for the moment, at least, so that part of this is going to be a W. As the stim pack continues up, a couple of reactors are coming through. We got a lot of that on the go. Bring that into play for the next couple of moments as we just have Again, drones and the queens all coming up. Just going to be seeing the Reaper's going to be there to push the Zergling back the other way. Why didn't he kill the third? He was probably afraid of how many Reapers were about to show up, or how many Lings were about to show up, so he wanted to be a bit further back toward the middle of the map where he's got some distance to his reinforcements. He was also afraid his reinforcements start getting picked off, right? And the thing is, finishing the third hatchery is not going to be a quick process. Like, it's still an extra 15 seconds or so, and that's a long time when you consider your own reinforcements you got to protect, and then more Lings popping out, so he just didn't feel like he could get it. Now, that doesn't mean that it's a wasted opportunity. His hatchery is still low, and obviously if the Marines with Stim show up and finish that hatchery off, it will not take long, and there's a very good chance that he managed to do that. Then you're still going to deny that third hatch. It won't be as early, but it's still going to be down for a significant period, so Queen is building off this hatch for the moment, try and get that set up. And Stim and +1 continue through, just going to have ourselves the upgrades continuing by them, and the Reapers, and the just a little bit of everything has to take a moment or so and be careful there, as take a second. Reapers do have the Marines coming in to join them and to accompany them on this situation, so moving straight across. And that attack upgrade is going to be done in a couple of moments as well, so we get that rounded out momentarily. Just continuing to move through. Again, +1 and that combat shield coming up as the next state of this. Just stepping forward, just going to come straight about here. And let's see what we want to do. The Ling's going to try and get a wrap around. Queen's going to be able to add some good damage from the high ground. I actually like those Queens a lot. They're able to do a lot when they were in reach. Now going to the low ground, they should just go back to the high ground. No, you get those units surrounded. I don't think there's any reason for you to kind of still be down there and trying to do more, to be honest. So anyways, combat shield and the armor upgrade still coming through. Layering the Lings and the Queens coming up as well. So a lot of that's still on the way over just for the moment. Gonna drop another hatchery to the top right-hand side as Rogue has defended this early and is maybe looking good to guarantee himself a place out of this group. If he wins this game, he is going to be advancing out of this group with Classic, and it's just a matter of first and second place to determine between the two afterward. Marine's going to get the Overlord, so we just picked that off. The high ground division given by the Medivacs. Able to clean up right away there, so able to get a nice little grab there quickly, and wait to see what actually comes up next as the few more Marines just unload for a second or two. And try and go for this hatchery. Denying the fourth base is nice, and one of Rogue's issues at the moment is going to be what he really has to keep on fighting with. It's just Lings, so Lings to be okay to some extent, but they don't have the Carapace upgrade yet. Once they have Carapace, things will feel at least a little bit better, at least. Marines in that tank. Gonna come back over toward that right-hand side. Infestation pit coming up, the hatchery coming through. Armory finishing from ByuN. He has 5 barracks and 2 bases, so you might be able to tell where this is going. He's not got a third base just yet, so he's looking to keep the aggression up. I'm actually very worried for Rogue. In a game where he's up against a pretty committed opponent, he needs the Infestors to start popping out now. Like, he really needs the Infestors. Without the Infestors, he's going to be in some trouble, I think. So, he needs to somewhat find a way to get those out. Gets a couple started. I think he's almost just doing too much, though. Like, upgrades and Hive and Infestors as well. Like I say, you need some of these things, but against a 2-base Terran, like I say, it is absolutely possible to be doing too much. Gonna get a jump on this. I mean, there's no attack upgrade on these Lings. They're not gonna do damage quickly, and that's gonna make this, I think, is gonna be a miserable fight for Rogue, and he's gonna try and prove us otherwise. He continues to try and trade out here. The couple Liberators setting up for a moment or so. Just trying to add any extra value that we can for the moment. Just gonna see the Marines on the right side get pushed away. Rogue's gonna live. I mean, over time, this gets a bit better for Rogue because he's got a bit more economy and so on, but and you can't tell me That was a good fight. Resources lost is going to favor ByuN obviously after that one too. The Liberator is going to make this even more difficult. You have no good way to deal with Libs, Yon. Okay, you've got 12 queens. So I'm basically super reliant on a bunch of queens to be able to deal with this situation right now. I mean, he does have some infestors, he does have some fungals available. The Lings are going to be there as well. Just seeing the Ultra Cavern continuing up as the +2 carapace comes over. Queen's on their own over here because we're running a lot of units over to the right side. So there goes what I was talking about is genuinely the only response to the Liberators right now. So they're just going to be dropping and ByuN overrunning. The 4th base goes down on this left-hand side. And I think it's fair to say we're getting into a defense into game 3 very, very soon. Because ByuN is killing it for this 3rd game, so not going to let this be a simple resolution just yet, as everything else continues to come by. Ultra Cavern going to get the chitinous plating going, a few extra Ultras still popping through. Going to see the Marines able to get in after some more of these Creep Tumors as well, picking off the rest of this. An extra couple libs coming down. Does Rogue have a way? Yes, he does. To be fair, you know, I'm saying 4th base going down, but this is still just a 2-base push from the Terran player. If Ultras pop out, they have +2 carapace with chitinous plating. Like, there's a world where they are powerful. And I love the Lings looping around right now. A run by or a surround, take your pick. We need these Ultras, though. I'm convinced that we need these Ultras before we can take too much of a fight. The Lings on the other side, they're just going to try and run their way through. If they can get a surround on this, maybe there's a way. They are going to start fighting forwards. I mean, the tank's in a very, very good tucked away corner. So that's not going to take too much damage at all. See everything else gathering back together again and just trying to see what else we can do. The Marines pulling back over. A couple Overlords will take some damage right away as well. Some more shots coming in there as we see the Marines turning back around also. So many Liberators. I mean, the Libs are an issue, but you can just bring the Queens forward after clearing up everything else. Maybe there really is a possibility. Maybe there really is going to be a way. Ultra popping, Marines in the upper right going after the hatchery as well. Just going to be seeing the Ultra still trying to chase through. Adrenal glands, a couple of Ultralisks still building for the moment. So a lot of that coming about. No 4th base, but then there's no 3rd base from the Terran player either. Here we go. I'm going to send this. A couple of Ultras running through the Infestors. Oh, the Infestors kind of need to be careful. I'm terrified that these Infestors are going to be left in Liberator range on their own. But there's just not been much that really kills these Ultras off if the Liberators aren't on top of them, and we will have to unsiege these Libs. We've still got a funny kind of weird siege going on because you're kind of blocking units coming out of this natural. So in that regard, things are still kind of working for you. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one for sure at the moment. It's just going to see those Queens still coming about. Now we're going to be seeing the Marines in the top right find some Overlords. Rogue supply is right on down there. He's going to hold. He's going to be down some workers. ByuN has a 3rd CC finally, so he's actually going to try and take this 3rd base and do something with this. As he moves it across, the Queens and the Adrenal Glands coming over as well. Just continue to step this across. Also, these Ultras still moving. +2 armor upgrade coming up as well. Rogue survives, but hard to love the situation. I mean, like I say, the Liberators have been one of the bigger issues. Just something that you've not really been able to truly get rid of throughout this. You've had no proper anti-air to really deal with this at all. And that really has been, I think, one of the biggest problems here. +3 attack on the way from ByuN as he starts to look toward even more of a future. He's actually adding Marauders as well, so his army becomes significantly better over these last few moments against the Zerg player than what it was previously. So that's also going to be a major addition and a major positive right now as we just see Marines and a medevac gathering together as well. Hatchery +3 carapace coming through. The +3 attack from ByuN coming up as well. Just going to get that all in the way. A couple Widow Mines in the engineering bay coming about. Ultra's going to get rid of a few more Marines. Just going to grab those as well. The rest of this continuing through. The medevac's going to load. I'm going to start moving. More drones coming about, just going to come straight through there. Fling's going to get a bit of a surround onto some of these bio units as well, so a little bit more being done. Still looking for that extra bits of damage. I like this from ByuN. Just moving around the map, and Rogue gonna say GG. ByuN ties us up 101 because this group will never end. Alright, map 3 coming straight through, guys. Let's keep it going. Let's get into one final game between ByuN and Rogue, and then we're gonna go into the Rogue Classic Series after. It's been some banging games today, to be fair. Like, the series have been great, hence the reason why we keep going to game 3s and why it's been a long day. Not that I'm complaining it's a long day, I'm just concerned that the players have been here for actually forever. But unfortunately, that's sometimes how it goes, and they're also the ones playing the long games, so don't blame me. Don't blame me as everyone joins us. Just missing Rogue, so we'll give him a second, and we'll get this on the go, guys, in just a couple moments. Cool. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright, just waiting for Rogue to join us. ByuN is ready to go. Just waiting for Rogue to say go as well, and we can kick this off. GG, says Rogue. We jump into game 3 of our series. It was a good push from ByuN. It was a good 2-base shove, right? It was a good 2-base shove. I liked it. Alright, we will take a couple of moments. It's ready to go onto Winter Madness. Side map, Rogue and ByuN. ByuN fighting for his tournament live. Rogue advances to the playoffs with a win here. He is going to be the red Zerg player in the top left. ByuN will be the blue Terran player in the bottom right. You get this, Owen. What's up, Boon Lebrak 34? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated, guys. I will take a moment to say once again, if you're enjoying the stream, do take a second to, first of all, on the YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. Helps us out massively. We've got a lot of StarCraft 2 coming up the rest of this month. Do not miss it. Make sure you get your chance to see all of it on the channel by subscribing on the YouTube or following on Twitch. If you're really enjoying, obviously you can be like some of the awesome people who are subscribing and supporting and so on and so forth. Use your Prime subs if you've got them on Twitch and everything else. It helps us out massively. I greatly appreciate you as we get this one going. Three-way tie still possible? Yeah, I know. Very exciting. Gotta love it when the three-way tie's on the table, don't you? Always very exciting. If it is a three-way tie, guys, we will not be playing that out today. Just for reference, we'll just get the players to play at a different point, and we'll report back to you guys the results or cast those games when we need to. So it would be if ByuN beat Rogue and then... Well, it would be kind of awkward in a 3... I guess Rogue would have to 2-0 Classic, maybe? Not sure. What's up, Blair Emotion? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. It's only 3 AM for them. Let them play. I mean... I'm not going to make them play the tiebreakers, because... Percival, for example, if he has to play tiebreakers, hasn't even been here for 2 hours, right? So... It's very unfair to expect people to stick around for that amount of time. To, potentially be tiebreakered when you actually are expected to be eliminated already. Yo, Zakuba Killer, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thanks for priming. Hit those primes, guys. They help us to run more StarCraft 2. This is a WardiTV event. That means it is sponsored by you guys. That you do not have some special way of funding this. We are just here grinding the games, grinding the content for you all. If you enjoy, support, it allows us to run more of these. Patreon is one of the best ways to do so, because everything on the Patreon goes directly into the prize pool of these events, so you can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV, but Any support goes a long way. Allows us to keep on running these tournaments and me to pay the bills and all the rest of it. So yeah, what's up, Retro Man? Thank you, Wardy, for helping keep this great game alive. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Career tie not possible due to map difference of ByuN. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But I believed you, Cynical. Unbelievable. Yo, Incubus, thank you so much for the 61-month resub as well. Much appreciated. And also, Brainx on the 34-month resub. Appreciate you guys. Even starting a cheeky little hype train. 7 hours in the stream. Hype train time. Okay, okay, my friends. I get it. You're excited about some StarCraft or something, huh? Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys big time as we do have ourselves a stim. The Hellions building through for a couple of moments. So, getting a lot of that on the way. And bringing this up and running just for now. Just going to see the single Marine over to the edge. Is going to go patrolling back and forth a little bit as well. And yeah, that triple CC, something we didn't see last game at all from ByuN, but going to come down super quickly this time around in comparison. So he's going to triple CC it up and we'll go from there. Yo, Calamity Thrill, 22-month resub as well. Thank you so much. And Disgruntled Teacher, also using up the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much also for supporting the Prime sub. The Hellions try and dive in. They're going to get a couple of drones, but only a couple of drones. Zergling's going to come wrap around. The Hellions take a bit more damage. 8 drones coming up. Evo Chamber coming by. And just going to be seeing again those 3 workers. Continuing to drop for the moment. Impact still building. The single Marine going in after the Overlord for a few moments. More damage being done. Power phase coming up. Stimpack about to finish. The engineering base still building. Those couple of Marines will go in after the Overlord as well. It's just going to get straight through on that one. We do have the Lings trying to still apply pressure at the front. Not really much to do that. It's a full wall off and the Marines behind it. We get another SCV. That'll be about that for the moment. Yo, what's up, McMurphy? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. And Max Proud on the £8 donation. I believe no message attached. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I was going to say, it'd been kind of a quiet day, and now you guys are just going to throw all the subs out at once. A cheeky little donation as well. Just a little bit of everything. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity, guys. Thank you for supporting and enjoying some games with us and all the rest. And Turtle Boma, thank you so much for the 2-month resub as well. Also appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. All right, we done? We chilling? All right, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all as we have ourselves the Marines moving out. Our 3rd base set up for ByuN at the moment. We just have ourselves the rest that's coming through. Okay, we're not done apparently. Korn is going to come through, coming in with the 5 gifted subs going out to Fubby123, Lord Grim 21, 360 No Scope, my friend, Froz Jr., and Custom Blink. Thank you so much, Korn, for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting. Are we done now? Jeez, you guys are just on fire. Crazy business. Crazy business. The Marines pull back. We get set. Marines will pull through. A couple Queens going to be there. It's going to be having the 1-1 upgrades coming about as well. That Carapace upgrade coming through too. Marines are going to start pushing. A couple of those creep tumors start to take some damage. So a few shots coming through already. The Lings coming in. We're just going to have to lift those up and back away for a couple of moments there as the Terrans. So ByuN will have to fall back. Rogue getting a defense for now on his way to that Hive Tech as well. So trying to bring himself straight through to that for the moment as well. These Lings are going to come running straight across, and the Queens are going to be there. Just going to see the rest of the Marines pushing back, and the Ling Queen actually going to take a chunk more damage for the moment too. Just going to push back over, and these Queens are getting broken down. Rogue in a little bit of trouble for the moment, so in we go. Marines still fighting, Queens still dropping, and this does not bode well for the... Holy shit, what are you guys doing? This does not bode well for the Zerg, as ByuN is going to just go in and kill Rogue off. ByuN is going to take the 2-1 victory and close this out. Holy shadoodles. Hang on a second. First of all, we have Ankapun on the YouTube with the €5 super chat. Thank you very much. The 5 € super chat saying some from YouTube as well. Appreciate you. Thank you. And then we have over on the Twitch, we had the Hans Lolo on the Prime sub. And then Delphus on the 50 gift sub bomb. What the doodly do you call that? Oh my goodness. ByuN is going to go 1 and 2 in this group, and now he could advance over Rogue if Classic beats Rogue. So Rogue Classic really does end up determining Rogue's fate here. So that's going to be huge as we get this ready to go in a couple of moments, guys. Just wait for people to show up and get online for this game. Delphus on the 50 gifted subs. Right, we got to take a moment to say thank you very much to these. Are you guys ready for the 50 gifted sub readout, kicking us to the level 4 hype train? My goodness. All right. 50 gifted subs go out to... Deep breath. Matt Islow, Proxenos, Spidey-Man, Spelled Backwards, Overmind, Horror Gurkaz, Red Jank, Papercuts 08, Mooney, Siafi, Mixed Biscuit, Jomine, Squall71, Poseidon 7624, Merix1, Mythic SC2, Mythic, Calentiens, Kristen Jopa Setovara, Ramirez 362, Dueezy, Riot SC2, Yakane, Pabveron, Quento, Papiza, Plekpang, Me Bruce, Eltum 4, Bretiso 83, Taija, Me Maja 75, ZZZZMU, NYC Cyril, Rotating Sphere, Marius Claudio. Hang on, let me get the viewer sword. Samura Kolom, JJ Farmville, Chomba 4, Yurimuch, Lord Bixby, 711 Flint, Sunny 579, Tej Bija, Silly Putty 99, Leafy is Beefy 546, John the Moon 4, Mr. Robot 16, Hyman Schlooper, Mandarin 8-Man, DD8BG, and Coinimus. Delphus, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs! That is crazy. Thank you so much for the ridiculous generosity. Let me just catch up on chat quickly and just speed through. Thank you so much, Delphus. I super appreciate it. Yeah, I'm Toast. Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime as well. You rock, Rorty. Enough said. Thank you so very much. Crazy. Alright, level 4 hype train, just like that, as the vetoes are coming through here for Rogue and Classic. Our last series of the day, guys, is coming up. So, where is this at? So, Rogue is... It's not updated on Wikipedia yet, so I need that to update, otherwise I can't tell you guys where we're at. But, I mean, this could really, I still think, go either way. Classic is the only guarantee. Classic is through, and then this is super important for Rogue now, having lost that series to ByuN. ByuN has the chance to get ahead of Rogue on the tiebreaker if Rogue loses to Classic, I would imagine. So it can't be a 3-way tie, but it can still be a 2-way tie between Rogue and ByuN. And if they have the same map score, ByuN gets in because of the head-to-head. So that is going to be the issue here, potentially, as we get this ready to rumble in just a couple of moments. We'll get this started and off and away, guys. Thank you for your patience. Hey, what's up, Kipper Jackson? Thank you so much for the fresh new sub as well. We have a minute on the level 4 hype train, guys. We need 9 subs to hit level 5. If you've got a Prime, get on this. You could be part of the hype train. We've had so many high-level hype trains lately. It's crazy. You guys have been going actually wild recently. I swear for like the last year, we did not have like a big sub bomb for like multiple months, like half a year or more probably. And then recently we've had like multiple like massive sub bombs. It's actually been crazy recently. Actually wild. Thank you so much for all the love. Thank you again, Kipper Jackson, for that sub as well. Thank you for the support, guys. Like I say, all of this helps us to keep the StarCraft 2 churning on out. It's not possible without you guys. We fund this with your support, so thank you so much, and glad you guys are enjoying enough to support. What does the hype train do? It enables the streamer to talk about you guys giving me more subs. It literally, you get like, if you are part of the hype train, you do get like a little emote that unlocks for being part of it. But it's really just a sellout mechanism, to be honest. Invisibles, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs as well. Going out to Leod LTO, Pandatrad 1, Occam, Razor 243, Lavos, and Filson98. Thank you also for the 5 gifted subs. I got the Me Sweat emote. Crazy. Crazy business. All right, guys. Rogue and Classic coming up. Classic just needed a minute, so we'll give him a minute. We'll get this ready to go. Second map will be Tourmaline. Third map, Ruby Rock, if we need them. Get that ready to start. My goodness. My goodness. What a day it's turned out to be, huh? What a day it has turned out to be. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. We've got one series left for you guys. It's Rogue versus Classic. Yeah, honestly, like, the viewership today is bonkers. I know it's a Sunday, and usually viewership's a bit better on Sunday, but, like, we got, like, 2,000 viewers in here. Like, on Twitch, like, 300 on freaking YouTube as well. Anything going on tomorrow? Yep, tomorrow's basically the same schedule as today, only instead of the WardiTV Winter Cup after the qualifier, the Chinese event qualifier, we'll actually just have the WardiTV Monday Cup after the Chinese qualifier. So tomorrow's going to be very similar, probably another 7-ish hours of StarCraft, give or take. And then the day after that, we're going to do the same again as today, and then Wednesday is a bit more chill, as it'll be just a little bit less. So, yeah, what's going on, man? What's happening? Lots happening. Classic has joined the lobby, which means we're pretty much ready to go into this PvZ. Go, go, go. Gets called. Players are ready up, and we're going to kick this off. 24 hours of SC2. Ay. I know, not quite 24 hours, but we do a lot of StarCraft. I mean, if you guys want 24 hours, we have this wonderful thing called YouTube, and you can just go there, and we have thousands of hours of videos on YouTube. We literally have streamed everything we've streamed for the last year on YouTube, if not more now. So we have thousands of hours of live streams. We have even more hours of videos. So if you guys really want more Wardy, you guys can watch the YouTube when I go and chill out at the end of the day. A beautiful thing. What's up, Plop? Or Plop? Thop. Or Plop3 Thop. However you wish it to be said. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. As we get into game number 1 of our final series of the day, guys. I might sound like I've been trying to rush through this and been saying, oh, it's going so long. I'm just a little bit on edge because I don't like making the players start playing at 11 p.m. And typically, the one time I make them start playing at 11 p.m. because of another tournament, they end up playing a really long group when these groups do not typically take this long. So if I sounded a bit anxious and like I'm rushing things through, it's just a little bit of a case of that, to be honest, more than anything else. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys watching with us all day. Hope you guys have enjoyed. And like I say, we've got loads of StarCraft coming up. The next few days are packed. We are streaming every single day until I go. I have a Pokemon tournament I'm going to in a couple weekends' time. So basically 2 weeks straight of streaming every single day is going to be what's going on. So we've got loads of StarCraft coming up. Appreciate you guys supporting it and helping to make it happen with all the subs and the love. I appreciate you guys. Is this Rogue's last chance? Yeah, I mean, yes, he needs to win here, I'm pretty sure. Hang on, let me have a quick check on the Wikipedia to see where we're at. One moment, let me see what the actual dealio is. So, Rogue is 3-3, ByuN is 4-5. So, Rogue needs to win, because even if best case Rogue loses 1-2, he would be a -1 player, and ByuN is -1, and ByuN has the head-to-head. So, Rogue must win. He must win this series. He can't lose. If he loses, he goes out to ByuN on the tiebreaker. So yeah, Rogue is in a must-win situation in this best-of-3 if he wants to advance. Yeah, if he loses 1-2, he would be on the same map score as ByuN, and like I said, unfortunately, ByuN has the head-to-head, so when map score is the same when we go to head-to-head, and then it's ByuN's advantage, so that's the state of things as this probe takes some nibbles. Would expect Classic to win hugely here? You'd say that, but actually, I mean, to be fair, Rogue's actually had some really good matchups against Classic lately, no? Like, Rogue is one of the players who consistently pushes Classic into some weirder games, into some kind of cool results and stuff, so I wouldn't be overly convinced that this is going to be just a straight-up kind of Classic. I mean, Classic's definitely the favorite, but Rogue, when he plays well, absolutely presses Classic a bit. He's oftentimes taking maps, and in a best-of-3, if you can take a map, you can win a series, right? So, yeah. See what happens. A couple of links coming through. Probe getting chased around. It is a Stargate opening from Classic. Nothing too crazy about the first few moments of this one. Building speed coming up, the few drones coming in. The Queen in production, our Stargate still building through. The Stalker and Warp Gate building as well for the moment here, so get that on the way. Bling stepping back down, third hatchery coming into place. The Overlord, Queen, and Ling Speed all still continuing up as the Adept fires a few shots off, hitting that hatchery for a couple of moments. Oracle and Warp Gate both building. The Zergling Speed still building through. We just have a couple of Lings trying to get in after the Adept, which does deny a creep tumor, which is fun. And we don't have Ling Speed yet, so this Adept likely just gets away. It's going to be a little close. I mean, Ling Speed will finish soon. The Lings are still nibbling. That's just catching up. Oh, he gets away. Adept does get the shade off, so we get out of there for now. And the Adept survives for the moment. A little bit scary for sure, but we made it. We made it. Stalker still pinging. As you can see, that Overlord will take some damage, so taking a few shots already. And is just going to be pushed away. The Oracle's here defensively. The Stalker will continue to chase for the kill. And that will be the end of that for the moment, at least. So, nothing else to come from that. This thing's going to come back down to that bottom right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Nexus and the Gateway continue to build up as well. So we get all of that on the way here just for the moment. And those feelings move about, and see the few extra drones coming by as well. Overlord in production, Twilight Council and Forge both continue to build through for now, so we get all of that on the way, and the Oracles continue to get a few more shots off for the moment as the Lings will try and fight the Zealots and the Adepts. Trying to do that thing, we get rid of one of the Adepts here, so we do find some damage, we do find some value in amongst all that, just for the moment at least. A couple of the Lings continue to come across, and we just see the Oracles gathering up as we speak as well. Oracle's gathering, Queen's nearby. Just seeing the charge and the +1 upgrade continue to produce through for a couple of moments, so we get that on the way. Again, charging that attack upgrade coming up. A couple Stalkers on the gates continue to come through just for a couple moments. Get that started. As we'll gather, a couple Queens going to get in after the Oracles for a few moments as well, so we put some damage out. Just going to be seeing the +1 on the charge both coming through. Robo Facility and the Temple Archives, the Gateways as well. All of that continue to come by for a few moments. There's a lot of Gateways being added on at the moment. A lot of our tech coming out at the same point. Yeah, just trying to get a lot of this on the way for the moment. As we just have, yeah, I mean, setting up into this charge, setting up into our Temple Archives. We are going to be against the melee upgrades, so the melee upgrade is not going to enjoy playing against the charge lots, and we'll see just what Rogue can do. I mean, to be honest, the Baneling Nest is going to be a pretty huge deal. Banelings up against the Zealots are going to be able to really give the rest of this an opportunity, right? So I think that's going to be one of the important parts of this initially. To get this set and ready to go, the melee upgrade about to complete, the Infestation Pit and the Bane Nest continue to come by for the moment. The Oracle going to try and come back over for a second or so as well. An Infestation Pit about to complete. Just going to see that Bane Speed still coming over for a moment. And we take things easy for just a moment or two, so let's set up. See where we go. Storm and +2 both building up. Again, the Lings and the Banes coming by. The Queens are in production too. We do have ourselves. We need the Banes really to knock down the Zealots, like I said, to open the door to everything else here on this army. Classic is building +2. Storm, Blink behind this. He's got a lot of future plans, so he's got a lot of those kind of setting up. We'll see how well this goes overall. As we just have the Storm coming about. That +2 attack upgrade coming in as well for the moment. So let's come back around the other side. Just going to be having the Queens keeping track of things. If the Queens can put some pressure, that would be amazing. If they can find some opportunities there, that would be fantastic. As we just see the Banes, the Zealotlings continue to come over, going to get us around onto the Archons, but they can be saved by the Prism, so not too much truly going to come out of that just yet as the Wings and the Queens gather back up again. The Wings have been able to be enough here overall in the end, so we have been able to push things back a couple of moments, take a couple seconds, and see where we go next. As the Queens gather together, it's going to be moving straight through. Neural Parasite on the way already from Rogue. I'm kind of surprised at how quickly he's building a Neural. Like, it doesn't feel like that's something you need to get this quickly. It's definitely interesting as the Prism settles. Again, the Queens and the Hatch continue to gather together for a couple moments, so just get that going for now. Get that on the way. See what we can do. The Lings are going to be there, so they can go after this Immortal, and that's just going to be a freebie out on the map. Doesn't look like there's anything nearby to protect that, and so that will not go anywhere just yet. Classic is still stacking up a very teched up army at the moment, so again, a lot of that up and ready to go. Thing's going to pull back the Zealot and the Archons coming through as well. And the Adrenal Glands, Carapace, plus 3 melee all coming. Here's the big push though. Rogue supply block, not exactly the grandest time to be supply blocked of all in all existence, to be honest. So that part is not exactly ideal right here. The couple of Archons are, you can drop a Neural down. Yeah, I mean, these Storms are going to be good, and the Storm will get rid of the Infestor. A couple of Neurals on the left side, kind of fun as well, though. Now we're going to engage on through, so the Neural Parasites, are they going to do enough? Storm's trying to land everywhere. It's funny, as we're storming our own units to try and make this happen. The last couple of Archons will start to go down, but the Zealot Reinforcement Wave is going to be absolutely massive here, I feel like. And, yeah, I think that's probably going to be probably about that. I mean, with some Archons still behind, the Lings that are reinforcing are going down so quickly. The Prism is not going to get shot down before this Warping gets off. Maybe the second half of the Warping, but the Queens are going down. Rogue has to say a GG, and Classic is going to take game 1 of this best of 3. Alright, so we get that first game going into Classic's favor. And we get ready for a second game here in a couple of moments, guys. Game 2 coming up in a moment. Sweet. Game 2 will be on Tourmaline. Let's get this hosted up for them, and we'll kick this off, guys. Thank you for, again, joining us today. It could be our last map. Oh, no. Sad. It's been good, though. It's been a genuinely great day of StarCraft. Really been enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. All right, let me throw up some lobbies. Oh, we get to do it all again tomorrow. Isn't that even better? Hell yeah. Even if Rogue comes back and wins, he is still tie-breaked. Yeah, because now... Well, no. If Rogue wins the series, he's through the group. It's only if Rogue loses the series. If Rogue loses the series, map score doesn't matter. He is out no matter what. But if Rogue wins the series, then all good. So yeah, if Rogue wins the series, then yeah, he still advances. It's only if he loses the series. Alright. Kick this into the game on Tourmaline, guys. Classic with a 1-0 lead. We get this ready to go. Alright. So, Tourmaline coming up. Get this on the go in just a second. Pop. In the top right-hand side, our Blue Protoss, who has the 1-0 lead, is going to be Classic. And in the bottom left, our red Zerg is Rogue. Start this off, game number 2. Rogue down by a map. Classic close this out. I mean, Classic's already through this group for him. He's just trying to guarantee himself first place. Obviously feels good to get the map wins and the scores. Your Likulak points add up. so those parts of it obviously feel very nice. We get this up and underway. Indy's asleep at the wheel, huh? Alright, I can use other cameras, Indy. Yeah, look at this. I can see other people's observing. Excellent cybercore coming through. Simulator on the way. It's gonna get settled here. A couple of moments. Drones are gonna pull in after the probe, so we get through there. Just a little bit of damage initially. Cybercore Nexus both building again. Probe coming up. Queen's Lings, Link Speed building by. The drone in production. Lots and lots of stuff on the way for now. Just get this settled into action here. A couple lanes want to go in after the probes. Just going to try and get straight in towards that. Yeah, Stargate building up in the main base. Not too surprising. We're kind of expecting a pretty regular kind of way of getting established here early on, I would guess. That just goes through a little bit of shade through for a moment or so. Yeah, Hatcher coming about, a couple of drones, the Queen and the Link Speed coming through as well. Oracle, Wolfgate coming by, the Link Speed still coming up, so we get a lot of that on the way for a couple moments. Take a couple of seconds on this one. Drone popping out, Twilight Council coming through. And we just have ourselves a couple gates in the Wolfgate building as well, so nothing too wild just yet. Twilight without a forge maybe sometimes means a little bit more growthy aggressive kind of Twilight play at first, so maybe expecting a little bit of something there to begin with. It's going through, just going to grab a probe that's out and about there as well. The Resonating Glaives keeps coming by. Going to take just a couple of moments here. Initially, the gates and the probes continue to come up. For the moment, drones on the way. Free workers go down to some of this harassment. And it is indeed going to be Glaives from Classic, so going to try and play the Glaives here for this game too. Try and get some value in initially. Oracle gets chased back for a couple moments. Again, that Resonating Glaive still coming by just for now. That building, Queen, drone, Spore, all coming up. Oracle going to activate. A couple of the drones taking some damage already. The Queen's going to be there. Oracle's taking hits. And yeah, we have ourselves the Protron building through. The few extra drones coming about. The Adepts are going to be there. Turn those Lings back the other direction just for the moment. Again, Resonating Glaive is going to be done shortly. Now, the Rotron's going to be done here soon from Rogue, and he is getting a Spine as well, so trying to prep a lot of that over the next moment or so. Trying to get that into place. And Spine coming up, Lings and the Overlord's coming over, Robo Facility halfway, the Probe's building. Adepts going to try and shade their way forward as you just see the Zerglings looking to get a jump onto these Adepts right now. And these Adepts just commit. Now, it's actually not a bad surround for the Lings, but is there enough Lings to make this work? The Queen's here as well, put good damage out. That's a good cleanup. I think that's a terrible Adept shade. You just give up all your... Like, what's hilarious is that Rogue's building 10 Roaches, and this is basically defended already. A couple new Adepts show up, right? And we're going to get, what, 3 drones from the front? I mean, like I say, we just built a bunch of Roaches, and Rogue's like, wait, do I even need these things? Like, like what just happened? And the reality is of what just happened is that you just made a mistake of just kind of shading into a horrible position. With enough Lings there, they had a good wraparound position as well. They had a good bit of surface area. That's the one thing you do not want to let happen in that scenario. And unfortunately, that was the one thing that absolutely did happen in that scenario. We do have units pressing forward. Obviously, that forward hatchery gives you forward creep spread pretty quickly. And Rogue is now starting to apply the pressure up the front there. So going straight in with that and looking to push straight through. So we'll see how it goes as we continue to settle things. Just going to see the couple Stalkers and the Immortal coming about as well, coming out over the sides just for the moment. Stalker will get the Overlord going to go down. Going to be seeing the Lings and the Ravagers still building up. Prism and the Pylons building through as well. So getting a lot of that on the go. Adepts will try and shade. The Roach Ravager's going to be here, hitting the Adepts, pushing them back. Keeping a couple of things out of mischief for the foreseeable future. Now, 8 Adepts building from Classic, by the way. So that's a pretty serious investment into like just a death. I mean, I guess he doesn't really have much else he can do. He's looking to just play defense against this attack of Rogue, and he doesn't really have another upgrade just yet. So the Adepts are the best thing he can build. He just let them shade across the map, though, so a bunch of them are not going to be here. Corrosive Bowl's going to rain down. The Lings are already wrapping around pretty much everything. Does Rogue have enough to break this? I mean, the Adepts on the other side can be deadly if Rogue is fully focused over here, which he has been pretty committed to, but he's not breaking through. I actually really thought that was going to be a lot scarier for Classic than it was. And now those Adepts are on the other side of the map, so they're going to be in over here, hitting some drones. The Queen in some trouble. You see the Lings running in. This time they don't get a clean wraparound. Now the Adepts shade elsewhere. Drones go down again. And now Rogue actually is going to end up in trouble at this point. Immortals and Adepts pushing through the Spore, taking damage. The Adepts return fire the other side. Zerglings are still trying to run through onto this. Looking to play a cleanup, but this is not looking pretty for Rogue. Things are looking to go a little bit south for him, unfortunately. It looks as though this might just be a little bit too much at the end of the day. As that's 14 drones going down. Now Classic is going to have survived on the other side. He has a gaping hole in his wall off, which we maybe need to try and fill the gap on a little bit. You know, maybe we should do something about that. But yeah, we do otherwise have, I mean, the Adepts here are going to clean up the Lings. The Immortals are going to be very powerful as well. Supplies are still looking good for Classic, but it is mostly in workers that he holds the advantage. So it's not an ideal scenario, I guess, in that regard. The Immortal's going to keep fighting. Just going to see a couple of units coming back around the other side as well. Well, still pretty close at the moment. Going to be seeing a few more Corrosive Vials going in after the Pylon. It's going to be taking a few more shots. The extra Adepts warping in, another Immortal coming through. These Adepts are still important to clean up the waves of Lings that are coming across the map. The problem is, we just can't keep this up forever. Those were nice Vials. They get rid of the power to the Robo facility, and one of the gates at the front there getting shut down as well, so that's a pretty big deal. Lings keep running through. 8 workers going down. A couple more Corrosive Vials dropping in. The Immortals are going to fire. A few more Corrosive Vials coming down again. A lot being done. 17 workers killed so far. So Classic does lose the economy. That was one of the things he had in his favor. But now he's taken a better army position. And that's the issue. It's not like Rogue is looking to play a long game behind this. So in that regard, things are not exactly looking ideal. Ravager's going to keep firing through. A couple more Vials coming straight down. Going to see those Immortals settling as well. More Vials, everything coming into place. Just going to be seeing the Prism unloading these Immortals and just dancing them around. So getting a lot of value from each and every Immortal at the moment. Things looking good still for Classic, as like I say, Rogue, he killed a bunch of workers, but he's never replaced those, you know, he's never like taken advantage of having the worker lead. And Rogue is going to say GG as he recognizes he can't get enough done to break through this. He is going to tap on out. He's going to round this one out, and it's going to be Classic to go 2-0 over Rogue and to confirm first place and confirm ByuN into second place based on map score, which is brutal on the side of Rogue. I actually feel like he played a great day, but map score is map score, and unfortunately ByuN's map score is better, so we will get a Terran advancing to the round of 8 alongside Classic. What's up, Siru? Thanks so much for the 39-month resub. Happy New Year. SC2 is becoming a dad game. Yeah, SC2 is becoming a dad game. Is that what it is this whole time? People keep saying dead game, but they actually mean dad game because it's for an older audience. And we've been hating on these guys for so long for no reason, and they were just typoing. That makes so much more sense. That's my new joke. Every time someone says dead game, I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is a game for dads. It's for the older generation. You meant dad? Yeah, I know. I like the joke. I like it. I like it a lot. GG's, guys. What a great day. Thank you so much for watching. We had so many viewers today. You guys rock. Tomorrow, we're going to have another one of those qualifiers that we started the day off with. So we're going to do the qualifier again initially. And we're just going to go from there. That's going to be tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow, it's the qualifier. And then we've delayed the WardiTV Mondays by 2 hours to allow us to kind of go straight into WardiTV Mondays after the RongYI qualifier, basically. So that's what's going on, and I think I will just say that I appreciate you guys, and I will love you and leave you all on that one. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy, obviously do consider supporting, like and subscribe on the YouTube if you didn't already, and we'll be back tomorrow for what should be another, probably about 7 hours tomorrow, if I had to guess. WardiTV Mondays doesn't usually go 5 hours, so probably about 7 hours tomorrow on the WardiTV Mondays with the qualifier action combo. I'm going to head off because it's been a long day, and I've been here for 8 hours non-stop. It's actually been a non-stop day as well. Like, we've had, like, no downtime today. We had, like, 10 minutes of downtime where we had to wait for Rogue and Cyan to finish playing. And that feels like hours ago. It really was. All right. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Delphus, especially for the 50 gift bomb. Invisibles on the 5. And if I forgot to mention you guys, I appreciate you all anyway. I appreciate all of you guys and all your support. And I will see you guys later. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. Take care of yourselves. Bye. Set of ads on the outro, by the way, guys. Set of ads, and we'll host someone up in about 3 minutes' time.